Well, welcome one and all around the world to this second segment of our broadcast of the iRacing Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps 24 iRacing special event powered by Heusinkveld. I'm David Haynes, and joining me for these next 6 hours is Ewan O'Leary and Ryan Walker. We are delighted to have your company as this fascinating endurance race rolls on and continues to roll on through the darkness. This amazing track nestled in the forest, nestled in the hills, and when it gets dark around here, it certainly gets a lot darker than some other endurance tracks, and that is one thing that is going to test our drivers over the next 6 hours and towards the sunset. Still, sunrise many hours away still. It's good to be riding on board there with one of the Lamborghini's many models of GT3 now available on iRacing and in this race, but we continue to watch the BMWs that lead the way. BMW Team Redline Blue and BMW Team Redline Red. They complete another lap to bring us into this second quarter of the broadcast. Let's run down our field top to bottom just to bring you up to speed. Who's in the cars, who runs where, and then we'll continue to dive into it. So obviously, as you can see, our top two: BMW Team Redline Blue, BMW Team Redline Red. BMW Team GB running in third right now with Sammy Matty Trogan. Then it's Beulah Racing Team Patrick Heinrich, as he's just coming into the pits now. Then Porsche 24 by Redline with Gianni Vecchio, the 911. BMW Team BS Competition in sixth. Sim RC running in 7th right now with the number 76. Then the other Porsche 24 by Redline car in 8th. Urano in 9th. Team BMW Bank number 7 in 10th. Team Redline Black Velvet in 11th. Zenith Esports in 12th. The Maniti Racing 178 in 13th. Radicals Online in 14th. And Urano Esports 84 in 15th. Ewan, do you want to run us through the next 15 from 16th on down?
Yeah, I can do indeed, David. In 16th, it's at the moment, I know we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle, but right now it's SRC Squadra Course Black, nearly 2 minutes down on the front of the race, I'm afraid, and nearly about to fall off the lead lap, I'd imagine, in the not too distant future in their Lamborghini. And then following on from that, I'm just waiting for my timing screen to update, but it's not for the moment. It's taking forever, which is why I've got a bit of a hold up. I don't know if yours is working, David. You can carry on, but because mine has imploded at just the wrong moment.
Well, indeed, it's all shuffling around quite rapidly at the moment, as past the top of the hour, the pit stop window has opened. Actually, keep an eye with the race spot side by side. Some of the teams battling, some of the teams on pit lane. Racing Team Euronics was one of them to keep an eye on, and it looks like there is a driver change going on there, so probably a tyre change going on at 450 as well. Sim RC 76 on the lane, BMW Bank number 7 on the lane as well. Might dig back into the rest of the fields after these pit stops. And so you can see the team BMW Team Redline cars, blue and red, in combination, purple potentially, but they are still very much separate BMWs at the moment. Ryan Walker, you've been following some of this race as well in the earlier hours. We've now really, truly into the darkness of the night. Track temperatures dropping down, lap times very much towards their peak right now. How much longer can that be sustained through the night before driver fatigue starts to come in and maybe the track rubbers in too much and starts to slick up and go away from them, or maybe even some of the cars start picking up a little bit of damage even up the front?
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one to kind of maintain during the night hours, because like you say, when it gets to the night hours, that's when fatigue will kick in, and when fatigue kicks in, mistakes happen, and you'll see drivers maybe just running wide, picking up off tracks, and maybe kind of dropping off as well when it comes to the pace. So it's definitely difficult to maintain at night time, and especially late at night as well, maybe in the middle of the night when some of the European drivers are maybe starting to maybe feel dopey a little bit or feel tired.
And of course, if you've got a particular driver, a particular teammate, a particular friend, or anyone that you need to keep up to date with, then the graphic isn't scrolling fast enough, remember, on the YouTube chat, pinned to the top, is the link timing.racespot.live/Spa24. You can click it there and see who's in which car, what their most recent times, what their best lap times are, and all the other interesting timing information that lets you keep up to date with your friends, with your teammates, maybe with someone you were racing against recently on the iRacing service, and you can in that way keep up to date. Really did look like the fuel saving towards the end of the stint here is starting to pick up for these two BMW Team Redline cars. Did you notice that as well coming into the bus stop there, Ewan?
Yeah, I did notice that, and well, I can notice from the amount of laps that they're starting to go now, because last pit stop cycle, which happened about an hour ago, Williams Esports came in 3 laps before Team Redline, but now this is the 4th lap that Williams have been into the pit lane already, but the Team Redline 72 is staying out here. The BMW Team GB car is coming in, which is the exact same 3 laps that we saw before, but the 72 is going a lap longer than it was before. Looks like it's about to lose the lead to its teammate at the moment, but I think they're going to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap anyway, so a bit of a change of position, a swap of positions between teammates into Lecom that time.
Yep. Big old lift and coast was going from the blue car. Particularly we saw that earlier at the bus stop chicane, and the other team car thought about taking the lead then, but then also lifted out, and so then swapped what might well be their in-lap or just a couple more laps into this stint to let Team Redline Red steal the lead, push on, and hopefully Lorenzo Colombo wants to stick with his teammate in Max Benecke. He's one of our Mercedes. Of course, a great selection of GT3 models were available for this event. Them being the Audi R8 LMS, Mercedes AMG GT3, Ferrari 488 GT3, BMW M4, the McLaren MP4-12C, the Ford GT that we've got one of out there, flying the lone flag there. Some drivers who just decided that car deserved a bit of love, and then of course the Porsche 911 GT3 R, and the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 EVO, of which there is plenty. But Ryan, some models obviously more popular than others, despite event-specific BOP to try to equalise them for this track and the particular and peculiar characteristics of Spa. It still does seem like the Porsche and the BMW are the popular cars. It's always good to see someone doing something different and with a different model of car as well, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Lorenzo Colombo has just dived into the pits as well for BMW Team Redline Blue, so put him 1 lap earlier than his teammate that was in front, so maybe they're deciding to go just try not to hold each other up too much in the pits. But yeah, I have to say the BMW seems to be the car to have along with the Porsche, like you mentioned, and I think it's just the nature of the BOP as well by the looks of it.
Yeah, just what is it? 6 extra kilograms on the BMW M4, so yeah, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, does it? Just 6 extra kilograms. Imagine though just how many extra little tenths and how far away the BMWs might be running without that equalizing ballast. So, indeed, you can see Team Redline Blue on the lane right now. Definitely did look like, from what we saw of them earlier, that the fuel was getting really low there. Some really big lift and coasts starting to happen, and they might have just squeaked this last lap and used all of the tank and nothing more and nothing less in this stint. Luckily for them, with a very good qualifying position, they have a grid slot, a pit box a long way down the lane. Once they get to that hairpin in the pit lane, they can clutch in and coast it all the way to their pit box without any fuel, should they so need to.
Yeah, let's hope they don't reach that kind of predicament, because that would be quite on the edge and a little bit nerve-wracking, really. You don't really want to do that. It's 42 seconds only on that particular pit stop. Doesn't look like they've taken tyres this time around, because if they did, then it would have taken longer than that. So they're out already, and as you can see, it's a really, really long pit lane here. What they're trying to do, I believe, anyway, the 72, is cover off from the 89 BMW Team BS competition car, because that 89 is running these stints out incredibly long. 28 lap stints have been the norm. The last stint was the first 27 lap stint they've had of the entire race so far. They're trying to save at least one pit stop throughout this one, maybe even 1.5 pit stops, or maybe 2 if they're really good with their fuel mileage, because as we've just seen, the pit lane at the Spa 24 Hours is absolutely humongous. You have to go all the way down the Grand Prix layout and then take the hairpin, then all the way down the endurance pit lane, as well as taking your 1 minute stop if you're taking tyres, a little bit more than 1 minute. So it really costs you a heap of time. So by cutting out a pit stop, then BS Competition could put themselves right up towards the front. However, Redline, obviously with a little bit better pace, are trying to cover off from that, which I think explains the extra lap on that stint.
And another interesting effect of the really, really long pit lane here and that really long pit lane transit time is that a drive-through penalty here is 4 or 5 times more painful than a drive-through penalty at many, many other tracks. And Ryan, we were discussing some of the track limits around here and how close all these drivers are to those track limits. There's a 100 incident point race before you start getting drive-through penalties for every subsequent 20 off tracks, every subsequent 20 incidents. Now, we're still very early in the race. Many of the teams don't have to worry about that just yet. But deeper in the race, if someone did get a drive-through penalty for exceeding, 100 off tracks or 100 total incident points, my goodness, is that just... Can you think of a more painful penalty? That would really, really sting with this length of pit lane.
Absolutely would, and that's the thing you don't want around a track such as Spa because of the length of the track. Is if you're on a certain strategy, or if you're, say for example, you're out in the lead at the moment, and then towards the end of the race you go over that incident limit and you get a drive-through penalty towards the end of the race, that can absolutely just ruin your race, and not something that you want around here. And we know the Spa in the past has been, you could get away with running wide off track and get some pick up some off tracks, but with the recent changes that around Spa as well, it's definitely not something that you want. As Maximilian Benecchi is into the pits now from the lead.
And you saw the graphic on screen not long ago. He's basically low fuel, last flying lap. He set the fastest lap of the race as well. So the car still in very good condition. The car very quick on low fuel, obviously. And Benecchi, what a gun. Many years now as one of the strongest iRacing sim world championship competitors, and always puts on a good show in these special events and these endurance races. So he's staking his place in that car as one of the stronger drivers and really trying to move the 71 more clear of the rest of the field, just to give them a little bit more comfort barrier to do what they want with the strategy, do what they want for the rest of the race, and maybe on pace after a couple of hours here, not have to worry so much about covering off some other cars. Now, take a look at this one, Ewan. Do you think that they're going to cover the same strategy as their team car? Driver stays in and fuel only at this point?
I think they're going to maintain a similar strategy at this point. Yeah, we've got a long way to find out here because they've only just pulled up. We've got about 30 seconds. But yeah, for the moment, it seems like Redline are going for a very similar strategy in this one. I know that Enzo Benito went out on used tyres from Chris Lullum a little bit early on. That was a little bit weird, and I don't know why they would have done that, whereas the other car didn't. But I think Redline have mostly been staying pretty much nose to tail, whether they're the ones coming forward on new tyres or trying to defend going backwards on old tyres. I think they're going for the same strategy, and I think that's a good idea, really. When you're trying to get through on someone, with somebody can kind of clear the snow, so to speak, and you can walk through as well. If you're getting overtaken, for example, there's kind of two of you to get in the way of everybody else's new tyres, if you see what I mean. So I think sticking together at this point in the race certainly is very helpful, but it looks like Redline Red have just had a bit of a better pit stop on that occasion. They look like they've gone for the same strategies you mentioned, and they've come out with a 5-second lead by the looks of things, or it will turn into a 5-second lead by the time the pit stops have shaken out.
Yeah, obviously those couple laps difference there. We saw the fastest lap of the race get set, and I think the fuel might not have been quite as close on the 71 as on the 72. I think you're filling the entire tank entire tank's worth with no drops left from the 72 or the 71. Might have still had, you know, a litre or so spare there, or just a little bit more comfort margin that can make the fueling time just a second or so quicker if you've got to put just fractionally less fuel in as well. So the overcut was powerful. The pit stop was obviously pretty quick, and as you can see from the timing on the left, 71, a couple of seconds ahead of the 72. And then this car we just saw making the pit stop, the 911, and that was fuel only as well by the look of it. Did we notice anything interesting about that stop, or was it pretty routine there, Ryan?
I think it just looked pretty routine by the looks of it, and it's just the red line, the other red line car just had a quicker pit stop.
Rainer Talva, you were mentioning this, Ewan, that the number 89 BMW Team BS competition have really been stretching out their fuel. How long was this stint?
It was only 26 laps, which is even shorter than the one previous to that. So things, if they are fuel saving, the wheels are really coming off right now. But I have a feeling they might have changed strategy in this one, because surely they can't be messing things up this much, so there's got to be a change of strategy going on here somewhere. I mean, they're supposed to be gaining laps every single time on red line so that they can save a pit stop towards the end of the day, but at the moment they're losing laps. So it was 2 laps later last time, it's 1 lap later on this occasion, well, the trend's going the wrong way for them, so maybe they are going to short fill and jump up a little bit in this stint. But as you can see, the 2 red line cars have already gone up the road. It's difficult for the BS competition guys to touch them really from this point, because clearly their strategy is not going to plan at the very least, and it's going to set them back a long way in this race by the looks of things.
Yeah, and of course, when the air is hotter, when the track is hotter, when the pack is closer, it's easier to save fuel. Now, probably harder to find your drafting buddies as the pack is further spread out. The air has cooled. That means you can burn more fuel sometimes. The track has cooled. That means you spend more time at full throttle, going deeper into the corners and braking later, opening the throttle earlier on the exit of the corners. With more grip, you spend more percentage of your time at the wide open throttle. So maybe they worked hard and they were in the right place to save fuel earlier. Now it's getting more and more difficult. Here's a good battle going on. 18th, 17th, 16th. It's unarmed competition up there in their BMW. In the middle of the sandwich, NSH Racing Team in the Porsche, and you get a very good view of the beautiful rear of that Porsche 911 GT3 R as we ride on board with Sergio Ignacio from Zenith Esports. It was touched on earlier in the broadcast. NSH Racing Team, from quite deep in the pack at the start of the race, have really put themselves into a top half of the field contender here, it would seem, Ryan.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and they've been having a good run at the moment. But yeah, they could be on for a good result, but obviously still a long way to go in the race. What we've got, about 17 hours and 39, or just under 17 hours and under 40 minutes remaining, I should say.
Yep, so just confirming that one, from 51st on the grid from NSH Racing Team, currently running in 17th. Now, is it still going to be 17th momentarily? I don't quite see them catching 16th, and I think the pressure is starting to load up from 18th place Zenith Esports here. So I think unless all of a sudden their fortune changes and they start really picking up that slipstream well off the car in front, see them maybe in the stint moving backwards a spot before they can move forward another one. But very planted coming up the hill at Eau Rouge Raidillon for NSH and the Porsche. The BMW Zenith Esports, maybe not quite so much. And you can see quite a few of these cars still at the end of the Kemmel Straight, opting to have a little bit of a lift and coast just to manage their fuel consumption before the big braking zones at the end of the long straights.
Yes, very important. Is he diving down the inside into the hairpin? That was a tight squeeze, but he's managed to fit the BMW in there somehow, and he's going to get through. That was wonderfully opportunistic from Ignacio, and wasn't going to say no to that opportunity. Went straight through, as you can see, the BMW is not exactly a small car, but that was quite a small gap he just fit it into. Well done on that one. That was very impressive indeed. Very late on the brakes. Great commitment. and well, yeah, he would have looked like a bit of an idiot if he didn't come off, let's be fair, because it was still a long way to go. But now that it's come off, then you know, he's going to be very, very pleased. His teammate's going to be very, very pleased with him as well. And yeah, in the end, that was a wonderful move.
I think Zeniths are on some newer tyres there, and it obviously looked like in the really long straights their BMW wasn't quite closing up to the Porsche as they wanted, but then you come through a section like Lecumbe, Malmedy, Brussels there, where they can really use the new tyres to get close through the sweeping sections, and then obviously very brave, very bold on the brakes down the inside of Brussels or Rivage or whatever you want to call it, but then it seemed like the move was shaping up. And when you've got that grip and you commit and the driver can see that you're trying to get down the inside there, just put NSH in a position where the smartest thing for them to do at this point in the race was just to let that BMW go on past. It's one of the drivers we saw pitting earlier, Reino Telva, and he is right ahead of Gianni Vecchio. I think Vecchio's closing this one up here as well. This could be our next pass for position inside of the top 5 now that a lot of the pit stops have cycled through for our key race leading contenders at this point. Vecchio in a great position to enjoy that slipstream. Not only that it'll close him up to the driver in front, but as we're seeing up and down the field in every model of car, you want to make sure that you hit those stint lengths. That just seems so important at the moment.
Yeah, and looking at these two red line cars as well, I wonder if, even if they're in different cars and as well, I wonder if they'll probably not fight each other too hard, and if Vecchio gets a run, maybe Talbot or maybe let him go.
Don't believe there's much of a difference in the tyre strategy here. This is both of these cars on the second stint as their tyres, I think, isn't it, Ewan?
I couldn't tell you for 100% sure, but I would take
Ryan?
That being the case, yeah.
I'm not sure. I was about to ask the same question actually, so yeah.
Well, let's go with it, because if I was wrong, I think one of you two would love to tell me. So I think that's what the pit stop times looked like from the most recent pit stops for both of these, and you can see down the Kemmel Straight, Gianni Vecchio really closes up a couple car lengths, and suddenly he is really right up behind that nice rear wing of Reino Telva and BMW Team BS competition. In the week leading up to this race, I heard a little bit of sort of setup discussion from some other teams, and it seems like maybe not so much in this very, very top split, but with some other teams, that there was a bit of a compromise to make with the BMW, the rear wing levels, where you want to really trim out the car for good straight line speed on the Kemmel Straight, good fuel economy as well when you reduce the drag. But then you really start to enter that point where the car becomes a little bit of a handful through some of these loaded corners, and you've got to strike that balance. Do you want a really, really quick race car, or do you want one that you know is going to make it to the end of the 24-hour race?
Exactly, yeah. That's the real big conundrum that you have with a 24-hour race. And not only do you have that, but you've also got probably 3 other teammates for you to confer and argue with about this. That's normally what happens anyway. You say, for me, for example, I would not want the back end stepping out at all. I hate it. But if I was driving with someone who does like that and kind of needs that to go quickly, then we're going to have a bit of a problem. That's when team selection and setup also comes into play massively on trying to strike that balance between your teammates as well as the straight line speed and the cornering. It looks like the red line boys have got that pretty well down for the moment, given that they want to. And I think you are right here, David. The likes of the Williams Esports BS competition and the 911 car that you could add BMW Team GB into this one as well. I think they've all changed tyres on the last particular pit stop. They seem to be on similar strategies anyway, and they should be catching up to Team Redline during this stint. However, as you can see, the way the race is evolving at the moment, they should be getting up to the back of the Redline cars in this stint, but it's getting further and further away from them, so they're not able to do this to increasing effect on every single stint. So Redline being pushed further and further into the virtual lead, I guess you could say.
Certainly would seem it at the moment. Fastest car out on the track last lap was Williams Esports in 3rd place, but of course they are doing the opposite pit stops to the leading Redline cars. So when Redline 71 and 72 are on the second stint of their tyres, Williams Esports are on their fresh set of tyres, and then vice versa. So they kind of seesaw or yo-yo or whatever piece of children's entertainment equipment goes back and forth like that. This has been a good battle to watch here in 4th and 5th, and shout out to the 911 team here, currently the highest placed of the Porsches with 4 BMWs in front, and also Bueller Racing Euronics number 450 there, the highest running Lamborghini as well. So when you see 4 BMWs out front, then when there's a different model of car that maybe isn't being so competitive, you've got to give props to the team that are running it and are running it the best. So for you, Ryan, when you're thinking car selection for an event like this, when there's 8 cars within the one class that you can choose from, what kind of characteristics are you looking for? Is it brand loyalty? Is it safety? Is it fuel economy?
For me, if I was in charge of picking car selection, and I'd be thinking of the drivers. What do the drivers as well? What do they want? Do they want a car that's going to be oversteery and having to fight it for most of the race, or do they want a car that's stable and that they feel comfortable with? For me, I would probably pick a car that's comfortable for the drivers, and maybe a car like even though we've not seen it a lot, I've not seen it in the race so far as I'm aware, I would probably go for something like the Lamborghini or even the Mercedes, just because they're really stable from the practice I done during the week. But I think for me, I would probably go for stability.
Different things to consider. I think some teams go for which one looks the coolest. Maybe not so much in the top split here, and if you've got sponsors that are expecting you to perform well, but certainly for the many thousands of other iRacing members who are also racing in different splits of the 24-hour right now, some of them might be just choosing something cool, choosing something stable, so they can have a fun 24 hours racing with their friends. And then also, we know what the selection criteria was for Team OP Ford. They wanted to be contrarians. They wanted to bring some heritage to this race. And so they chose a model of racing car that is old enough to drink in some countries. Ewan.
Yeah, you're right. It's a very, very old car, and it's the only one on the grid. I suspect one of the very, very few throughout all of the splits, actually. But because they've chosen it, I absolutely love them for it, because it's just a bit of a wacky choice, isn't it? And it's a great car. If you just listen to it, I know we had a bit of an onboard with it in the last segment with Justin and Stefan. It sounds so good. It really sounds amazing, and it's not the fastest car.
Here. Sport Team. Looking like they're going to try to get past SRC Squadra Corsa Black, and Squadra Corsa Black going very deep into the chicane there, and Sport Team Competition, Jorge Barrio is going to take that 18th away. The BMW goes in front of the Lamborghini. I don't see any difference on the tyre strategy if my numbers are correct here. So I think both of these teams are on their new set of tyres. The BMW just looking stronger than the Lambo in the first stint on the tyres. Maybe, and this is something that can often happen in these endurance races and you've got to factor in, is the Lamborghini could come back in the second stint. The BMW is a little heavier on the tyre wear, which I have been hearing it might be. Do either of you have any confirmation or otherwise to that?
I couldn't say you're right or wrong on that one, I'm afraid. I'm not entirely sure. But given the fact that everybody has chosen the BMW at the front of the field, it can't be that bad.
Yeah, overall, in the balance of all things considered, in terms of trying to cover 24 hours, it might be one of the most competitive choices. When you think about it though, mid-engine car versus a front-engine car, all things being equal, the weight distribution and the polar moment of whatever, physics something, I didn't study it, for the mid-engine car probably should give it slightly more even tyre wear. When you think about it, it's putting the weight and the energy more evenly across the 4 tyres compared to, really using up the fronts on turning, really using up the rears off the corners. In theory, all other things being equal, which they're not, between a naturally aspirated V10 versus a turbocharged 6-cylinder, a coupe, supercar body shape here versus a 2-door sedan-derived shape in front. So they're quite different cars, but all other things being equal, mid-engine ought to be slightly more balanced.
Yeah, talking of tyre wear as well, I was watching a couple of Twitch streams in the Spa 24 earlier this afternoon, and one of the teams that I was watching was using the Lamborghini, and it's quite interesting that with the Lamborghini they weren't having that much tyre wear issues, but that was when it started at night time. In the daytime, I think they were probably just single stinting tyres and changing at every stop, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if maybe in the middle of the night if some teams maybe trying double stint tyres just because of the cooler track temperatures.
Certainly are starting to see a lot of double stints across all the manufacturers. So we've talked about, we've got a lot of BMWs up front. We've still got quite a close battle, a couple of tenths of a second between 4th and 5th. That's what we're watching right here. Glowing brake rotors all around for the Porsche 24 by Redline 911, which of course people want to know is the Max Verstappen car, and apparently he's scheduled to be driving again later on. So he might be, resting up, having something to eat, having something to drink, but closely following what's going on for his teammates here in this battle between 4th and 5th. You mentioned the highest running Lamborghini. There's a couple of Mercedes out there from a couple of other different teams. Who's currently the highest running Mercedes?
Well, I'd have to have a proper scan through the field. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Maybe... I don't think there's one inside the top 15. Anyway, I think things not going particularly well.
Team Redline Black Velvet, the number 20, or is there someone in front of them in a Mercedes?
I'm struggling. I'm not sure.
Urano in 13th at the moment. In Mercedes, it's Urano Esports HP number 84. So definitely, Mercedes doesn't look like a bad car then, if there's a couple of them inside of the top 20 at the moment, but it just seems to lack something. And SimRC in 10th, of course. Should not have slept on SimRC. So yeah, there's still a couple of Mercedes out there that, are in position to take some good finishes, and they're running very well this many hours in, but it is BMW versus Porsche up front. Is there a bit of pressure here on Jamie Moon? No, I don't think so. Not a car for position behind. He's got 3 seconds to the 912 Porsche in front and 5 seconds to Team BMW Bank number 7 behind. So definitely no room to make a slip up. Competition not far in front, not far behind, but just holding station with his opponents just outside of sparring range.
Yeah, indeed. Hugo's put this very helpful graphic up for us on the left-hand side, by the way, our producer, which is very useful indeed. With the
I like that he let us flounder for just a couple of minutes before he gave us that great graphic that shows the spread of manufacturers.
Yeah, we were floundering a little bit, but we should probably know better. But anyway, SimRC doing a good job at the moment, and putting in a performance that might see them into the top 10 by the end of the day. We'll wait and see. Also, I'm a little bit surprised to see a lack of Lamborghinis up front. I know that a couple have had issues earlier on. You're going to see scrolling through the bottom of the order right now. There's Lamborghinis fairly regularly in the cars that are out or have had issues at some point throughout the day. So they've not had the best run of things.
There's something to be said about Italian cars there. But,
maybe. But yeah, I'm still a little bit surprised to see that Biella Racing, like Euronics, are the only car even inside the top 10 for the Lamborghini. It really is BMW domination at the front, even though they're one of the hardest hit by the BOP in the pre-race.
We run that over again. The Audi R8 LMS, of which I can't really see many. It's plus 3 kilograms. Mercedes AMG GT3 with 3 extra kilograms. Then Ferrari 488 at its baseline, but still, it seemed to have been enough for anyone to think it was going to be a competitive choice. It might be a car that just eats through the tyres a little bit too much without any of the benefits that maybe the BMW has. 6 kilograms in the BMW M4, and then Ford GT running at baseline with no extra bop, but it is just a little bit outdated, just not quite to the modern GT3 performance window. And then 12 kilograms for the Huracan, 12 kilograms for the Porsche 911 GT3 R, and that slightly more restrictive air restrictor, minus 0.5% of horsepower. Back of the napkin maths would say that's 2 or 3 horsepower taken away from what would roughly be 500 horsepower otherwise. So not a huge restriction, really. And I think that seems like it's relatively fair. Check in with some of the other battles, as it seems to be hold station, save fuel between 4th and 5th there. Gianni Vecchio playing the long game and the, triple-digit IQ, following along with BMW Team BS competition and using them for the fuel economy. Further down in the field, though, some battles like this one, Arnage competition, ranging up behind Radicals Online, BMW versus BMW for 13th and 14th. So we ride along, we see, and we hear. Is Arnage competition going to go for the move, or are they going to go for the fuel saving here? One of the places that you learn that kind of thing is here towards the bus stop. And I think they did roll out of the throttle maybe a good 100 meters early or so there. Nothing egregious, but definitely still with an eye on the fuel number, an eye on the consumption gauge, and trying to target a particular number of laps.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. If you can't get by someone, especially if you're close behind someone, but you can't make a move or get by them, it's always, from my past experience of doing these races, it's sometimes better to just do some lifting and coasting and do some fuel saving. Yeah, some people find that boring, but on the other hand, it can save you a bunch of time, especially when it comes to pit stops.
Okay, what's he going to do this time? Down the Kemmel Straight, flash of the headlights. I think that's BMW for. I'm going for this position. Radicals Online, no defense whatsoever. Hold the regular racing line. Probably also lift and coast themselves a little bit. They might be just hoping that it's time for that Arnage competition car to pull them along. The pace didn't seem massively different between both of the cars, except for who was lifting and coasting the most, who was saving the most fuel. Arnage have done it for a couple of corners, done it for a little while, but now they've gone and taken that position, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a good enough run on that occasion. Have had enough of the fuel saving quite clearly, and it looks like Jamie Moon has had enough of the fuel saving as well here, because he's on the back of the other Porsche 24 by Redline car, the 912, not quite in contention like the 911 is for a podium spot, but still inside the top 10 at the very least. And it looks like the Mercedes was going to go for a move there, but decided to back out of it by the end of it. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised as well there's not more Mercedes on the grid, although there are still quite a few. I guess it makes sense really, because it's a very stable car. For a 24-hour race, you'd be hard pushed to find a better car, in my opinion, just for the pure driving of it. It's very, very comfortable. It's not going to surprise you with anything. It's not going to get easily damaged. It's not going to chew through its tyres or be terrible. It's not going to pull you in for fuel every 5 minutes. You know, it's a really solid 24-hour car, whether it be at Spa or any other circuit around the globe. So yeah, it's a really, really solid 24-hour car in my opinion anyway, and this is what we tend to see from it. Never qualifies too well, if we're honest, but by the end of the stints, by the end of the first few stints, they do tend to get up there, and as the race evolves, they tend to climb their way up the order as everybody else hits trouble.
Not a bad sound either, and not a bad power curve from the just big displacement V8, you know. Wherever you are in the rev band, when you ask for a little bit of power, it's going to give it to you, not like some of the turbocharged cars or some of the maybe, more highly revving, more higher strung atmosphere V10s or something like that. Now we're starting to see a real battle form up for 9th and 10th though. Jamie Moon's shown the nose a lot of times, but I think not felt like he was far enough alongside to take the position, and therefore has rolled out of it a couple of times. But here he's trying to force that 912 of Larry ten Voorde onto some different lines. He's feeling the need to defend a little bit on the way into Lafania here. Definitely maybe defending a little bit in some other places as well, and it's starting to form a little bit of a train behind them as well. Not of cars for position, but maybe cars that are a lap down compared to these guys, but are on some newer tyres at this phase of the stint. So you can see a bunch of other cars really starting to line up here who are probably thinking, Jamie Moon, get on and make this move. And he's going to look to the inside of Lanchelot. He's all the way down the inside, well and truly gets a slide back across to the racing line. Larry ten Voorde might have just given up on that one at that point. Still quite a few laps before his next pit stop comes up, but that is now a Mercedes up into 9th place. What about this? 5th and 6th BMW Team GB. What do you see here, Ryan?
Yeah, it looks like BMW Team GB might have just tried to, or I think possibly
they've got their new tyres on this stint.
Yeah.
Compared to Porsche 24 who are on the second stint, so they have managed to catch them and then quite rapidly get past them. Because if you've got those new tyres and you're battling a car that doesn't, and you can't get past them, then you're really wasting that good time on the new tyres. You've got that magical window, the sun is shining, you've got to make your hay, and it would appear that Alessandro Bico is quite the good farmer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's basically if you're on new like you were talking about the new tyres versus the old tyres. I think if you're on new tyres and whoever's in front of you is on old tyres, you've basically got to get by them as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you're just, like you said, David, you'll just lose too much time in it. It looks like Alessandro's got the message and got by as quickly as possible. And as you see now, it's starting to pull away from the Porsche 24 driven by Redline car.
Next target could be BMW Team BS competition. How far up the road is that? Numbers have stopped working on that timing screen, but on the full broadcast graphic, you can see really not that far at all. It's 4/10, yeah, right up behind already. And again, same situation. The number 55 on those newer tyres to the 89 needs to get ahead, get up the road, because come the next stint, the roles will be reversed, and the car that they're getting past now is going to be coming back at them. So it's one step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step back as the stints continue through the night. What you want to make it happen is that when you've got the new tyres, you take 2 steps forward, and when they've got the new tyres, you only take 1 step back. Because if it's going the other way, then, well, that's what the expression is. 1 step forward, 2 steps back is right now you make progress, but if it goes and winds back further in the next stint, then you're losing spots. So great work down the Kemmel Straight, good slipstream, a little bit of BMW participation there. I think no dramas whatsoever from 6th place not long ago up into 4th for BMW Team GB, and about another 10 laps or so to this stint to really make good effect on these tyres, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like that, and I think they are in a stronger position, and Williams Esports as well, I'd include in that. The 2 and the 55, in my opinion, are in stronger positions than the 89 and the 911. You've noticed on this stint that the 2 and the 55 really haven't had to overtake anybody. Until now, it's taken us a good 40 minutes for us to see an overtake from those guys. But that's good news really for them, because it means that they've been running in clean air the entire time, which is a lot faster than being embroiled in battles. When the 89 and the 911 come in, they take tyres, you can see there's a whole clump of cars not really that far behind them really, and it means that they have to make their way through those cars to then get back up to the 55 and the 2 again, so they can't make quite as good a use of the new tyres as the 2 BMWs in the front right now do. So yeah, I think they're in a slightly stronger position as things stand, but you never know how the race can change overnight. The track temperature's coming down, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on. Are we going to see triple stints? At what point are we going to see them, if we indeed do? What manufacturers can manage that? Which manufacturers can't? It's all a bit of a conundrum, really.
While we're looking at all these beautiful cars racing through the night, it reminds me that for some of these newer models of GT3 that have arrived on iRacing, they've really paid great attention to the endurance lights. So you can see some of the Lamborghinis where you can opt to turn off or on the full endurance specification lights that the teams love to run in the real world here at Spa for the 24-hour races. You know, almost the off-roading light bars kind of thing. But then these BMWs also have these great sort of endurance spec corner lights below the main headlights, and a good little flash of the headlights here from BMW Team GB as they go and very cleanly, very easily put a lap on another car. They don't want to be held up in the slightest, and I would say strategy-wise it's looking good for them compared to the cars we're seeing with them on the track here, because now they've got the track position and fresher tyres underneath them. Next pit stop comes around, those cars behind are going to spend longer in the lane putting new tyres on, and then they're going to continue into another stint with BMW Team GB here on these current tyres. So they've got time in hand right now, and then after the upcoming pit stops they're going to have that plus the tyre change time in hand. What they really needed in this stint was to have the track position, because that meant it was in their favour. And from what I can tell, they are still the fastest car out on track right now. A lot of times in the 216s, mid 216s, high 216s, some 217s. But Johnny Vecchio must have got a good slipstream on the previous one for a... No, it was a 216 and I'll sing. 216.4 to BMW. BMW Team GB last time around. So that very, very quick.
Yeah, absolutely is, and some of the lap times I've been looking at has just been absolutely incredible, and how some of these drivers can keep up these sort of lap times every lap and keep doing it consistently is beyond me, but yeah, fair play to them.
So far side of the track is often very dark except for the car's headlights, and you come around to the straight here and there's a couple more buildings illuminated, some of the pit buildings, that nice house and some of the buildings around the circuit. And then once you start pointing this way, you get past some of the spectator areas, you get up Eau Rouge and Radion, and by the end of the Kemmel Straight, you might as well be miles out of town. It is very dark beside the forest. Once you get further, nice illumination on that house at the top of the hill. So you see next car lining up to put an extra lap on. Whoever's in 44th, it looks like Maniti Racing Tim Matska, potentially. Again, no troubles. And when you have 54 GT3 class cars in a race like this, a really long endurance race like this, everyone in the same class, lapping traffic that's in the same class as you, always so much more difficult than, for example, being a prototype car trying to get around some GTs. So it's nice to see decent chunk of sportsmanship out there, but also a fair chunk of, I think, survival instinct.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those races where survival is very important. Safety cars are quite common around here in the real world anyway, yeah, they can happen quite a fair amount, really. So yeah, it's an attritional race, and we've seen already 9 cars out of the race, so there's 45 cars currently circulating out there on the circuit still, which is good news actually. We got through 7 hours with only 7 retirements, which I think is pretty decent, really. But you're right, it can be more dangerous even than Le Mans or Dubai, which is really heavy in the traffic because of the fact that they're all in GT3 cars. So and because of the balance of performance, the speeds on the straight aren't really that dissimilar, really. If you're making a move on the straight, then you're pretty lucky, really. Normally it's on the brakes and in the corners, which is where accidents can happen, obviously, when you're pushing a little bit too hard. We're not quite into that tiredness phase, I wouldn't say, just yet. We're only 7 hours in, and for most of these guys in Europe, it's only 20 to 10 in the evening, should I say. So that tiredness factor isn't quite coming into play just yet, but it's certainly something to think about a little bit later on. But yeah, Lapri is going to keep these guys on their toes for sure.
we've got Richie Stanaway in 14th place in the car number 20, Team Redline Black Velvet. Now, believe he's a Kiwi. I don't know if he's in New Zealand or in Australia at the moment or elsewhere. If he's in Australia, it might be 5:40 a.m. If he's in New Zealand, it'd be 7:40 a.m. I look up and down the drivers currently in the car. We've got a lot of European drivers. In fact, you've got to go all the way down to this man in 14th before you see someone not from Club DH or UK and Ireland or Benelux or Scandinavia or any of the European clubs. And then there's quite a few American club drivers out there, but this is the only driver in a car at the moment representing something other than Europe or North America. We've got Christy Shorter in 68 and 37th position for Impulse Racing, Club South Africa. That's interesting to see. Other than that, only Club Oz NZ driver in a car right now is Mr. Richie Stanaway in this, one of our, I think he's, if we're going to call it Mercedes class, I think he's third in class, if that is how you want to slice the pudding.
Yeah, and Richie Stanaway as well. He's been around for quite some time when it comes to real life racing. He used to be, I think I'm not sure if he was, but I know he did race for Aston Martin Racing a few times in the past, and he's also recently as well. They did some racing in the V8 supercars, so and also GP2 as well. So been around the block for a while now, and he's got experience in quite a few things.
Yeah, who else in that car? The number 20? I'm going to investigate.
Remember Ben Cornett being in there, I think.
Yeah, correct. So I see Richie Stanaway, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Ben Cornett. So is that two of three former supercars drivers?
Yeah. I think 3 Australian / NZ as well. They might actually all be New Zealand because Van Gisbergen and Stanaway certainly are. I'm not sure about Ben Cornett actually, but certainly the two V8 supercar drivers of that team are. And I think he's still a V8 supercar driver this season, isn't he, Richie Stanaway? Maybe I've forgotten. Anyway, he's certainly been very recently driving in the V8 Supercars Championship and put in a fantastic performance at Bathurst a few years ago. It was probably 2017 when it rained. He was a co-driver who was actually stronger than Cam Waters in the water in the rain on that year. So
ironic, isn't it?
That is a bit ironic. But no, he was very, very impressive in 2017. I think it bagged him a full-time drive for the year after.
I'm going to embarrass myself and say I'm not quite sure who's driving in supercars this year. I forgot think Stanaway has a full-time driver. He might have been announced as one of the endurance co-drivers. It's always interesting in that championship. Who becomes the second driver for the multi-driver endurance races is it always ends up being a 50-50 mix of some older retired main game drivers who have the experience and get wheeled back out for those endurance races where the experience matters a great deal and they make a good co-driver. And then also you get some drivers from some of the lower tiers who then get an opportunity to prove themselves, as you have said.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's. I just had a quick Google while you were talking there. Apparently, he's with Greg Murphy this year, which is illustrating your point exactly. One of the full-time, well, not he's not a full-time driver this season, but he is a regular around the V8 supercars. He's still a professional driver, driving quite a lot, and Greg Murphy doesn't drive a lot anymore. He's on the TV coverage these days, has been for quite a while. They're wheeling him out, as you say, to get him a Bathurst drive. And I know that me forgetting the V8 supercar drive is probably excusable, but given that you're from that region, David, it's probably not really excusable for you to forget the driver. But there you are. You're going to get some stick from your fellow countrymen, but never mind.
But think about this, right? Their last race was in Townsville, in the same state as where I live. But that's further away from me than London is from Edinburgh or Glasgow. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true. I'll agree with that.
I mean, Perth is further away from me than Moscow is from London.
Yeah, but your country's just filled with a lot of nothing. We're just jammed in together. You just got animals and stuff. I don't know, really.
Yeah, that's not a bad summation of my home country. We're riding on board with number 84, Alexander Massia here, and you can see, I think he's starting to close in a little bit, potentially, on Radicals Online. You remember we saw Urano, was it, get past this Radicals Online earlier, so keep an eye on this one, Mercedes versus BMW, and we might then get an idea riding on board and looking at where some of the different strengths appear for these different manufacturers. Now, once again, we're looking at a battle between two front-engined, rear-wheel drive, sort of coupe kind of body styles here, but of course, they do have their own characteristics, their own bits where one is quicker than the other, and it looked like the BMW got off La Source pretty well. So where is the strength for the Mercedes? Is it through more medium speed corners? It definitely didn't look like it was stability at the top of Radeon there. Oh, plenty of use of the clutch for the fuel saving at the end there, and of course you can hear it on board, but then you also see it so clearly on the dash there as the revs drop all the way to nothing with the clutch in. You've got to be lifting and coasting a long way, 200 meters or so before putting the clutch in is worthwhile. So clearly, where we are on board here with Urano Esports HP, they are also thinking about the fuel saving, and very much so. Every single lap, it's not, get to 2 laps to the end of the stint and we might, save a wee bit. It's every single lap, you got a target to hit, and it seems like it's quite an aggressive target for a lot of these teams. Every time we ride on board, we're always happy to pick up a slipstream, always looking for just a little bit of lift and coast at some key places around the lap.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing as well. Most of these teams will probably have a race engineer or of some sort to stay keeping them updated on the fuel targets and what to hit every lap, or what to try and get to every lap. And lifting and coasting and clutching as well seems to be the normal ways to save fuel, and also using that slipstream as well.
Got more car lengths here now that the Radicals Online BMW has managed to pull on Alexander Massia. And another car is going to slot in the middle there. The number 11, which is Zenith Esports. That is for position, is it not?
Yeah, it is indeed. Just slipped through, and Ignacio has been looking very strong actually in these last couple of stints. He got past that Porsche into Brussels, if you remember, a little bit earlier on, and now he's slipped on by Ignacio as well. Probably going to get past Tierney in the next few moments as well in the 18 car. So it's turning out to be a pretty good stint for him. But we've just crossed another hour, just under 17 hours to go, 7 gone. And that probably means we are not too far away from some more pit stops. Expecting to see Marla Racing Team and then Williams Esports kicking things off in the pit lane.
Yeah, get ready to hear a little bit of that pit lane alarm, and it will get busy there. I'm seeing... What am I seeing? Quite a few teams that look like they are 1 or 2 laps away from their stop, like you mentioned. Here's where there's that bit of congestion around sort of 13th, 14th, 15th here. We were talking about Richie Stanaway earlier. We were talking about this car partially because of the uniqueness of it being a Mercedes, but now the Urano we were riding on board with earlier, they lost a position to BMW there. And now they've got Richie Stanaway lining up behind them, and we saw it from on board. The rear was looking a little loose at some of the high-speed bits. Particularly, we saw top of Eau Rouge Radeon, where it took a bit of steering correction to keep it under control. But now we're watching it from off board in front of us here. the rear tyres are starting to cry enough for that Urano car. Their pace has dropped off a bit compared to those around them here, and you can see just how much of a struggle it is to put the power down. Of course, you got traction control in these cars, but it can only do so much. You can only rely on it so much, and well, it can only help you maximize the grip that is already there. So could another overtake potentially happen here? Stanaway really lifted a little bit on his way into Blanchimont, and this is for 14th and 15th, setting up a wider entry into the second apex to put good power down onto the start of the pit straight here. There's the finish line, and Stanaway is looking to down the inside of La Source. Urano are not defending it at all, saw it coming and have decided, you know what, from one red and black Mercedes to another, you can take 14th and I will try to save a bit of fuel here and just try to keep his tyres underneath him until when their pit stop rolls around shortly. Now, either of you gentlemen want to jump in on some updates from the pit lane? It's starting to get a little busy there.
Yeah, looks like the Marlon Racing Team car has just been in. There it is on the right hand side of your screen. This is what we normally see every single time from this car. It comes in first, it kicks us off, and then Williams Esports follows suit very, very quickly after that and give us the second pit stop of the day. So Marlon Racing Team just leave. They dropped off the top 16 there, so I couldn't quite see how long their pit stop was. I'll just take a look now. 41.9 seconds. It suggests to me no tyres on that occasion. Leslie Back is now into the pit lane as well for Williams Esports in the number 2. That was a normal stint, exactly a normal stint for him. 26 laps again, and that will see him through another 26 laps, although possibly maybe not tyres this time. Actually, I think they took them last time, so yeah, probably no tyres this time from Back.
You know what, when he entered the pit lane, it reset my count on what his previous pit stop was, but long trundle down the lane, especially for these teams that qualified right up front, because all the pit stops get assigned based on the qualifying grid order. So your pole sitter has a minute on the pit lane speed limiter before they get to their pit box, whereas some of the drivers who then qualify deeper into the grid, to mention some of them, they have their pit stall come up a little earlier in the pit lane. So, but whether you'd want to be, you know, early or further along in the pit lane gets decided based on the qualifying order, because there isn't anything like championship points or first in first serve to assign the bays by. So you're about to see, there we go, the update to the number board in the windscreen for Mercedes. They go from 15 to 13 as they cross the line. That's when it updates the car in pit lane. And this is one of those interesting bits of the pack right now, around, you know, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. While the leaders are starting to string out, it's still oh so competitive around these spots at the fringes of the top 10. That's Radicals getting closer to Zenith for 12th and 11th here, is it?
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like they got pretty close, but they couldn't really make a move. And at the moment, the Zenith Esports team's under attack from Radicals Online. I think it's just a matter of time before Radicals Online get by. But I think obviously
Richie Stanaway closing both of them as well. So this is great. This is 11th, 12th, and 13th. You can see all in one shot. And I think all of them have still got 4 or 5 laps still left in this stint. So don't expect to see a pit stop break up this battle. Richie Stanaway might want to grab both of these positions in the next 4 laps or so before his pit window and his pit stop rolls around. Sorry to cut across you there, but yeah, it's a good little battle. 3-car scrap.
No problem. I was just about to say as well, I was looking up at the front, watching the 2 red line cars, and I think this should be in the pits within a few laps. I'm estimating or guessing anyway. They'll probably be in the pits maybe within the next 4 or 5 laps.
Bueller Racing Team Euronics number 450, our leading of the Lamborghini flying the Italian flag there. They're in the pit lane. SimRC are in the pit lane. As I said, these three cars that we can see from here don't think of stopping this time. They're all about 21, 21, 22 laps into their stint, and they're all teams that have been trying to go 26 or 27. So not bad here for these teams, that a lot of the cars in front of them already having to pit. But there's a little bit of a fuel advantage, a little bit of a stint advantage for them. Radicals Online will be the first to blink here though, because they've gone 26 laps on all their most recent stints and are now 23 into this one compared to 27 lap stints last time for Richie Stanaway, and he's going to go for the move. He's got no fuel saving concerns here, it would seem. Has to use sixth gear as well down the inside to Lecum and towards Melmedy. Easy done. And he's been a bit of a highlights reel in the last half hour or so. He's picked off one car, then another, now another. And I think he can still get forward to Zenith as well. It does look like this is coming towards the end of the first stint on tyres for all three of these cars. So it doesn't appear to be, a tyre advantage necessarily for Team Redline Black Velvet. This just seems like where their pace is at right now.
Well, yeah, you say that, but I do believe that Zenith and Redline do actually have, Stanaway's Redline car anyway, have that tyre advantage because they took them on that last pit stop, whereas Radicals didn't take tyres on that last occasion. For example, neither did Alexander Massier in the Arano Esports HB car, so I think there is some tyre involved there, but Stanaway is certainly catching Ignacio on his own accord, really. You can see the gap's now down below a second for the first time we've seen, certainly in our stint here, so it's certainly putting in a good shift, and you'd expect that really from Stanaway, and he is doing a very good job indeed. However, I think pit stops might interrupt that before he actually gets to do the overtake on the circuit. I think they may have to come in for a change of tyres and some more fuel.
Those stops, it's now elevated to 9th and 10th as some other cars in front of them have pitted. Probably end up sort of back closer towards 14th or 15th in the next 10 minutes once this all cycles through. It's Jamie Moon, SimRC though, he's pitted and he's behind that Marla Racing team number 5, so both of them same tyre strategy as well, and battling it out here on the outlap for Jamie Moon of this stint. He's come out of the pit lane directly behind Andre Bircher, who is now 2 laps into his stint. Again, another battle of Mercedes versus BMW. How do the rear tyres fare on the second stint here for Jamie Moon? A little bit better than what we might have seen from Urano. He had good speed up the hill there, really steady, pulls out of the slipstream. He's looking for the spot. He's really committing to trying to make this move. Like we've seen time and time again, a lot of teams looking fuel limited, really trying to hit those stints. No defense whatsoever from the Marla car there. More teams onto the pit lane. Looks like BMW Team GB and also one of the Maniti Lamborghinis. Maniti Racing 178 with Tim Matska. Here is that SimRC car that just made the move down the Kemmel Straight. Yeah, indeed it is. Jamie Moon already put a couple car lengths on Marla Racing team. So unless there's underlying factors of the drivers and the team preparation, etc., maybe the Mercedes is also a little better on the second stint of the tyres than the BMW.
Yeah, quite possibly could be, as I'm just watching the BMW Team be in the pits at the moment, and it looks like they're just taking fuel only as Alessandro Rico leaves pit road now, and he's just heading up there the pit exit road.
The 24 in their box now, the 912 McLaren 10 Ford. Zenith Esports on the pit lane. It is a busy place, and also they spend a lot of time trundling down that pit lane at 60 kilometers an hour. Some race tracks that are probably the same length as just what the pit lane is here for this endurance layout of Spa, though not quite as long as that ad hoc one they made for the NLS. Do you guys remember that one that went out like through the paddock and then snakes back onto the pit lane?
Oh God, yeah, that rings a bell now. Yeah, that was very long. That was, and
it kind of looked like one of those school pickup drop-off loop kind of things where they try to stop the parents with their large SUVs from backing up the road, so they make a kind of a loop thing that they'll
That's not
have
really
to
a
go
problem
through.
where I live, I'll have to say. People don't bring big pickup trucks to pick their kids up from school where I live, but there you go. I think that's the difference in living in the middle of nowhere in Australia and living in the UK, to be honest. But there we are. But yeah, I know what you mean. It looks like someone's just
We do that, and I'm sort of mocking the behaviour because I
okay.
I disapprove.
Well, yeah, it does seem completely irrational, but there we are. Welcome to Australia. What was I going to say? What was it? I got distracted by taking the mick out of Australia. I completely forgot. I can get away with it because it's early in the morning, but maybe I should tone it down because it's getting a bit more of a sensible time. What I was going to say about Team BMW, no tyres for them on this occasion. They've come out about just under 5 seconds behind Williams Esports, which is fairly close. But they had a slightly shorter pit stop, but they're on a very similar strategy right now, and yeah, it seems that that's all running to plan for them really, yeah, they're just going to try and do something about Team Redline. I'll just see what they can do at this point. I can't see any strategy ploy that they can make to get things kind of moving, but you know, it's yeah, they're in a sticky situation right now anyway.
Yep, and second place BMW Team Redline Blue car is just came into the pits as well with Lorenzo Colombo at the wheel at the moment. So I wonder if they'll do a full service, they do a driver change as well, or maybe just take fuel only.
Probably a good one to keep an eye on because for quite a long time in this race, the 71 and the 72 were very much flying in formation. We saw a bit of a rift form last pit stop where there was suddenly 4 or 5 seconds in there, and right before the 72 came onto the lane, there'd become 11 seconds between the leading BMW Team Redline Red, or BMW Team Red Line, and BMW Team Redline Blue. So a bit of a rift starting to form between the 71 and the 72, the two BMW team cars there. So in 2 laps time when we see Beneke pit again, see if that has continued to be the case and if the 71 starts to stretch further out as the race leading favourite. 72 has just hit their box now, so we'll get an idea later on of what their service is like.
Yep, they're doing a full service. Dan Beach is out the car and Chris Wilhelm is jumped in.
So typically we expect to see a driver change precipitate a tyre change as well. Fueling and tyre change separate in the pit stops for these GT3 cars, hence why a pit stop that includes a tyre change takes longer, hence all this strategy around double stinting, around single stinting, etc. So the fueling is still happening right now, and then when that's done, we'll wait to see, does the car go up on the jacks? And indeed it does, so that is also a tyre change there for Team Redline Blue. Complete reset, new fuel, new tyres, new driver. We'll see if maybe Lolholm has what it takes to bring Team Redline Blue car back to Team Redline Red. Of course, it'll all depend what happens at the end of next lap. And the pit stop for BMW Team Redline Red as well. Pit phase right now for our leading cars, and that looked pretty good for Redline Blue.
Oh, it did, but Williams Esports have been able to get back out in front. So this is what we keep talking about. They're alternating on who's changing tyres. So let's just take one Redline and one Williams Esports car. to prove this point, because that'll make it a little bit simpler for us. Every time the Williams eSports car takes tyres, the Redline car doesn't, and vice versa. Both of the Redline cars are doing this. And this point is where the Redline cars are taking the tyres, so they're dropping back 25 seconds each time. However, increasingly with each stint, the Redline cars are no longer going back behind the Williams cars like they're supposed to. Williams are going back behind Redline like is normal, but they're not. But Redline aren't doing the same anymore. Not nearly anyway. 4 seconds is the gap between Williams and Redline Blue at the moment, with the Redline Red car likely to come out a good 5 seconds in front of that Williams eSports car, unless it has done a shorter pit stop itself, which I find unlikely. So yeah, it's becoming more and more difficult in this situation, and it'd be a pretty big moment in the race really if Redline are able to change tyres and still come out ahead of Williams, who are on already 1 stint old tyres as of right now. They're going to be on 2 stint old tyres at the end of this stint and be changing them at the end. So yeah, I'd say this is looking worse and worse, and Redline are getting into more of a comfortable position with almost every pit stop that we see.
Fan favourite car on the pit lane right now, Johnny Vecchio, with the number 911 for his pit stop. And probably also expecting to see that BMW Team Redline Red in shortly as well. Driver change for the 911 is Johnny Vecchio out, Jeff Giassi in. So the driver change also taking place there. And to your point there, Ewan, yes, 25 extra seconds it takes in the pit stop. Maybe 27 extra seconds. 25 is a good round number as well, though, to estimate, is that as they go through those pit stop sequences and they don't alternate the lead anymore and it becomes just BMW Redline Red holding on to the lead regardless of the phase in the strategy, that would then suggest, all things adjusted, at least a 25, 27, 30 second kind of lead. Headlight flashes on the lane there as well, because we've got your leader, BMW Team Redline Red, Max Benecke on the lane. He's flashing his headlights out. I think it was Team Redline Black Velvet, Richie Stanaway. So a bit of love, maybe, between the BMW and the Mercedes. Both of them in the same kind of livery. So both of them red there. And they're both pitting on the same lap as well. Though, of course, that being your leader on the lane is actually a lap ahead of Richie Stanaway. More service continues on the pit lane. Sound of rattle guns and driver changes and shoes, race boots scuffling on the tarmac for the driver change in the leading car, which is now going to be Jonas Vollmeyer to replace Max Benecke. What a combination of drivers they have been in these iRacing endurance special events going back many, many years. Very often you see Vollmeyer and Benecke sharing a car, and tradition continues.
Yeah, they seem to be like basically you can never separate either driver in these special events, because they just seem to have a good chemistry as well. They seem to work well together as well, and yeah, basically I think it's one of those things that if it ain't broke, basically if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, the tyres must be about broke, because they are getting fixed / replaced. That leading the Redline Red. Richie Stanaway will stay in the car. It was fuel only for him in the Mercedes, so he's going to stay on the lead lap by virtue of the shorter pit stop, 27 seconds shorter, and almost begins to cycle through all of our pit stoppers. A couple little stray ones hanging on. I think Urano Esports number 3 competition just finished their pit stop, have they? It's still in progress for Alexander Voss. What do you think, looking at the gap between the red lines? It's still 11 seconds or so that the 71 leads the 72, with that Williams Esports number 2 in the middle that's going to form a bit of traffic for the 72 as well as the old tyres versus new tyres plays out. once again between SimRC and Marla Racing Team. Jamie Moon versus Andre Bircher. BMW did seem to have a lot of closing speed in the slipstream by the end of the Kemmel Straight there, but even this early in the stint, already thinking about, if you can't make the move, you're better to save the fuel. It's one or the other come the end of the Kemmel Straight if you're in the slipstream.
Well, you've got to think about it right from the very start, really, because if you're not fuel saving at the start, then you're not going to get any laps, especially around here. Over 7 kilometres this circuit, that's a long way to be going. If you don't have that kind of fuel on board to start with, then you've got to start pretty early in terms of actually making that one work. So I can't blame them, although I think Marla will be trying to make their way through here in the next few moments. They're not going to want to be stuck behind Mercedes, to put it that way. Even with a RaceSpot sticker on the rear wing, it's still not going to be quite as quick as they are, I wouldn't imagine. So SimRC are probably resigned to their fate at this point, and Marla Racing Team will be up the road as the 89 and the 911 both come out the pit lane, by the way. You can kind of see what I mean. I was talking about earlier, Williams and BMW Team GB have a lot cleaner air when they're on newer tyres. Just look at where the 89 and 911 are right now. They're going to have to get through on the 450 and maybe the 84 as well. Probably not the 84, because they do owe us a pit stop, as do the number 3 team, who are currently leading this race by 12 seconds. But that's what I mean. They can't quite use their new tyres quite as effectively as the other BMWs because they're stuck in traffic, whereas the other ones aren't when they make their new tyre stop, obviously.
It's always tough to gauge. Sometimes new tyres with a slipstream can be useful, but new tyres and not being able to get around someone is a waste of those new tyres. Watching this one get a little bit closer, and as we are 16 hours, 36 minutes still to go in this race, now almost an hour and a half into this section of the commentary stint, ride on board with the Marla BMW, as they've got a great view forward at an awesome looking RaceSpot sticker, but also we'll ride on board with them for a lap or two. You'll hear the you'll hear the sounds, see the sights, and also get a good idea for how attacking Andre Bircher is being. Is he full attack or is he saving some fuel? Let's ride a lap or two on board here with the number 5 BMW. There we go. Hope you enjoyed riding a couple laps on board in this battle for 8th and 9th with the Marla Racing Team car driven by Andre Bircher, one of the many BMW M4 GT3s in this race. And we just get so spoiled here on iRacing because for many months now we've had it as a car. It's featured in several endurance races already, iRacing special events, and you kind of forget that it doesn't race homologated in the real world yet. So yeah, great for BMW to give iRacing that kind of exclusive, that kind of partnership, and let iRacing be a little glimpse into the future of what some of these great GT3 endurance races are going to look like going forward. And it seemed like also, as we rode on board there, that 8th and 9th with very similar times here, and Andre Bircher happy to ride at the pace of Jamie Moon. And again, both of them to the second stint of their tyres, and that might be where, all things being equal, Mercedes starts to get a little stronger than the BMW. Here on Race Spot, it's still me, David Haynes, with Ewan O'Leary and Ryan Walker, the indefatigable Hugo Lewis behind the scenes with the production, with the cameras, with the split screen and all of the visual goodness. Ryan, what do we think now this far into the race? Still, actually in sim 40 seconds ago, it just passed midnight. So technically in the middle of the night for this race right now.
I think this is a crucial part of the race where you've kind of just got to try and keep your focus as much as possible, keep your concentration as much as possible, try and try not to make any mistakes. This is my favourite part of the race, just because it's such a challenge, trying to keep your concentration and trying to keep the pace up, especially in the night-time part of the race as well. And it's I find it a great challenge, and I think these drivers are probably finding it a great challenge as well. But also it's got to be as a crucial part of the race as well, because this is where you've got to kind of just think about the strategy as well.
Yeah, indeed. So what else is happening in the top 10? Well, it's still 11 seconds between BMW Team Redline Red and BMW Team Redline Blue. I think Team Redline Blue, the 72, be catching Williams Esports, but they are still 3 seconds off the back of being able to use their tyre advantage to move the BMW Team Redline duo there into 1 and 2 as they had been for parts of the race earlier. BMW Team GB really not far off the back of BMW Team Redline Blue there at the moment, but again, alternate tyre strategies when some cars are on new tyres, some cars are on old, and then vice versa, of course. Of the 54 starters, best I can tell, 43 of them still running, so attrition always to be expected. We've had some incidents and some collisions already in this race so far, but I think that's not bad. 40 plus cars make it this far into the race, past the first about third or so. I think they're well geared to continue, so I'm gonna hedge my hat on this. I reckon 38 cars finish, 40 cars finish this race.
A bold call that, because we can't lose many more, and you realise we've got the whole night to go yet, so might be a bit of a brave one, but we'll wait and see. Let's not forget, as you mentioned, just ticked over midnight. You might be wondering, well, what on earth time zone are these guys in? They must be like, an hour and 40 in front of me or whatever. That's strange. Talking about the in-game time rather than the real-life time, just ticking past midnight. That's why I was kind of surprised it got dark so early. I was looking outside thinking it's not dark yet, and it's dark on the thing, but it's not quite matched up to the European time, what it is in real life. It's not matched up to UK time or any time really. It's just A time, and that's what it is. So I'm not sure when the sun's going to be rising. Probably about 10 hours to go, maybe start rising. Maybe a little bit more than that. But certainly, given the way it has panned out, it means that we're going to get a very long stretch of daylight towards the end of the race. In real life, that would set us up for a safety car with just less than 10 hours to go, and then they race to the flag from there. But obviously, we don't have safety cars in iRacing to kind of close the field up, at least for this particular event. Anyway, we don't have them. So yeah, it's just going to be an all-out run to the flag from basically the first minute, which is how it should be. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of daylight running towards the end, which is certainly helpful for the motivation. I feel like, if there's like 6 hours to go and you can still see darkness, so I feel like it does become a real grind for you. But I think the sun coming up is always a sign of hope in a 24-hour race. So the fact that it's going to come up so early in this one is going to help a few, I think.
Good battle for position here. The Lamborghini fans will be hoping that SRC Squadron Corsa Black can hold on to 14th place. But again, if my numbers are correct, I think Radicals Online and the BMW have a little bit of a tyre advantage here that they're trying to use to get around the V10 powered Lamborghini. Here they are onto the Kemmel Straight, and of course a critical corner is Eau Rouge Radion, and it's been a good run for Adam Tierney in the Radicals Online BMW. And once he shows the nose, has the momentum, then the long game and the self-preservation clicks in for Massimo Cabognani, and he rolls out of the throttle. That was a name that I really thought I was going to be able to pronounce until I got halfway through it and had a little bit of a crisis of confidence. I got to family name, but position changes hands here for Radicals Online, and I think it's easy, as you'll see any of them take place, just using the tyres for good momentum, near flat out through Eau Rouge and Radion, then the slipstream, and then a very cooperative driver who understands that there's a difference in the strategy going on, and all they're going to do is hurt their own fuel consumption, damage their own tyres by keeping their fists up and keeping the fight going for longer than was necessary.
Yeah, I think the Squadra Corsa driver of the Carbognani just to say that it's not worth fighting too much. There's still a long way to go in this race. We've got about 16 hours and 21 minutes remaining in this race, so it's still a long way to go and anything can happen. Maybe some of the teams in front could have issues during the night time or during the night hours as well, so maybe just thinking of the long game.
And clearly, the first stint of the new tyres, the BMW is the car to have here, because look how much already he's pulled away on this lap from that Lamborghini. It's into that second stint where comes the Achilles heel. Whoa, and there's not much great traction out of SRC Squadra Corsa there. They've had a bit of a wiggle coming out of the bus stop chicane there. Yeah, if anything, the weak point for the BMW seems to be the pace in that second stint, but it's strong enough in the first stint that during the heat of the day when everyone's single stinting, and during the night here, it all balances out. BMW kind of being the car to beat. Here's Maniti Racing, another Lamborghini. This time it looks like they are sticking a move on the BMW. The tide goes the other way now against... Is that one of the Urano esports cars?
Zenith, that is.
Zenith,
with Ignacio,
correct.
I think, still driving that car. Let's not forget that Zenith didn't take time, although neither did Maniti Racing, actually. I'm surprised about that. I thought the Lamborghini were taking tyres on the last occasion, but apparently not. They're marching up the road anyway, and yeah, I think Sport Team Competition are going to fancy their chances as well, even though they didn't take tyres either. Yeah, I think they'll be looking to get through, certainly. The only teams that have taken tyres in the top 17 cars are right up towards the front. The 911, the 89, and the two Redline cars who were first and third at the moment. They took tyres, the rest of them didn't on that occasion. Interestingly though, Williams Esports are maintaining the margin to the front of the field, so we're about halfway through this stint, and they're holding off Team Redline Blue. The gap coming down below 2 seconds ever so slightly now. It's not not too much, it's not too bad for them, but you know, they're holding their own very, very well in this stint, and I'm not entirely sure how or why.
Yeah, I mean, traffic or something could have played a part on a lap or two, but yeah, last lap for Laissez-Back, only 1/10 and a half slower than Jonas Vollmeyer at the lead, and well, Laissez-Back ought to be on tyres that are, you know, an hour older, 27 laps older. What's 27 times 7? Several hundred kilometres older. Yeah, and he's definitely sort of really not fading much at all so far in this stint. Laissez-Back still ahead of Chris Lawlham in the 72, who ought to be catching with newer tyres and not losing out too badly. BMW Team Redline Red in the lead. So Laissez-Back clearly at one with that BMW, and it's been kind to the tyres in the first stint as well, if they're still giving him very competitive times in the second stint. That's what they might need to keep up through the night here if they're going to continue to compete and continue to make BMW Team Redline with their two-pronged attack up front worry if they can still hold on to the race lead and keep that pressure on. This is the one we were watching earlier when we rode on board with Andre Bircher. He's still flying in formation with SimRC, another racing team. In ninth with the BMW, really closed up big time on the brakes there into the bus stop. Is Jamie Moon now at a point in the stint where he hasn't had as much slipstream and he's starting to think about the fuel? Keep your ear out for a bit of lift and coast from that otherwise thunderous Mercedes V8, 6.2 litres of some proper displacement. Because for a lot of this stint that we've been watching, Bircher has been the one enjoying the slipstream. Jamie Moon hasn't had too many people for the slipstream off of, and that might be starting to show the fuel consumption number on the wrong side of what it needs to be for them to hit those 26 or 27 lap stints, whatever it is they're trying to do.
Yeah, I was just watching Jamie's onboard from my perspective, and he didn't do any lifting and coasting at all. So looks like at the moment he's pretty much maybe just pushing a little bit at the moment, just to try and maybe keep track position when it comes to the next set of stops. But at the moment he's still he's under huge pressure from Andre Borza behind him for the Mahler Racing team. So I wonder if Andre gets a run, he'll try and take advantage and make a move on Jamie, or maybe just stick behind Jamie and do some fuel saving.
For several laps now, fuel saving has been the name of that game. And I really thought we were gonna, at some point about now in this stint, be looking at Chris Lawlham in third, challenging Williams Esports for second. And you just see that the margin on the graphic, 1.5 seconds, just needs to close up another half a second before then the slipstream will do what it does best and suck those cars together into a battle. In a minute, all of them not able to close that gap. I'm starting to see BMW Team GB. I think they're also doing pretty well on their second stint of the tyres as well. Has something changed with this track, the way it's rubbering in, or a Team Redline 71 and 72 sort of keeping their powder dry and being really conservative on the fuel consumption and other things in this stint?
Well, I'm just having a quick look at the track temperature, and at the moment the track temperature is still 21 degrees. So with regards to the track temperature anyway, nothing's changed.
We had a question, and a good question, about the 912, and I think I might have missed this. They have dropped back to about 19th place or so. Someone else checked, but did they make a pit stop and then immediately come in the lap after? Was there a problem for the 912 through their most recent stop phase? Did they pit twice, 2 laps in a row?
Possibly, because the last pit stop they did was 28 seconds, which is not a no tyre stop. That's 10-12 seconds shorter than you would really want on that particular kind of pit stop. So I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, apologies for missing that one. I didn't quite notice they were gone until you just pointed it out there. And yeah, you're right, they're well down now, nearly outside of the top 20. They managed to stay within it, fortunately, but yeah, that's not particularly good news for them, obviously. They fought off Movano Sim Racing actually not so long ago, but clearly some kind of problem on that last pit stop. Yeah, exactly. 28 seconds is too short, isn't it, really?
Well, that's a tyre change, isn't it? Did they come in needing a tyre change and it didn't happen, and then they had to come in again and take the tyre change? It doesn't look like it was a drive-through penalty, because what can sometimes happen is if you're caught speeding on the way out of the pit lane, or as can happen here with the way that the pit exit works from the endurance pits, you go too far over one of the lines and you get penalised for crossing the blend line and an unsafe pit exit. That, I think, would give you a drive-through penalty. But that looks like for Christopher Dambeats. They've come in, he's taken over the car, they've fueled it up, and then maybe he's come back in the very next lap after for a tyre change. Like maybe they forgot to change tyres. It's the only thing I can think of, and 28 seconds is basically exactly a 4 tyre change and, you know, enough fuel for the one lap that he would have done.
Yeah, that's the thing though, that you wouldn't expect a mistake like that from a team, like a top team such as Team Redline. I mean, if they have forgotten to put the tyres on at the pit stop, when they've changed drivers, then that's a bit of a facepalm moment, if you like.
Well, it's the sort of thing you absolutely, can't afford to do. You look up and down the graphic, and we've got our top 4 cars within, 12 seconds or so now. There's many great battles still happening, and that's always going to be the case when you've got 40 plus cars all within one class. The margins for losing a position, gaining a position, or losing or gaining 10 spots is very, very fine when everyone is operating at this level, at the very peak of the performance window of all of these cars. We have so many, so skilled drivers. The level of competition here is so high that then the margins between them become so small that a little mistake like that, yeah, it's gone and cost them all of the pit lane transit time of a minute, and therefore dropped them easily 10 places or more, with whether it was a pit stop mistake, whether it was a technical problem, something else that needed to be resolved, whatever it was, it has been super costly for that 912.
Yeah, it has. It's dropped them a long way down. The other Redline cars, though, running quite well at the moment. The Redline Blue car is approaching on the back of the Williams Esports car. Here they are, and this is the battle I wanted to see, because it's absolutely fantastic to see these two battling it out very, very close together indeed. It's Chris Ludham getting up towards the back of the Williams Esports car right now. We'll see if there's a move, but they're in they're in exactly the same machinery, so the BMW we're riding on board with right now isn't exactly going to have any advantage in terms of straight line speed, only the slipstream we can use, and on that occasion he decided he was not close enough to make one, so lifted off quite dramatically going up into Le Col on that occasion. Decides not to make the move now. So about half an hour into the stint here, trying to work out what lap this is actually on at the moment, but I can't just 14. Right now. But lap 14, so we're just over halfway in this stint now for these guys. And finally, Williams and Team BMW Team GB, should I say, are finally starting to lose a bit of ground. They've been holding their own for a very long time, and it's been very impressive to see, actually. But now, finally, the wheels are starting to come off. Fortunately, not literally, but they are starting to lose that little bit of pace. The gap's gone out to 9 seconds for the lead, and Redline Blue are starting to apply the pressure. Team GB, BMW, in another order, are 4.5 seconds away now. So these gaps are starting to get bigger again because of the old tyres. This is what we expected to see half an hour ago, really. It's impressive that they held on for this long.
Yeah, this is one that we've been salivating over for 20 minutes. We thought we were going to see this battle, and we could take a look at how aggressive Redline Blue might be, how aggressive Williams Esports might be. And the answer is, at a lot of these key places, huge lift and coast, as you noted, at the Kemmel Straight. Quite noticeable again at the bus stop there as well. They're going to keep doing this for another lap, or are they really going to try to get in position to attack on the Kemmel Straight this lap? That's what I want to see in this battle for second and third. Second and third on track, but you've got to say that the number 72 probably really has the strategy advantage here with the newer tyres on. They leapfrog them in the next stop anyway, when they have the shorter stop, and Williams Esports have to change tyres next time around. Good run up the hill still from Williams Esports. A really good line. And no defence down the Kemmel Straight. Wilhelm gets close. Doesn't make any attempt to pull out. He is looking for some fuel saving. Remember that this number 72 is already 2 laps worse off on fuel than the leading BMW Team Redline Red number 71. So maybe they'll consider trying to, extend here to close that gap back down again on the strategy to their teammates, or maybe they're just struggling more and they need this kind of help to hit those 27 lap stints. Again, the wing angle, the wing settings for these BMWs are known by a number. You either have it set to 1, 2, or 3, etc. And apparently, there's some big fans out there of wing setting number 2, which is super skinny, super trimmed out. Would be good for your fuel consumption, but maybe real sketchy through Eau Rouge Raidillon on the used tyres, potentially through Huon as well. Another one of those corners, Blanchimont, another one of those corners where, if the balance isn't there, the rear might get away. Now this is so close between second and third. It's now the time for Chris Wilhelm to attack. He is as close as he has ever been. It's not going towards Blanchimont. It could be at the bus stop. Watch, maybe he's looking a little less fuel savvy now, a little more aggressive. As time goes on, he might start losing time to the number 71. But again, it's the fuel save. So maybe this has been the strategy all along. Close up to the number 2 and then for a couple laps really save the fuel.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, there's only so much fuel saving you can do though. I think if I was Wilhelm, I would maybe do a bit of fuel saving first and then towards the end of the stint, if he's still something's happened to Dylan B. Scrivens.
I think he got help, didn't he?
Number 84 is well off the racing line. A lot of smoke in the air, and he will take a play at some point, potentially. It's shaping up potentially for the move here. Second and third, though. What's Chris Wilhelm going to do? This time, he pulls out, he shows the nose, and that is a very early symbol to Lasse back, who then also rolls out of the throttle. Easy switch up into second to see 71 and 72 running. Now, first and second, once again. Wilhelm was not in a hurry to make that move, though. So he might have just, for a lap or two, been thinking about the fuel. Any more update on the Scriven situation there, fellas?
Well, other than the fact that he's severely damaged, he's going to be in the pit lane for quite a while. I don't think that, here we go. We might see the reason why. Now, I thought somebody had got into him. He was trying to get through on Massimo Carbagnani. You did a better job of that earlier. I did a terrible job there. But anyway, the 48 Lamborghini was on the outside line. I think they were in a battle for position. I'm pretty sure they were, actually. The 84 was trying to get down the inside at Blanchimont, but also get back to the normal race line so that they could have a clean run through there and get back going again more quickly. And they didn't quite account for the Lamborghini on the outside, got tipped into a spin, a big crash at Blanchimont. You're going at good 180 miles an hour, 170 miles an hour through there. I am astonished that Mercedes is still going. You can see the rear wing is bent like I've rarely seen it before. It's quite ridiculously out of whack, actually, and you can imagine the rear downforce on that car right now is not nice, but clearly it is drivable, and that's what we were saying about the Mercedes earlier on. It's really quite a robust car. It will get you to the end of a 24-hour race. Even apparently after smashing it into the wall of Blanchimont, it can still get you to the end.
That rear wing, even in silhouette in the dark, you can tell is bent out of shape. At some point we'll get a better look at it. You mentioned potentially the loss of downforce. That's a consideration. But even worse is when you bend it like that, the extra drag is almost as bad as the loss of downforce, because that hurts your straight line speed. It's going to hurt your fuel consumption. Therefore, it's going to hurt your stint length as well. They have continued, and I'm in complete agreement with your assessment of the situation. They were just trying to get back onto the racing line. They might have done it just slightly too early. And in addition, I think I'm going to rate us Ryan and then me and then you, Ewan, in terms of proficiency pronouncing Cavagnani. Now I've had another go at it. I think I'm a lot closer. Some other Lamborghini action though. Hopefully not contact. Hopefully just some good battling and some intrigue here. You can see from the number boards they've changed places this lap, because 25 is in front of 24. Now they're going to change into 25 and 26. Sport Team and Rincon Racing have on this lap somewhere ended up behind Carbon Sim Sport. I think they're just behind PGZ Motorsport as well. So a good little battle here in the mid 20s or so. Considering 40 plus cars still running, this is kind of our mid pack for this GT3 field. Really nothing to sniff at to still be running in these mid 20s, and all of the cars looking relatively clean in this battle as well. Yeah, so Sport Team and Rincon Racing, we're right on board with BMW, with the Carbon and PGZ Lamborghinis in front. Oh, here's an ambitious dive, wanting to take that spot away. I think the Carbon car has been, well, lost a spot last lap and now loses a spot again this lap, so their tyres maybe crying enough, maybe thoroughly second-hand. And we've seen that happen before, haven't we? Cars with the new tyres just really want to use Rivage as a great opportunity to flex their extra mechanical grip.
Yeah, pretty much. It seems to be any of the teams or any of these cars that put on new tyres and they're behind someone with older tyres on, pretty much they try and gain as many positions as possible, try and get that track position, just to try and not lose too much time. Because if you're pretty much around Spa as well, if you're stuck behind a car that's on old tyres and it's starting much slower as well, you're just going to lose time, and in effect it can cost you when it comes to the pit stops as well. So it's definitely can't afford to hang around too much.
One of the great things you notice in the dark is some of the customization options available for that Lamborghini. I think that's PGZ up front have the endurance lights fitted. Some other teams don't have the endurance lights fitted, but then also you've got the customization for what colour of LED strip you want above the door. Now that is something the real world teams always go for. It makes it super easy to identify the cars in these kinds of situations where you rather sometimes, you know, half the car's in the dark and the other half of the car you can't see from the headlight glare. So those little different coloured LED strips, etc., those unique identifiers can be super useful to the real world teams, to the marshals around the track, but also here on the sim to us. The battle's going on. HB Sim Racing are currently scored 34th. They're up behind V-Rig KC Racing Esports. I think both of these teams are 20 laps into their first stint on a set of tyres. I think it's, unless you read timing and scoring differently to me, I think it's identical strategy between these two BMWs. So as true a scrap and a battle as we ever see.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm reading the same numbers as you there, so yeah, I do believe these guys are on identical strategies, pitting even at the same time, never mind just on the same strategies. So there he goes, down the inside, Luis Felipe Calderon gets through and into 33rd position in front of Richard Gefenitzu, something like that. Into
one thing I want to point out there is that something that can happen in these night racing that you wouldn't have during the day. The car in front flash their headlights to say, if you're going to make the move, go on ahead. And the car behind can see that the car in front has flashed their headlights, but during the day, you'd have no chance of spotting that. Here's some more flashing headlights from a Lamborghini that doesn't want to be held up. This is Phoenix and Volante, and I think Phoenix get past Volante Racing there. Again, clearly signalling their intention. So Sometimes the other drivers around you have their headlight flasher button mapped and use it for no purpose other than annoyance. I think we're seeing some actually good communication between doing some of these battles. These drivers are aware that we've just passed 8 hours into this race, still 16 to go. There is still sportsmanship to be had between some of these competitors, all just trying to make sure everyone knows what everyone else is doing. They don't trip up over each other unnecessarily this early in the race.
I have to say, I have never seen anybody wave through anybody else with a flash of the headlights. That is a new one on me. Maybe that is normal, and I just never noticed it before. But yeah, that is an interesting point, and that yeah, you could never be able to do that on the day because obviously you can't see it on the road when the sun's up, etc. So yeah, that's a new development that I've not really seen a lot of in the last few years. This car, yellow Lamborghini, sorry, it's not yellow at all, is it? It's green. The Lamborghini on our screens right now for Phoenix Racing Eastport. They've recently had a bit of an incident, clearly an accident somewhere around, because their last pit stop was 1 minute and 50. That's quite a long time. Certainly a good 40 seconds longer than you would have wanted, so clearly some damage repair having to be made there, and they were able to get through on Volante.
If you were speeding on pit lane on the way to your pit box, you'd get held an extra 40 seconds. So that could have been speeding in pit lane if they, came up to the commitment cone with a little bit too much head of steam on. Damage repair is possible, but also if they were speeding on pit lane on the pit entry, they might have gotten held for an extra 40 seconds. Either way, 40 seconds when you can see how close some of these battles are around the mid-pack. 40 seconds too many.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of time to be giving up. I'll just have a look at some of the gaps up in front. I can see it was a 12-second gap to the next group, but then the next biggest gap doesn't come for another, 8 cars. It's very, very close. So yeah, it's too much time to be given away, certainly.
Volante corking the bottle. We saw them get passed by Phoenix not long ago. Now, Arnage Competition ranging up behind them. Once again, it all just boils down to the tyre strategy. You can become a little bit of a sitting duck towards the end of your second stint on the tyres. Mr. Wilkins is just trying to hold on until he gets to that point where it's either time to put some new tyres on or hand the car over to someone else. Potentially both. He's got Arnage Competition right up behind him, trying to do a cross back and over under, maybe carry some speed to get down the inside of La Source. Phil might ask, is Jimmy in this split? Yes, he is. Jimmy Antunes for Arnage Competition is looking down the inside at La Source to try to grab another position. Not a lot of overlap there, but was down the inside, and then at the apex did get given all of the space, moves up one spot. There you have it.
Yeah, I was trying not to laugh.
There's even some slightly minty BMWs out here as well.
Yeah, I have to say that there's plenty of BMWs out there, and it seems to be the popular car. I've done some practice with the car myself, done some races with it in the iRacing 24/8 official series in the special events, and it's a fun car. It's definitely one of the cars I would recommend, but I prefer to be different and go for a car that's less used, in all honesty, when it comes to endurance stuff.
So Williams Esports Lasse back is on the pit lane, another 26 lap stint, so not hitting that same number that some of the other teams are really trying to stretch out for. He did do quite well, we thought, holding his own against the 71 and the 72 BMW Team Redline duo up front, given the tyre life and the tyre age was involved. We're going to see when the car gets further down the pit lane. Is it Lasse Back's turn to stay in the car, or is it going to be someone else for the number 2?
Probably getting out, I would imagine. He didn't take tyres last time around, did he? So you don't want to be triple stinting and staying in, I wouldn't have said anyway, but we'll wait and see. He's kicking off the pit stop cycle once again for, well, I can't remember the last time that didn't happen, probably never. if we're honest. 26 laps once again on that tank of fuel. The only worry that he's really got, I suppose, is the fact that Redline's starting to do 27 laps. If that makes him do an extra pit stop, if that makes the team do an extra pit stop somewhere down the line, then that's going to be a real problem for them, really. So yeah, they're just going to be a little bit wary of that in case things get out of hand, because at the moment the guys are coming in 7-8 laps after him. By the end of the race, if we say there's 16 stints remaining, there'll be 24 laps in front. They'll have a much shorter final pit stop if this indeed continues, but they are indeed going up on the Jackson, getting some new tyres.
Yeah, and the driver change took place. Lasseback did get out of the car. Martin Christensen did get in. You can tell that that's the case often because it's sort of signalled by the car blinking in and out as it gets digitally handed over from one driver in one place in the world to a different driver somewhere else in the world, and they get to continue on, sort of part of the handover procedure, and off it goes. To your point there about the number of pit stops required to get to the end for that car for Martin Christensen versus the Team Redline cars. If the stint is 26 or 27 laps, then if the BMW Team Redline cars are 13, 14 laps ahead at the halfway point of the race on the pit cycle, then you expand that advantage through into the next second half of the race. They could cut out a pit stop compared to other teams that aren't able to do it, particularly compared to Williams Esports. So that is one to keep an eye on come the end of our commentary stint here, when it'll be the halfway point of the race, is how much further has that gulf widened between BMW Team Redline Red and Williams. Here is another on the lane, and it's our leading Lamborghini, the 450 Biela Racing Team Euronics. Hendrik Kreuzer in the car right now. He might stay. Another one of these Lamborghinis with the full endurance headlights fitted. Sorry, one of the few cars without the full endurance headlights fitted, but they do have that lovely yellow LED strip above the doors. Matches the yellow accents in various other places on the car, particularly around the front grille there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, I do like this livery as well in this the Lamborghini. It looks awesome as Hendrik comes to a stop and when they do a driver change. Yes, they will. It looks like, they're pretty much doing a full service.
Kreuzer out, Luca Kietzer in. He was driving earlier in this race, so it's a return to the 450 for him. Meanwhile, I'm trying to take a good look at this Biela Racing livery because they're fans of including some little Easter eggs in there. They've got a sort of, high visibility camo pattern to their cars. I know for the Bathurst 12 Hour, they chucked some little kangaroos in there, and they're a fan for these special events of just tweaking up the pattern to include a little reference. Well, you can see that happening on the right-hand side of the screen. All action on the left-hand side of the screen. Everyone's favourite Ford, the only Ford in this race, is dicing in and out around this battle that we've had, sort of 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. There's Zenith Esports, Sergio Ignacio. His stint comes to an end, and he joins the parade on pit lane.
Didn't want any part of that, really, did he? It was very wild though, because we cut to it. It was exceptionally wild, actually, nearly 3 wide into Longchamp. In the end, the recovering 912 car was on a mission, really, trying to get through on the Squadra Corsa car, and also the Zenith car as well, that's driven by Ignacio, just gone into the pit lane. So that's you can't blame them for trying to get out of the way. But here's Johnny Hagner in the OP Ford, and I'm afraid it's not really OP, I'm afraid. I wish it was, but instead they're just going to have to deal with being the best sounding car on the grid, which they most certainly are out there at the moment. As you mentioned, not a GT3 car really. You wouldn't see one of these days. And it didn't race in the GT3 car. I think it was a GT2 car for a long time.
No, they did. They did sort of put some to GT3 spec.
Oh,
I'm not completely certain on the homologation for that. If it was called GT3 and raced in some championships against GT3 cars, or whether it had the full.
I think it did early on, but I mean 2012, very early on.
Yeah, because there are, you know, many championships out there in the world that will take, you know, FIA GT3 homologated cars and then also allow them to race against, you know, quote unquote, you know, GT3 speed cars that aren't homologated. For example, there was the Renault RS01, which was originally a one-make car, and then they, you know, adjusted to be the same speed as GT3s, but because it wasn't based on a, that's another can of worms there. I never call them GT3, but again, yeah, GT3 cars race against GT300s in that championship, and of course, Creventic, for example, I think have some non-homologated cars race against GT3s. So yeah, there sort of seems to be different levels of GT3 homologation. Sort of like these ones are sort of maybe pseudo homologated. There's ones that are not really GT3 homologated at all, Glickenhaus, but are then built to a GT3 style. And yeah, and then true, proper FIA GT3 spec homologated cars, like the Huracan is, like the Porsche is, like the BMW is, etc.
I believe when it comes to the Nürburgring 24 as well, I think it was Scuderia Glickenhaus or whatever they're called.
I think I said Glickenhaus, did I?
Oh yeah, so you did. My bad.
Yeah, that was one of the ones I was thinking of again. Yeah, also not fully homologated, but a championship or a race like the Nürburgring 24 or like VLN/NLS will accept them into their particular class structure to race against GT3s. There's that's the BMW Team GB car on the lane. A driver change there. I didn't quite catch who, but it's Augustin Canapino now. Assuming we're going to see a driver change there as well. Still 5 laps away from when we expect to see BMW Team Redline Red, the number 71 year leader though. So they're out front, and the strategy advantage they seem to be extending is impressive as well.
Oh yeah, it really is at this stage. They're running very well. I was a bit surprised to see the BMW Team GB car in so early actually. There's only 25 laps on that stint. They've been doing 26, 27 quite consistently throughout the day, but now only at 25. 26.
I see it as 26 like their previous 2 stints were.
Oh, I must have written one down wrong then. I've wrote 157, 184 and 209, so I think I might be 183 when they came in last time rather than 184.
There they go, clean pit stop. Exactly what you'd expect to see. 1 minute 10 seconds of service time. About a bit over 40 of that, the fuel. About 27 seconds of that, the tyres. Driver change happens while all of that is taking place and is completely covered by the service. And here, Ford GT3. Blue oval, only one out there. They are not having a boring race, it must be said. Currently with PGZ Motorsport behind them, who stopped 5 laps ago. Right up behind the Ford. Doesn't have any of the luxuries of some of the more modern cars as well. Every time we ride on board, you know, the shift lights don't have quite as many LEDs to them. They don't have those rear-facing cameras that are oh so popular in all of the modern cars as well. But apparently it makes up for that in the sound. Not gonna make up for trying to hold on to that position potentially. Quite a big dive from PGZ, but they have gone and taken that position away. Didn't think they were fully alongside coming to the braking zone. OP Ford are not giving up on it, but now they're probably going to be forced to.
Yep, and also talking about the Ford as well, it doesn't have flappy paddles. This car in real life, it was a sequential shifter, so again, that didn't have any of the luxuries when it came to paddle shifting. But I have to say, I was more of a fan back then of sequential shifters, just because it was so much. I think anyway, it was just so much cooler.
Yeah, they are pretty cool. Sequential shifters. I'm not a fan of how the sequential shifters have ended up in World Rally. Though.
Oh, no.
It's just such a halfway in between. It's like, okay, either let them use paddles, or you can force them to use a proper stick sequential shifter. This halfway in between thing.
Yeah.
You know,
They're horrid, they are.
Yeah.
Other than that, the rallies I've seen lately were relatively enjoyable, but that is a sticking point for me.
They're getting rid of them though. They are going back to sequential.
Beautiful.
Or at least, what do you call it? What they have in V8 supercars, where you pull and push, not quite fully the whole way round, but you just pull and push. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, just an automated stick sequential.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I've always thought the way that the WRC cars now these days, the way they shift, like that wee paddle shifter thing, I don't know what it is they have on the wheel.
It just looks like someone broke into a zoo and stole a penguin's flipper. Actually, I take that back, because you would find a penguin at an aquarium.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. But I wouldn't have thought of it. You have penguins in Australia?
Yes, there's penguins live on Phillip Island. So
really?
That's the two things the island's best known for, is the racetrack that hosts MotoGP, supercars, etc. And also there's the other half of the island is like entirely inhabited by penguins, a lot of penguins.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And the cute little fairy penguins too, and they... Yep.
I'm more of a... I prefer koalas myself.
I think penguins smell better, sound better, don't sleep as much, but maybe that last point is something in the favour of koalas. Bit of traffic here though, for this battle. That, of course, is the Sim RC Mercedes trying to put a lap on one of the Lamborghinis and really getting in the flash of the headlights as well. Marla Racing Team, I think, have come out of the pits 5 laps ago, and they are now engaged in battle with Sim RC over 12th and 13th, and the traffic is not helping Sim RC. It's going to help Marla Racing Team for a second get closer to Sim RC, but then they could be all contact there as well. Absolutely refusing to go a lap down there, and a little bit of contact made to Sim RC, and now the headlight flash is a lot less polite than what we had seen earlier. I think it's quite clear what the Morse coded message is in that headlight flash after a little bit of contact with Lafanya between Sim RC and the Lamborghini they were trying to put a lap down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not going to be any politeness between these two now. It's going to get a little bit more aggressive, and I can't say that the Lamborghini is being particularly helpful in this one. Sim RC diving down the inside now, but doesn't want to let both of them through here. Around the outside, and I think he's finally going to get them both here for Marla Racing Team. They've just come out the pit lane, by the way. Let's not forget they kick us off in the pit stop cycle every time, and so they're coming out of the pit lane, and they're trying to make up some positions, and so is this Phoenix Racing Esport car. Actually, it's actually Phoenix Racing Esport Red, but I can't really see any red on that car. I can only see, I can see the red LEDs on the side, but otherwise it's entirely green, which makes the team name choice a bit bizarre to me.
Well, they've got red LEDs across the roof, and often all of these little names that they give to the different car are not based on the predominant livery of the car, but based on sort of the flare colour. Although, with that said, BMW Team Red Line Blue is almost entirely blue in its entirety as the main theme colour, so they keep the same design with the different base colour across.
Yeah, it's a bit more obvious for us. That's the only thing, really. Speaking of red line, the 72 has been in the pit lane. I think it's out again now. It looks like it anyway. And we'll wait to see what the gap between Williams and Red Line Blue is, really, because at the end of the last stop, it was about 35 seconds at the end of this stint 2 hours ago, if you see what I mean. And this time around, we're going to see how close it gets to.
Planets were in alignment in the same position, strategy-wise.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's just one way to think about it, isn't
Yeah.
it? There's like a sort of 2-hour, rolling period to the way the strategy is settled in the night here, where everyone's double stinting, but some kind of pit on the odd beat and some pit on the even beat, so to say.
Yeah, exactly. And we're on that time when the Williams eSports car is supposed to be catching the red line car, and if this was to work out properly, then they would be actually getting past. But obviously we're a long way away from that at the moment. What we are seeing though is that they're getting closer each time, or at least for the last couple of times. Since we came on air, things were still stretching out when we came on air, but as soon as we started talking about it, then the gap started to close down just a little bit. So let's hope it continues on in that way, because we want to see a good fight, not just between teammates, but with Williams eSports, and maybe BMW Team GB can be involved as well. BS competition not too far away, so hopefully we do get that. But we'll just monitor that gap. It's half a minute between the two at the moment.
And our main camera is still on this battle for 11th and 12th. The SimRC Mercedes, driven by Bram van Putten, still being shadowed by Marla Racing Team as a Kalpinen, and yet more traffic for Bram van Putten. Sees him hit that headlight flasher button once again. Didn't get past on the Camel Straight, still flowing through Lacombe and Melmedy, like I've said hundreds of times already on this broadcast, but somehow drew a mental blank on that particular occasion. Still no help this time, and this is something we mentioned again. In many of the other 24-hour endurance races as part of the iRacing special events calendar, we've got several classes of racing. We've got prototypes and we've got GTs, etc. So of the traffic that you catch, most of the time it's a car that is slower than you. If you're in the fastest class, for example, you're not passing a lot of GTs, whoosh whoosh whoosh, zip 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 all the time. Whereas here, every time you catch a car to try to put a lap on them and it's traffic, it's a car that has the same theoretical pace as you. There is no easy lapping. There is no, guaranteed to get the next straight, when it's all one class, all GT3. Now, that looks like they're going to wave through this battle. SimRC and Marla both by that traffic. Didn't happen quite as quickly as SimRC probably would have liked. Probably half a lap later than they would have scripted it if it was their pen.
Yeah, that's the thing with these GT3 races, like the Spa-24, for example. It's kind of like you said, when it comes to lapping traffic, you can't just like throw it up the inside and get by as quickly as possible. You've kind of got to be careful and when you comes to lapping slower class car. Not slower class cars, slower cars basically, because if you're doing well, like the SimRC team's doing, for example, in the top 10, you can possibly run the risk of throwing that good result away.
So watching the leader on the pit lane on the right hand side, I think we're expecting to see Jonas Vollmeyer stay in the car, probably fuel only, but time will tell about now. And he pulls away, gives a little kiss to the beautiful iRacing sedan pace car that we only had at the start of this race and are not going to see again. That's pretty flawless. That car, that number 71, is going to hold on to the lead. Getting closer again here between SimRC and Marla. I also wanted to point out the other events coming up later in the year in the iRacing special events calendar, particularly these road racing and endurance events, because if you're watching now and you're thinking, this looks cool, it looks like fun, it looks like something I'd want to be part of, well, it's, I guess, not too late to join this year and see what events are coming up. So on iRacing, September 17 and 19, the Bathurst 1000 with the Australian supercars. We've still got Petit Le Mans, iRacing Petit Le Mans, coming up October 2nd, weekend of the October 2nd, and Suzuka Circuit 10 hour November 6th, and then of course come 2022 be in January, the Daytona 24 Hour again. So still plenty of road racing, endurance iRacing special events. Some dirt special events and some pavement oval special events also in the calendar, and that's all at just iRacing.com/special events. So that's got all of the information and the dates and the cars and the formats for the other great iRacing special events coming up later in the year. Different cars, different tracks, different formats, but they always draw a really, really big crowd. Do we have a number for this split, this time zone? How many teams and drivers there are? Because I think I definitely saw at least 20 or so, which would suggest 20 by
splits.
50. Yeah, easily more than 1,000 teams, so easily more than, a lot of drivers. Here's some defense from SimRC though, and already just rolling out the throttle for Marla Racing Team, just taking it to 90% throttle halfway down the straight and then lifting and coasting all the way in. So Bram Van Putten thought he needed to defend, and Ati Kalpinen decided, I don't feel like I need to attack. Run that one by me again, Ewan. What's the participation look like this year?
Well, I'm not entirely sure on the exact number. I was just a little bit concerned. You talk about how many teams and drivers there were. You said 20. I was like, what are you talking about? But no,
I think I meant to say 20 splits.
You meant 20 splits,
each
yeah, I
of
figured that out.
55 teams for over 1,000 teams, if that was the number of splits.
You know your 50 times table?
I can average it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a lot, isn't it? It's, as you said, over 1,000. It's wonderful to see the participation. It's not even the biggest participation one of the year, is it? I think Daytona's normally the biggest, or Le Mans maybe might beat it normally in a year. But anyway, yeah, it's certainly a big event. The Spa. I would say out of the 4 huge 24-hour races, so Daytona, Nürburgring, Spa, and Le Mans, I would say that this is probably the smallest of them, especially on iRacing. I would say that this might be the smallest, but that doesn't take anything away from it, really. Just look at some of the names you've got on the left-hand side, and look at some of the previous winners. I mean, Coanda, Core Sim Sports, Team RSO, Pure Racing Team, Team Redline, Coanda again. That is, in the last 6 years, we've had this event. 5 incredible teams, and we're going to add another incredible team to the list here this weekend. So, that doesn't take anything away from the Sport 24 Hours, or indeed who's going to win it in the end, because it's still a fantastic event. Still a lot of teams involved. If we say over 1,000, we'll say, what does a team average in terms of size? Maybe 3 or 4? Anyway, over 3, somewhere between 3 and 4,000 drivers.
To be honest with you, we're seeing a lot of 3 to 4 driver teams here in the top split, but I think once you get into the lower splits, there's a lot more 4 or 5 or 6 driver teams, because here we've got some drivers in this split. Their job is to be a sim racing competitor, so they've got a lot of hours this weekend to put into this event. Whereas I think once you get into some of the lower splits, you get some people, not saying taking it less seriously, but maybe some other commitments in their life are, a little closer to level with, driving this race. So they might have less hours available to commit. It takes a couple more drivers to field a car together. So, I think you say between 3 or 4 drivers for most cars in this top split. It could easily be 6 or 8 for some teams, taking themselves less seriously or less competitively.
The maximum is 16, isn't it? You can have 16 drivers in a car if you want. Can you? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Yeah, 16. So surely some team will go up to some crazy number, or at least registered that amount. Whether you actually use all those drivers, I don't think you have to use all your registered drivers. But
you do. You do now.
You do now. Oh, okay.
Remember, the splits are done by you nominate the drivers, and every driver who's nominated has to meet fair share now, which is a much more equitable way of generating the splits based on the average I rating of everyone, and everyone you commit to and then get used in the race has to be used in the race, otherwise you get disqualified.
That's an update that happened under my nose. I don't know how I missed that really, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, surely there will be teams with a lot more drivers, as you mentioned. But as a bit of a side note to that point, I don't think it wouldn't bring the driver number count down too much. It was probably still over the 4,000s. But you know, there'll be some people. I don't think there's anybody in top split, but I think there may be some people lower down doing a charity stream, maybe doing the race on their own for charity, trying to raise some money, which we always like to see. Obviously, they get disqualified at the end, but you can still say that you finished wherever you would have finished in the race. People try and do the 24-hour solo. I think it's absolutely nuts, but it's for a great cause, and well, they often do it for a great cause. I haven't heard of people doing it for fun, but they often do it for charity, and yeah, that's something I'm sure at least a couple of people are doing. Maybe not in top split, but a little bit further down.
Did we say 36 splits? Because there's 36 splits currently running at the moment. Of course, they've opened up a couple more
on this time.
Yeah, they've opened up a couple more time zones than used to be run. But currently, I don't know if some other ones start later or some have already finished. But right now, 36, which would be at maximum capacity 1,980 cars, probably a tiny bit under than that because there's 54, for example, in this split instead of 55. So it's actually an average of 54 cars per every split in this time zone for the race. But yeah, still, that would be somewhere between probably 6,000 and 10,000 drivers for this year's iRacing Spa 24. Nothing to sneeze at. Here is some BMW versus Lamborghini action and more headlight flashing action, and that is a defensive line being taken towards Blanchimont. Not a corner you really want to go too wide through at all. A lot of speed carried by Tristan Iglesias, and then he gets given the inside down towards the final chicane of the lap through the bus stop. Geodesic car moves up a spot. That was against PGZ Motorsport, who we saw battling with some others before as well. Got German Sim Racing, one of the other Porsches behind them there. You can see with the 23rd position illuminated and the position indicator in their Porsche. So what do we think? We've seen all the pit stops from the current window, which now, well, it spreads the further we get into the race, but seems to start 5 minutes past the hour and then go to about half past the hour. Now, seeing that gap between our two leaders has closed up a little bit. You remember when that was out to 11 seconds between red and blue of the BMW Team Redline duo, and now it's down to about 6. And the other thing, of course, we're keeping our eye on is the difference in the stint length between Williams Esports and BMW Team Redline Red. And that's now out to 7. So we're saying if by the halfway point of the race, that gap in the strategy is out to 13 laps difference between when they come down the pit lane, then we might be seeing Williams Esports forced into an extra pit stop compared to the leading BMW Team Redline Red, currently being driven by Jonas Vollmeyer. Here's another one of those things, strategy battles, 4th versus 5th, BMW Team BS competition versus BMW Team GB. BMW Team GB have the fresher tyres right now, so as we ride on board with them, how quickly are they going to close this gap? Still a long way back to be flashing the headlights, I think, there, Ryan.
Yeah, pretty much. I think he's just using the headlight flashing as a kind of distraction, or maybe trying to play a bit of mind games, and also with it being the night-time part of the race as well. Maybe trying to catch, maybe trying to force him into a mistake with the fatigue kicking in as well.
Well, you see the straight line performance is pretty similar between these two cars, but then the grip difference you start to notice through this middle sector of the lap that really loads up the tyres, really requires the grip. This is where Augustin Canapino should be able to close it in or make best use of his tyres and superior grip. But the flip side of that is much fewer places to pass in this sector of the lap. You end up just sort of waiting, thinking, bus stop, La Source, Kemmel Straight, that is where the bulk of the passing is taking place. Here's another headlight flash. I don't have my book handy to decode precisely what that one means. I was never a Boy Scout.
I'm coming through, probably, is a rough translation anyway. I think he needs to, really, does Canapino. He's trying to stay with Williams Esports number 2 car in this stint. That's a fantastic exit, by the way. He might even have a go into turn 1. Well, it's not quite turn 1 because our stop finish line's just on the run down to Eau Rouge, but anyway, he's going forward anyway into La Source, and that's going to be fairly easy. Voss is going to try and get the cutback here and make things work, but I think it's just going to be a bit of fuel saving for the VS competition car, which didn't change tyres on that last particular pit stop, and so so that was expected. Canapino and Christensen did, so that means they need to be making time up now. Canapino came out about 4 or 5 seconds behind Christensen. You can see how much time he's lost in that fight. Really not ideal at all, I'm afraid, as they go past Alexander Voss, who I believe might have won this race in the past, wasn't he? Was he a member of Core Sim Racing or Core Motorsport? I can't remember. He might have won it though, because Core Motorsport won this race. It's 5 years ago now.
Certainly a name that always appears in these special events, so I think you're more likely to be right than wrong on that one.
I wouldn't go that far.
One technicality I will bring you up on is there is actually no start-finish line here, because there's a finish line out at the exit of the bus stop. Then the starting location, of course, is after the source. So the timing line it exists between the bus stop and La Source, and I think that makes La Source turn 1, but just the starting location for this race, for this endurance layout, is after La Source, before Eau Rouge Raidillon. So that makes it a bit different to a lot of other tracks and the way a lot of other races are started. Does bring to mind a maybe slightly less well-known, slightly less illustrious track, Mid-Ohio. Been to Mid-Ohio, I like Mid-Ohio, but they also frequently do that thing where the timing line and the finish line is a different place to the starting position.
Yeah, if I'm correct, I believe that IndyCar, when they visit Mid-Ohio, they always start on the back straight, I believe it is.
It can depend from series to series. I think IMSA and IndyCar both like to do their rolling starts after the keyhole. Then I think I saw like a safety car restart. They restart on the pit straight. They do instead. So you gotta be good at both. Thankfully, that's not something the drivers today are going to have to worry too much about. They're not going to have to worry about any safety car restarts. They only had to worry about negotiating the very first start of the race. And I did watch that before I had to duck away and then come back for this segment of the commentary. It was actually a pretty clean start, given all the things that can go wrong with a too-wide rolling start heading down towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, absolutely. The lap 1 was actually quite clean. However, lap 2, there was indeed an incident at Raidillon between 5 Star and Black Star, which is, I don't think they're affiliated in any way. They've just got similar names. They came together anyway in quite a big way, and they're both out of the race. They were both out of the race a long time ago. 5 Star never came out the pit lane after that incident. Black Star completed another 3 laps before retiring their car, and so they are last and second to last and will remain so until the conclusion of this race, I'm afraid. So, yeah, that's a shame for them. But as you mentioned, they only had to deal with that altercation once because there aren't any safety cars in this race. In case you didn't know, there's no safety cars in any of the road iRacing special events, to my knowledge. The oval ones, it's a different story, but cautions are very much almost the main event of an oval race sometimes, and yeah, they require it. We can get away without using safety cars and talking about nothing for a while the safety car comes out for us, because can you imagine a safety car like around here it'd be quite boring for us. And you at home, I suspect, to watch them trundle around as well for however long it's going to be. So, yeah, we're just going clean and green right the way towards the very end, but that doesn't mean we can't see close finishes, and we have done in iRacing special events in the past. I remember that Nürburgring 24-hour edition, I can't remember what year it was, maybe 2018, was it, where Pure Racing team beat out another team by a second or so. They've made a pass on the final lap. And just because there's no safety cars doesn't mean that we can't have very close finishes.
It's a replay with Dylan Scrivens. What on earth? This is a car that has already been in the wars, but they had damage to the rear wing after some contact earlier. Let's take a look once again. Doesn't, or not, but did they get hit by it from behind?
Yeah.
There's no one else around. I think that just hit one of the curbs wrong, and it just. No, or another technical problem? Thank goodness no one else involved in that incident. Solo car problem through Radion for Dylan Scrivens and your Honor Esports HP number 84. But you think that that's probably the race over for that car. They were still trying to carry on with the damage that they had picked up. That high speed impact with, a lot of corners of the car. It's going to be a lot of damage all round. Love the Porsche Flat 6 riding on board with one right now because it's German sim racing by Hetzner. 22nd place at the moment, lining up behind PGZ Motorsport. The Lamborghinis we've seen plenty of lately, and not for long, because they indicate their intention, and PGZ are more than happy to say, after you, good sirs. That's a spot gained for Mike Wagner ahead of Pablo Arroyo. They're not far away on track. It's one of our these guys have been buddy for many a lap now between Sim RC and Marla. That's a Copenhagen. It's been just very happy to just gobble up the slipstream behind Bram van Putten ever since about 14 laps ago, and with lap times more than 2 minutes here, I think it's more than half an hour.
Yeah, I think Van Putten is probably frustrated at this point that the Mala Racing team, the BMW, has not went by. Maybe to try and get a shot of doing some slipstream and fuel saving as well. But yeah, both of these cars and both of these teams have been pretty much together for pretty much or just about most of their stint so far. But it's been a good battle between these two teams nevertheless.
Yeah, we're talking about no safety cars in this race, and we don't need them because we have had now more than 8 hours of fully green flag racing. The battle for the lead is closing up, now under 5 seconds. Here's a battle that could continue for the ages because they're pitting 2 laps apart. Slipstream is keeping them together. Lots of other battles out on track as well, with 40 plus cars occasionally slipstreaming off each other. The balance of performance, honestly, very close. And the teams also quite close in their performance as well. And it means the racing is close enough as it is, and with plenty of cars. So really not necessary. If it's something you really want, there's plenty of great officiated leagues out there that do safety cars for races in a format like this. But here for the official iRacing special event, 24 hours of Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, powered by Heusinkveld. I honestly think we don't need it. We're still seeing some great action, some great racing, and just really close stuff, even without safety car intervention.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about it, really, because as I mentioned, that Nürburgring race a few years ago, we've seen it both on iRacing and indeed in real life for very close Nürburgring finishes, and they don't have a safety car on that one. I know they got the code 80 periods, and sometimes there's a red flag that forces it to be 9 hours long, or however it was this year. It was pretty terrible, but yeah, I mean, you don't feel like that. It requires a safety car from time to time, but I guess having safety cars does increase the probability of there being a higher finish, just whether it feels a little bit kind of lame if the finish has been created in that way. So I'm not entirely sure if it's needed or not. I know that people have a split opinion on it back home as well, about whether they think it should be added or not, but I know it's been discussed for a long time in the community whether it should be or shouldn't be, or should be added as a feature like cautions are in the oval racing, for example. Obviously it wouldn't work quite the same way, that would be a little bit ridiculous, but you get what I mean. The safety car being introduced, would it, is it a good idea or not? Yeah, we could argue about it for 15 hours to be honest, but we're not going to. Yeah, it's just one of those things that's not on the iRacing series at the moment. Don't know if it's planned to or not. I'm sure many people like you, David, will think that it's not necessary to even think about putting in.
I mean, I'm always all for the realism and the spectacle. I just don't see how it's fully necessary to improve this spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to interrupt. Just talking about the safety car debate or topic, if you like. I mean, me myself, I don't mind it when it comes to races like Le Mans, but the real life Le Mans 24 Hours, for example, just because, in a way, it seems to, when it comes to strategy, it seems to mix it up a little bit.
We've had a mix-up in the Team Red Line Black Velvet car since we last checked in on them, because Richie Stanaway has given away to Shane Van Gisbergen about 10 laps ago. Of course, with that driver change came a tyre change, and they've closed up behind Radicals Online, who are on the second stint of tyres for their BMW. So I think a move could be on here. What is being scored 12th and 13th. Good run up the hill. Van Gisbergen in the slipstream looks to the inside, and is Adam Tierney going to defend this at all? I think that looked like no. He rolled out of the throttle before the Giz and changed for position there. Team Redline Black Velvet ahead of Radicals Online. Saw that brewing on the timing screen, saw the tyre difference, and I think a pass is probably going to be made here, because otherwise, as we've mentioned previously in our segment of the broadcast, and everyone would mention regardless, you're wasting your time on those good tyres if you just sit behind doing the pace of someone who doesn't have them. So got to move up the road and that hay while the sun is shining, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important for you to make those moves while you've got the new tyres, so you can make use of them in clean air, which is exactly what Van Gisbergen has done right now, and it should be able to drive away from the Radicals Online car. I'm somewhat surprised when I was doing my research for this particular race that Radicals Online have never won this one, the Spa 24 Hours. They're very accomplished in racing team, especially in iRacing, but they've never won the Spa 24 Hours, and I have to say that at the moment things aren't looking too good for them to break that record right now, because Redline are absolutely flooding the front of the field. They've won it before. Williams Esport, I guess, are the closest to try and become a first-time winner BS competition as well, but yeah, there's a very high-profile team to have not had a real top performance at Spa and actually got a victory out of this one. A little bit surprised to see that.
On the pit lane comes Anage Competition. Saw them fighting well, making some moves. They've definitely been one of the teams that's caught our camera attention in the last stint or so. And I might indulge myself a little bit here, because I'd like to ride on board with Shane Van Gisbergen for a couple of laps. If he catches anyone else, he's obviously made a decent move not long ago, but just, because I can, purely for my own indulgence. We are going to ride on board for a couple laps here with the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT of Shane van Gisbergen and Team Redline Black Velvet. there, Shane Van Gisbergen driving the Team Redline Black Velvet Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Same model of car as he drives in the real-world Australian GT Championship, and he's had some wins there. In the first segment of the broadcast, I overheard them comparing Max Verstappen and Shane Van Gisbergen, and for the once-in-a-generation freak that Max Verstappen is in Formula One, we don't get to see him racing many other things, whereas Shane Van Gisbergen, we get to see in GT3 machinery, we get to see reigning Bathurst 1000 champion, also winning the New Zealand Grand Prix in what kind of amounts to Formula 3 cars as well. And that, to me, is impressive to see someone competitively turn their hand to many different styles of car. I've also been impressed by Chaz Mostert this year, relatively competitive in supercars, doing very well in GT3 machines in Oz GT, also leading TCR Australia Series, and what a world of difference I think TCR is from supercars. Good to see drives flexible and able and contractually allowed to drive in different championships. So we continue coverage here on RaceSpotTV of the iRacing Spa 24 special event powered by Heusinkveld. So again, I'm David Haynes, joined by Ewan O'Leary and Ryan Walker, and Hugo Luis from Brazil doing all of the great camera work, occasionally listening to what we say, but also making sure you get to see all of the great pictures, replays, graphics, side-by-side split screen, all of that goodness. That is his work. He's a machine sitting at about 8 monitors and 4 keyboards and probably a couple drinks as well. Ewan, Ryan, what's caught our attention lately as we continue to race in the darkness, still probably 4 or 5 hours away from sunrise? I think, all other things being equal, I think the fatigue sets in more during this night racing.
I think it's weird, the way that we've got this one going here, because the time in the sim right now is a little bit further on to where we actually are in real life. So, you know, in Europe right now, it's not even midnight yet for the most part of Europe. Certainly Western Europe, Middle Europe, maybe very Eastern and part of Europe is starting to get towards the midnight section of the race now. But most of Europe that we know to be driving in the cars right now, let's say, it's still not even midnight yet. So the fatigue in that sense doesn't really start to fit in, I would say, until, 2-3 o'clock. Then, after that it becomes a struggle until the sun comes up. Although I'm not entirely sure, I don't know this from a driver's perspective, because I've never actually raced a 24-hour race. The longest I've ever raced is a 12-hour myself. So I bet you two have probably both done 24 hours in the past. What is it? What is the moment for you in a race? Is it the sun coming up in what you're driving, or is it actually sun coming up at home? Especially David, because you're not likely, especially in a European race, you're not likely to see the sunrise at the same time as everybody else, obviously.
Yeah, the sun actually rose out my window in the last hour, so I'm always well out of there. I mean, I think even if you started the race in the morning, by the time you've just driven a couple hours sitting in the seat, that's a style of fatigue all to its own as well. Just the repetition, the focus, keeping your brain in gear consistently, and you can't let your brain slip out of racing gear for however many hours you're in the car. So yeah, maybe I think a couple of hours right before the sunrise, like the in-sim time of like 3 a.m, 4 a.m, when you've been racing a long time, you've been racing in the dark a long time, and there's still not quite any hint of light on the horizon. I reckon that's probably when you're most mistake prone. And then when you see the glint of light glowing on the horizon and then the sun rising, that second wind kicks in for a while.
Yeah, I would probably say right about that part of the race is when for me anyway, when I've done these 24-hour races, it's as soon as I see a bit of sunrise starting to starting to appear, it's I kind of get in that mind in my mind. It's like, yes, we're just about towards the end of the race, and then you look at the time remaining, and it's something like you've still got about 7 hours left, and it's like it just feels like a punishment, but in a good way. But if you make it to like the sunrise hours, I think you've done well, and I think if you can do that, you're pretty much halfway home, if you like.
No doubt. Closest cars for position in our top 15 or so is still SimRC and Marla, and what a great conductor, what a great train driver SimRC have been. Bram van Putten just really towing along Marla for a while. That's this one here, just going through La Source right now. I don't think I've really seen any point here where Marla and Atse Kalpinen really looked like they were being held up. So I think they're doing a really good job of just staying in that slipstream window where it keeps them close, but they don't actually have much of an abundance of pace that they're wasting by staying behind. It seems to be the pace delta between themselves and SimRC seems to be just perfect, where they are gaining 0.2 of a second maybe per lap, maybe a little more following along behind, but don't really have the speed to get around and get past. But they're also just competitive enough that they're not being dropped out of the slipstream window either. It seems to be, if you could pick a speed for a car in front of you for a windbreak, you'd pick about what SimRC are doing if you were Marla. It looks like the pace delta is exactly how you'd want it. Yep.
It's absolutely perfect for them. You know, we've seen they're so close, and you know, you look on the left-hand side. You know, we're looking for battles at this stage in the race. You know, you're looking to find anything to maybe watch, a bit of a side-by-side duel between a couple of people. You think, oh, that might be worth a watch. Might be, and then you realise it's Marla and SimRC again, just being best friends really, because SimRC are towing Marla around Belgium right now, really, and there's. Neither of them are particularly unhappy with that. SimRC want to run their pace, they want to have their own race, they don't want to be interrupted, feared with by anybody. In Marla Racing Team, because they've been pitting so early every single time, they want to save some fuel, for goodness sake, so that's what they're doing right now, and they have been for the last hour. I think now, finally, the car might cry uncle, and it might go into the pit lane and kick us off for the next round of pit stops, which we're very much looking forward to. But I'm very much enjoying seeing the battle at the front of the field coming down. Chris Lullum is putting in a fantastic performance at the front of the field right now. The gap was nearly 10 seconds when they came out of the pit lane about 45 minutes ago, maybe a little bit longer than that. And now he's brought the gap down to 2.7 to the leader, Jonas Walmart, who I believe has won the Spot 24 Hours before, by the way. You know, we've got a former winner and one of the best iRacing drivers out there at the moment, especially in GT3s. Then you've got a real life racing driver chasing him down. It's a fantastic top two for Redline at the moment, and they're both being caught by Williams Esports, which is to be expected at this point because they're on new tyres. But in the last 2 hours or so, I would say they've gained about 10-15 seconds maybe.
Again, as we watch SimRC and Marla, SimRC feel the need to defend and Marla don't feel the need to attack. But I very much echo your point on the top two and the top three. At the greatest extent, we did see just over 11 seconds between 71 and 72, red and blue, and now it has just been chipped away. I called it out when it was at 4.5 seconds or so. Now 2.5 seconds, and still quite a few laps left in this stint. So Lolholm definitely not going to let the sister team run away with this race. Going to make sure it really closes in. Here's Williams Esports from third. You can see that they have just entered pit lane. It's on the graphic. I also heard it in my ear. So they open the pit window now 5 minutes past the hour. It's about where they are every single time around, compared to are the other teams able to extend much further. I think BMW Team Redline Red are now looking, if they can hit the 27 lap stint again, being 9 laps longer on fuel, 9 laps deeper into the stint than Williams Esports. they managed to find their spot in the pit lane to take some service. Alone, because they're going to be joined by Marla Racing Team. All those laps behind Sim RC, and Marla is able to go 27 laps on this stint, which I don't think they did on their previous two. So they really got a great Sim RC effect to let them go long. There's Williams back into the race. Still Martin Christensen. Remember, he got on board last pit stop. And so just fuel only for him. He stays in the car. The tyres stay on the car. We watch Marla. Like I say, for the first time in the last 2 or 3 stints at least, Marla able to go 27 laps because of that really well placed Sim RC that towed them around almost all stint long. I wonder if that's going to give Marla, this just extending by 1 lap here, if that's going to give them any advantage around some of the other teams that they're trying to battle with.
Out the pit lane now, and it's actually looking pretty good for them after finding a friend out there. I'm not sure how long Sim RC are going to stay out there for, but yeah, certainly Marla are benefiting from this massively now, and yeah, it's really good news for them. Actually, looking like a top 10 performance from them today, quite possibly, as Biela Racing Euronics go into the pit lane also in their Lamborghini. Looks like they're leaving actually, and they are indeed. So not too long now. Who's going to be next in the pit lane? From the front runners, it's going to be BMW Team GB. Williams Esports brought the gap down to about 20 seconds between themselves and Redline Blue, which meant they were only 22 seconds off of the lead, which is a good, well, 20 seconds better off than where they were last, or 2 hours ago. So yeah, I think Williams Esports are looking quite fantastic in a position right now, and I think their strategy matches up a little bit better to the end of the race as well, because they didn't take tyres on that last pit stop, and that would work out. Well, ideally, to make it to the end of the race, you want to be not taking tyres on odd hours and taking tyres on even hours. They've just not taken tyres on the 15th hour, not the 15th hour, but you know what I mean, with 15 hours to go, just past, they didn't change tyres, excuse me, so that's perfect for them. However, Redline have got kind of an awkward 1 stint to go somewhere, you know. Are they going to change tyres for the final stint of the race, just do 1 stint on them, or are they going to triple stint, excuse me, tyres to the end? I think they're trying to stretch it out so far that their final stint in this race is going to be so short that they can get away with keeping the tyres on again, although that is a little bit of a risk. They're going to be wanting on pace, certainly late on.
Yeah, and then also the possibility for some of the teams, in fact, I don't say possibility, I mean likelihood, that the sun comes up, the track temp rises again, and some of the teams all go back to single stinting again. So where you are in that double stinting phase, when the track temp rises enough for it to no longer be possible, then that could see some of our teams who look like they're in a good position suddenly end up disadvantaged. If the sun ends up really rapidly heating the track at some point, where BMW Team Redline and their cars out at the lead end up, you know, getting stuck on a second stint with a track that's just too hot for it, could really see them lose a lot of time in that phase of the race. So that is still several hours away, because we're many hours, I'm saying 3 or 4 hours away from sunrise, and then it takes a few hours after that before the sun gets high enough in the sky and heats everything up enough that it starts to really bake the track. Of course, the track temperatures often tend to peak later in the day than even the air temperature does. Normally, 2 or 3 p.m. or something, you might have the highest temperature on the track, or even later towards 4 or something. So it does take a while after sunrise for the track to heat up again as well. Looking at the 912, they had a pit stop mishap a while ago that dropped them to 20-ish, and we never really got to the bottom of that one or got any official word. But the pit stop after that, flawless for Christopher Dambitz, and he is fighting for all he can get. Marla Racing Team have just rejoined behind him, and then SimRC behind that. So through the pit stop there, Marla have jumped SimRC, and now the shoe might be on the other foot. SimRC slipstreaming up behind Marla. We'll see how that happens. What was SimRC half a second in front is now Marla half a second in front. Both of them at the moment being towed by Christopher Dambitz.
Yeah, excuse me. I wonder if SimRC this stunt around, or for this stunt anyway, will probably do what Marla done to them and maybe just stick behind them for most of this stint and do some fuel saving, try and stretch it out and do an extra lap for this stint.
Love that shot as they crest the crest and the curb, the top of one of motorsport's most famous, most misnamed, most correctly named, somewhat ironically, corners. Here's Marla still in the sandwich. SimRC looking like they're picking up a great slipstream behind as well. They might be trying to extend this stint if they get towed around by Marla. Let's see if Marla can do 27 again this time around.
Got a question here, David, by the way, because my timing's just frozen for a moment. Wonder if you know. BMW Team GB just came into the pit lane this time. Was that another 26 lap stint for them? Sorry, not 26 laps. Oh, sorry, yes, it is 26. Okay, that's all alright then, on schedule again. They're in the pit lane. We'll see how far behind Williams Esports they are then in a couple of moments.
It's possible that could sort of end up being the battle for the final step on the podium. Still a long way to go in this one, and some sting in the tail, but the way that they're tracking, it's tough to see anyone who has a match for the pace of the two BMW Team Redline cars out front. Though, yeah, it could be sort of a Williams, BS, BMW Team GB kind of battle for that third step on the podium. Service is done for Agustin Canapino, and he went fuel only, and he's come out just 2 seconds ahead. Am I seeing that correct?
5 seconds.
5 seconds, yep.
2 seconds to the 3, which is not pitted yet. It's a bit of an interloper. Often pits, it's probably going to come out second actually when the red lines come in BS competition as well, and the other red line car. It normally comes out right. It was coming out in the lead, but no longer, and it's just running a little bit longer really. Not really causing anybody any trouble. Just running things a little bit longer. I do believe, by the way, that once the red line come into the pit lane, both the red and the blue cars, that Williams Esports are going to cycle out into the lead. Quite possibly, BMW GB will do the same. I think that's going to be close, but certainly Williams are going to be leading by the end of this pit stop cycle, I would imagine. And then they've got to do their best defending job. We saw how well they did on old tyres 2 hours ago now. They need to do that again. They need to hold Redline up for as long as possible, try and make sure they can't use those new tyres as effectively as they would like them to. The tide is turning in this race. Redline were completely dominating. About 6 hours ago they started absolutely romping away from this field. Now the tide is turning a little bit, and Williams Esports are starting to find a little bit of something. Redline's starting to fall off the pace maybe a little bit as well, and yeah, things are starting to change in this race, slowly but surely.
Definitely the last day back was was one of those drivers just with the second stint of the tyres there, just had pace that didn't seem like anyone else has that kind of second stint pace. So that's very useful at this point of the race, all through the night while everyone is double stinting the tyres in the cooler temperatures. Put on my prettiest dress and stand in front of a green screen because the weather is 19 degrees in the air, 20.6 on the track, wind 10 degrees from the east, and no fog. A very, very clear night, which is good because 24-hour races losing time to fog is something I'm well and truly sick of. Still in the middle of the pit window for a lot of teams, the ones that have pitted, like BMW Team GB, Williams, Dealer Racing Team Euronics, versus a lot of teams. The top four yet to pit: BMW Team Redline Red, BMW Team Redline Blue, BMW Team BS Competition, and Porsche 24 driven by Redline, the 911, aka Max's car, as I think many of the people watching around the world would know it as, would refer to it as. Towing Sim RC here, and the 912 Christopher Danbeats has managed to drop them, so that's reassuring for the recovery of the 912, that as this keeps going on, they've definitely still got almost top 5 pace at the moment, because they're leaving some top 10 cars sort of behind. It's very, very promising for Danbeats, and on the second stint of the tyres as well. But I think this is going to be his final lap of this stint before he has to pit. But definitely the pace is there. I keep hearing that pit lane alarm. It's for Radicals Online, it's for Sport Team Competition, it's for Relay Sim Racing. And
Me too.
Volante Racing Blue is also on the lane, but from second, with Team Redline Blue, as you say, Ewan.
Yeah, they are indeed. I'm not sure if that's on schedule or not, because I'm still struggling to count the laps, but it seems to be.
It's a little short, actually. It's up to 26. Their previous 2 stints were 27. So Chris Lawson, obviously, in that pursuit of the race lead, has maybe thrown some of the lift and coasting to the wayside. And that's going to probably could see them now 3 laps shorter on fuel than the leader, compared to they've been 2 laps shorter for a little while now.
That's important as well. It might not be important right now, it might not seem important right now, and to be honest it probably isn't, but later on it is going to be, because it just turns the length of their final pit stop. If both of these Redline cars are going to be short fueling massively. There's 15 stints remaining in this race. They're gaining about a lap on their competitors each time. They've got, I would say, 3 on BMW Team GB. They've got 6 on Williams right now. They're going to have about 20 on Williams by the end of the race. Williams are going to have to put 20 more laps of fuel in towards the end, but the red car is going to have to put 3 laps less in than the blue car. So if they come in side by side, then the red car is going to have a 2-second head start also going into the final few minutes, and it's not going to be a long final stint for these guys. So they've just got to be wary of that. They've just got to be careful of that in the blue car, and we'll see what they intend to do about it, if indeed anything. But you might be right. They might have, in trying to catch up to the 71, they might have been trying to, or not fuel saving quite as much as they were before. We know that Max Berneke completely ripped those 2 cars apart after having followed each other for so long during this race. Now Chris Lulham has had to do a job trying to get back to where they were before, and he may have consumed a little bit more fuel in doing so. You might be correct on that one, but as I suspected, they might. Williams Esports come out about 5 seconds in front, maybe a little bit more.
And the other thing to note there is there was a tyre change, but Chris Lawlam stayed in, so he's probably signing up for a quadruple stint here. His time, not on the tyres, but just on his drive time. You know, a double stint on the tyres, and now probably another double stint on the tyres for Chris Lawlam, unless they do something funny with their strategy there. So, yeah, they must be liking his pace, or everyone else is taking a nap, because he is super glued to that driver's seat, I think. At the moment, the number of laps he's signing up to do in this particular run.
Oh, someone was off in front of him as well.
Looked like a BMW to me, where the headlights were. No chance of identifying it though in this darkness.
Yeah, I was just about to say I couldn't identify the car. It happened so quick, but I think talking about Lawham possibly doing a quadruple stint, if he's doing that at this time of night, especially in real life, and with considering the weather as well in real life, it's been very hot during the week. That's that's a tough task, but fair play if he pulls it off.
Here we have
another top team driver changes, pit stops as well. Oh, that's what it was for Volante Racing Red. Rear gave way at no-name Jackie X. Turn
Figures
7 or whatever.
Got about 3 names, yeah.
Yeah, for a corner with no name, it has a lot of names. Jackie X has a corner named after him here, and a corner named after him at Zolder. So, yeah, they must really love him. I don't know. A lot of people have a corner named after them at the Nürburgring, because there's plenty of corners. Here's some of the other pit stops I was mentioning, though. BMW Team BS Competition are on the lane, and on the same lap, here comes the 911 for a driver change, and it's what the people want. Let's give the people what they want. Jeff Gyasi makes way for the Lion of the Netherlands, Max Verstappen, taking over the 911 once again. So a full service going to happen for that car. The driver change has taken place. The fueling happening right now, and I think they're going to give him a new set of boots. That'd be the smart thing to do. Hope that he can keep them in contention. Here comes the tyre change. Now we're only in the top 5, waiting on BMW Team Redline Red and Urano Esports Heineken Media to complete their pit stops, and then we'll have a sort of adjusted running order of who is where. People were waiting for it. The people are going to get it. Max Verstappen back in the iRacing Spa 24-hour iRacing special event powered by Heusinkveld. There you have it, people.
Let's see what he can do out there at the moment. 8th place, it looks like he's going to come out in front of. It's going to come out in front of the guys on the right-hand side of your screen right now. SimRC and Marla Racing Team. But yeah, we saw it a little bit earlier on. He was on a mission on his first particular stint. We're going to see what produce in this next one. See if they can get towards the leaders quite possibly. That 911 has just been loitering in 5th, 6th place, especially on this end of the stint. You can see they're only 12 seconds off of BS competition right now, which is quite a long way down on the likes of the red line cars, the other red line BMWs, but there's no reason to suggest that he might be able to get up to the BMW or Lamborghini in front. We'll wait and see, but there's other battles going on out there on the circuit like this one.
Yeah,
between
these
Marla
guys
and
have
SimRC.
swapped again. You remember Marla was out in front of SimRC, but they've swapped because that's a Kalpinen. I think he is just an addict for this Mercedes-Benz slipstream. He's I think somewhere along here he's probably suggested, SimRC, you get back out in front, you be the Mercedes-shaped windbreak, and I'm looking to do 27 laps to my stint again. So for one stint, entirely inseparable, they pit, they come out together again, once more, in the same order, and probably looking for another hour of just staring at the back of that SimRC Mercedes and staring at the beautiful RaceSpot logo. I think if you have a RaceSpot logo on the bonnet, it adds horsepower, but that must be adding some rear grip, some extra downforce if you put the RaceSpot sticker that big on the rear wing. Good on you. Good on you, SimRC.
Yeah, I think Bram Van Puten's probably getting more and more frustrated now with Artie just sitting behind him and just using his slipstream because they
overall leader pits 2 as well, so that will give us a good picture of where Williams are, where BMW Team GB is, and where the Porsche 24 driven by Redline 911, also powered by Max Verstappen fans worldwide, where they shape up in that battle.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see. How many laps was that on a stint here? Once again, it looks like 27 laps. So that was the all fine. But you're right, they have extended the gap between the pit stops of their 2 cars, as you forecasted about 5 minutes ago here, David. It's now 3 laps, the gap between them pitting. However, the blue car was not actually that far behind the red car when it came in, so maybe with a cheeky set of new tyres, they might have pulled a bit of a surprise here and gotten in front of their teammates. We'll wait and see in about half a minute's time.
Yeah, the fueling done. Now tyres happening for BMW Team Redline Red. So again, the pit stop time is going to be very similar to their teammates who pitted 3 laps before them. So therefore, us should be very close for the lead once again. And also, Williams Esports is going to be in there as well. In fact, Williams Esports, where are they? Are they going to come through into the lead? I think they just might. So the double stint pace is starting to come through for Williams Esports. Lasse Back did a good job. Martin Christensen has obviously done pretty well for himself in this stint so far.
And Blue have got in front, BMW Team GB have got in front of the Team Redline Red car. So the 71 has gone from first to what will be 4th now in this race. Let's not forget that the 55 has a little bit older tyres, so they should be able to dispatch of them quite easily. But let's see how it happened. This is the Mercedes on the back of one of the BMWs, the Williams car. This is a change for the lead, as the 3 car wanted to at least be in the lead again. And in the background you can see the red car on the left-hand side not got the speed, obviously, out of the pit lane, so they've been taken by 2 cars. They'll be down to 3rd place, but we've got a new leader, Alexei Nezov, in the number 3 car, is now leading just for the moment until he comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, he might get scored as 1 lap led or 2 laps led if he's lucky, depending on what the strategy's like for Urano here. They are kind of really about a pit stop behind Williams Esports, who are then going to cycle through into the lead, then BMW Team Redline Blue, then BMW Team GB, then BMW Team Redline Red. So they're working their strategy advantage and their longest stints for BMW Team Redline Red, but over the last 2 hours or so, they have lost out a little bit of time to their teammates, who are now in front, and also see what they've got for BMW Team GB and Williams Esports, given the flip-flop opposing double stint pit stop times. So there you go, it says 0-1 for Urano Esports. They are being scored in the race lead this lap, with Williams right behind them. Williams might be thankful for that slipstream at this point, because they are trying to do all the speed they can to, well, in the stint they are going to eventually get caught by the new tyres of the 2 BMW Team Redline cars, 72 and 71. And they are 50 seconds clear of Max Verstappen in the 911, so I don't think that's going to get caught this stint. But still, this is going to be one of those tough stints for Williams Esports, where on the older tyres they're going backwards, and then the next stint after that they'll be moving back forward again, and then, you know, so the tide goes out and then the tide comes back in, and you've got to measure where the difference is between the peaks of the tides to know, is your strategy working out in your battle against some other teams that are off cycle to you. Ryan, who would you want to be in this battle between the BMW Team Redline team cars. The 71 has led many laps today, but now the 72 has leaped in front. Given the still 3 laps of fuel difference, that could end up being 3 or 4 seconds of fueling at some pit stop later down the line. Who would you rather be, the one with the track position or the one with the strategy advantage right now?
Oh, it's a difficult question. I think me, I would prefer to be in the car that's got probably 3 laps longer fuel, just because at the end of the race you won't have to spend as much time in the pit lane, and especially if you're in a battle for the win, and it could help you leapfrog the other car. I think I would prefer to be in the car that's got 3 laps longer fuel as the leader comes into the pits, Alexei Nezov.
Yep, he had his time in the sun, got scored in the lap lead, and obviously some decent fuel economy in that car if they're able to hang out there, get scored in the race lead, but then eventually have to pit, ends up cycled back behind. So then, as you can see, the adjusted order now: Williams Esports from BMW Team Redline Blue, from BMW Team GB, from BMW Team Redline Red. I'm noticing a theme, and I think it's BMW Team. So it's Martin Christensen in the Williams Esports car, now already 11 laps into the stint, as this graphic shows. BMW Team Redline Blue still being driven by Chris Lolham. BMW Team GB being driven by Augustin Canapino. Jonas Vollmeyer, I think, got into the BMW Team Redline Red car recently-ish.
He was there the last 2 stints, wasn't he? Pretty sure he was.
I could look it up. Luca Kitza driving the number 450. Reina Talva for BMW Team BS Competition. And it's Max Verstappen driving the 911 at the moment. 4 laps since he jumped into the car. The purple graphic there says that 71 currently holds the fastest lap of the race, a 2 minutes 16.2, and Vollmeyer's last lap was a 2 minutes 16.9. So that's what the purple means on the graphic. It means that they currently hold the fastest lap of the race. No, points or anything for that, because this is functionally a standalone event, no championship attached to it. So either you're the first across the line and you're the winner, or you're not. That's all that matters. But we just kind of handily have it on the graphic, because if someone goes and sets a fastest lap of the race, you will know about it in a hurry. So if they keep this up, they're going to have to get each other cards on Valentine's Day, and that February's still a while away. But what are they? They've been, inseparable for a couple hours now. So who's to say that doesn't continue for a couple more months?
Well, new addition to the Christmas card list. Certainly, that's a little bit closer. Although I don't really want to think about that because it's still summer. But yeah, you're right. They've been absolutely inseparable for the last. I can't actually remember when it started because it was so long ago. Probably about 3 hours ago now, wasn't it? Really, Marlow Racing Team and Sim RC. I'll tell you, I've watched a lot of endurance racing. I've commentated on a fair amount now, and I've never seen anything quite like this. I've never seen 2 teams and drivers so pleased to just sit there with each other, like nose to tail, like this. Surely at some point, normally the guy in front gets agitated, or the guy behind gets agitated at following. The other guy doesn't want to tow, and at some point it falls down. But these two, for hour after hour, they're just happy to sit behind each other. And I've never seen anything quite like it. It's quite a rare set of circumstances, and you probably won't see it for a very long time again. It's such a perfect set of circumstances that they've aligned so well to make things, so perfect that they ride around with each other. It's very bizarre.
And I'm not sure it's as much symbiotic as much as we've seen now. It's the second stint in a row that Marla are forcing Sim RC to lead. Starting to get the feeling eventually Marla might outstay their welcome. They're looking now in the second phase where they gave up that track position to make Sim RC lead again, looking a little more the parasite than the symbiote. But that's the way the race works, you know. If you want to play that strategy game, make someone else lead so that you can, you know, save your fuel and hope that helps you out deeper in the race, then you know, that's what makes this a 24-hour endurance race, not a 20-minute sprint. You can work out that kind of strategy and really try to, you know, pace yourself, extend your fuel stints, extend your tire life so that it's still strong in that second stint, and they are using their surroundings to best effect in that little thing between Simarcy and Marla, where Marla are really happy to ride with Simarcy. But on your screen right now, this is BMW Team GB and BMW Team Redline Red, the 55 and the 71. Names on the screen right now, it's Canapino in the GB car and Vollmeyer in the Redline Red car. Vollmeyer has the newer tyres, so he will be thinking, I don't want to be held up too long behind Canapino, because then he's going to want to get up the road past Canapino to catch his teammate in Lulham. There is now a couple seconds in there. Canapino's not giving him anything for free, though, or there was a miscommunication there, because I think Canapino was thinking he was going to lift offline, and Vollmeyer was definitely going to get to the inside, not wait another corner. And that, between what is kind of ostensibly teammates, that did get a little close for comfort. Things can go bump in the night.
Yeah, that was a bit of that move from Vollmeyer was pretty much I'm coming through if you whether you like it or not move, and yeah, fair play, managed to get the move done, and Canapino didn't, like you say, it didn't leave him much room, and that could have ended up in disaster a little bit, but thankfully both of them are still going. And I think interesting question as well, David. What do you do if you're Lulham and Vollmeyer? Do you kind of, they're probably not in the same Discord or TeamSpeak channels, but what do you do? Do you maybe kind of just say, let's not battle away like too early, but kind of just follow each other like we were doing earlier in the race, or do you just say just go for it?
It will be really interesting to see how they play it, because currently the 72 is 2.3 seconds ahead of the 71, both of them catching your leader Martin Christensen at Williams Esports. I've seen Martin Christensen put in some really, really good performances in some endurance races, not just this, but also Sports Car Open and the 24H Series Esports, etc. I've seen some great endurance performance from Christensen, but I'm not seeing the same second stint pace from Christensen as Lasseback seemed to have in that car. Back was still doing 2:16s when the tyres were approaching 2 hours old. Christensen solidly in the 2:17s for a lot of laps. Now has Lulham within the slipstream. That, if anything, might help Lulham leapfrog and stay ahead of Vollmeyer. Since Vollmeyer got ahead of Canapino, you can see Canapino's now enjoying the slipstream. Now half a car width, looking to the inside, and I wasn't expecting him to show the nose like that, but I just don't think he was going to get past either. So yeah, it's just interesting to watch this little dance going on between Vollmeyer and Canapino for third at the moment, as Vollmeyer is closing in on his teammate and the lead. This is going to be an interesting stint, fellas.
Yeah, it really is. Very much looking forward to it. Canapino was really giving it some thought into Lecom, and all of a sudden, you know, we do have an absolute race on right now. I've got to admit, when I came into the commentary box and I saw the first couple of hours transpiring in front of our eyes, I was a little bit concerned that it would be 71 following, or 72 following the 71 to a famous red line domination, to be honest. But they've really pulled them back here, Williams Esport, and also BMW Team GB as well, who have done a fantastic job in that 55 car. We've got 4 cars separated by 3.5 seconds after nearly 10 hours of racing. It is absolutely outrageous that this should be allowed to take place, but we're absolutely loving it right now, and I'm sure there will be a fight coming up soon between Christensen and Lulham. The gap is closing now. You might be right about Christensen's pace might not be quite up to scratch compared to where it was before. I think we're about halfway through that Williams Esport pit stop cycle right now. They are doing 26 laps. I reckon we're about 13 through now, although I don't have the exact numbers. We're around there, and he's still got them behind them. I think at this point now he's starting to eat into the new tyres. He's starting to kind of negate the advantage that they do have in this one, and he's holding them up a little bit now. Any laps from here on in where Lulham is following Christensen, I believe, is benefiting Williams Esports later down the line.
10 hours of green flag racing, no safety car intervention, no nothing, and in one shot down the Kemmel Straight, you have our 4 leaders covered by 3.2 seconds. Lulham, in the best slipstream he's had so far, Wallmeyer towing around his teammate in, I say teammate very loosely, in Canapino, and yeah, it continues to just compress between the top 4. Lulham catching Christensen, Wallmeyer catching Lulham, Canapino, well, attached to the tow bar of Wallmeyer. That's good for Canapino because on his older tyres, he's hanging with the car on newer tyres, and he's also managing to save fuel as well at the same time, I would think, with that slipstream. Good performance by Canapino if he can continue to stick there, but through this middle sector, you're starting to see signs of his tyres giving up compared to Jonas Wallmeyer.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, I have to say as well, Ewan was saying it looked like it was pretty much a Team Red Line blue and Team Red Line red domination at some point during the race a couple of hours ago, but I have to take my hat off to the Williams Esport and the BMW Team GB cars for getting themselves up to the front and involved in this fight now, because yeah, I have to say, if this is a sign of what's to come in the night hours and the early morning hours, heading to the finish as well, I think I'm looking forward to it.
And there'll be another twist and turn in the strategy when the sun rises, when the track heats again, because right now everyone's doing double stints every time. It's kind of predictable. There will come a point where someone decides, you know what, give me a fresh set of boots because these ones aren't going to last another stint, and that is when things could get interesting as well. But the gap for the lead has closed up. Look at it, not even a car length through La Source. Lulham is right where you want to be to set up a good run through Eau Rouge and Radion, to follow the slipstream down the Kemmel Straight and maybe take the lead away at what's been the best overtaking opportunity all around the lap here. Place that's seen the most excitement at Lacombe and Malmedy, and look at that, 0.2 of a second, 2 car lengths in it down the straight. Christensen follows the regular racing line. BMW Team Red Line Blue rolling out of the throttle a little bit there. I wouldn't be surprised if Lulham still has some thoughts about the fuel economy, because you remember he wasn't able to do 27 laps last stint. It was only 26, and if he only does 26 again, he just gets further and further off cycle against his key rival, his teammates in the 71. So maybe he'll stay here and save fuel, Wallmeyer will catch him, and then they'll work together potentially. It would surprise me to see that. Honestly, I thought he was really shaping up for the move. Could happen somewhere else, but we do know there is some stint length, some fuel consumption concerns for the number 72, just not able to hit the same numbers and work the same strategy as their teammates in the 71. This is a great shot. It shows you some of that damage on the back of the Williams Esports car. Does not appear to have slowed them down at all. Doesn't appear to have given them much aerodynamic problem. But yeah, well, their sponsor in Chill Blast isn't quite as flush in the number plate position as it should be, and I think there's a couple scuffs below that as well. The gap for the lead has gone from a car length to nothing approaching Blanchimont. Lulham has to really roll out of the throttle, roll the car through there, and I think Williams Esports are also doing their own little bit of lift and coasting here, and it might have caught out Lulham.
quite possibly. They might be saving a little bit of fuel just to do those 26 laps, but I'm really surprised at Chris Lullam right now. I thought he would be straight through at the earliest opportunity. He's got the new tyres right now, and in my opinion, he needs to make use of them while he's got them. He can't be wasting them sat behind the Williams eSports car, because when the shoe's on the other foot in about 45 minutes time, Christensen, or whoever it's going to be driving this Williams car, is going to be out on their own, gaining time on their own and chasing these red line cars down. So I think Lullam needs to get through now. Let's see if he does. Christensen doesn't defend. Lullam goes to the middle of the road. Is the Williams car going to put up any resistance at all? No, it is not. Lifting off 3/4 of the way up the Kemmel Straight to let Chris Lullam retake the lead of the Spot 24 Hours.
72 to the lead, Christensen back into second, and now he's going to have to be looking in that rear-facing camera again, because Wallmeyer is going to be next to line him up. So interesting to see what they were going to do in that battle strategy-wise, because staying behind would have been the thing to do if you thought your battle for the win was against your teammate in 71. Getting past them was the thing to do to maximise the fresh tyres if they thought their battle was going to be against BMW Team GB or against Williams. So that was in two minds, I really think, there for Chris Lullam. The strategy mind on the fuel was saying stay behind, but strategy on the tyres was saying you got to get ahead, you got to make that hay while the sun's shining, while you've got a tyre advantage against this guy, get past and pull away. And you can see in this one shot, our top 4 cars still oh so close together. Gustin Canapino doing everything he can with the old tyres, with the lack of grip, to stay in the slipstream of Wallmeyer, but it's starting to stretch out that bungee cord a little bit. He's starting to just not be as close as he'd want to be to maximise the slipstream and maximise the tow, and you have to worry that a little mistake would drop him away from that. This is real tense. This is real good stuff up the front right now.
Yeah, absolutely is, and they have to say this battle has been a fantastic battle as well. But regarding Wilhelm, I'm very surprised that he took this long to make a move on the Williams eSports car, because if I was him and I got the first opportunity, first run on the especially with the tyres, I would have went for it straight away. So I'm very surprised that he kind of he waited a little bit.
Lullam has broken the slipstream to Martin Christensen, which might leave him a little bit vulnerable to Jonas Wallmeyer, who's in his slipstream. So second and third is going to close up, and still hanging on by a thread. And we ride on board with Gustin Canapino driving for BMW Team GB. The other one I'm keeping my eye on is there's only 0.3 of a second between 5th and 6th right now as well. Reina Talva for BMW Team BS Competition has got the fresh boots on. The Lamborghini of Biela Racing Team Euronics with Luca Kiza does not. That's seeing this gap close up. And again, it's the same kind of situation we just saw for the lead. Car behind with newer tyres needs to get past and then extend the advantage before the next pit stop, because then the switch flips the other way. The tyres will be on the other foot, and it will be the Lamborghini of Biela catching the BS car.
I believe so. I believe that's how things are going to work, although we haven't been following this battle quite as closely as we have the one up the front of the field between the top 4, but it's certainly worth watching this one now. We're seeing that this may well be all they can achieve in this one, really, the top 5, and that's nothing to be sniffed at. And I know there's a long way to go here, but on pace alone, I don't think there's a podium looking on the cards for these guys, for example. As I said, you never really know. As you mentioned, Christensen doesn't seem to be quite as good as Lasse back, and I'm not sure if indeed Williams' kind of resurgence in this race is down to back entirely or not. It could well be. I haven't done quite enough analysis on that. Oh, that's a fantastic dive, by the way, from the 8th and 9th to get through on the Lamborghini, but I haven't done enough looking at the lap times really to see whether it is back who's considerably faster than the likes of Christensen and the rest of his teammates. I somehow doubt that, but yes, certainly Lullam is beginning to stretch out a bit of a margin. Wallmeyer applying the pressure as well as the 89 BMW has just done to the Lamborghini.
Yeah, Yeah, good, clean, clinical move there from Reina Talva. Wasn't going to get held up behind Nikita, and he went and made that spot. Now, here at second, what we talked about before, Chris Lawham has broken away 1.5 seconds clear. Martin Christensen flashing the headlights. Jonas Vollmeyer flashing the headlights. What does it mean? I think from Christensen it means go on, I'm going to lift out, roll out of the throttle and sit in right behind you. That's the only real practical explanation for the car in front flashing their headlights. It's just to give a signal like I'm not fighting this one, you go on, which in the long term is still the smart move from Christensen to sit behind these BMW team red line blue and reds and get the slipstream, save the fuel, because he's only going to be hurting himself and his own tyres and his own fuel economy and stint length if he tries to stay ahead and fight them. I always feel like I'm going to be qualified to be a children's TV presenter by the end of this, because, you know, and the blue car is in front of the red car is kind of how we've been describing this battle for the lead. It's now in the opposite order to what it had been since the start of this commentary segment 6 hours into the race. Now 10 hours into the race and through the most recent phase of the pit stops, Chris Lawham managed to put 72 in front of the 71, no longer in numerical order.
Quite annoying, isn't it, having those car colours in there instead of different teams? But no, it just shows that Redline have just been really, really impressive so far in this race. And I wanted to touch on this a little bit earlier on. I know that the racing is quite on at the moment. It's the most thing we've had going on for our whole stint, really. But what is the obsession with having BMW team or Porsche in the name of the team when we know
it's entirely contractual?
Is it?
Yeah. It's
Wow, okay.
It's in fact there was even a good press release from BMW Motorsport about this, that they said they were going to compete in the iRacing special events this year. So it's basically a pseudo factory designation for these red line blue, red line red, and some of the BS competition run cars as well.
Yeah.
I think so.
The 89.
Yes. So I think BMW Team GB is one of the BS competition run cars as well, or is that also a red line stable car? But basically, it's a pseudo factory designation for those cars. They are officially and contractually flying the flag for as a BMW team. So it says a BMW team in this race.
Wow, I didn't know that. There must be. I'm glad there's a good reason, because it does look a little bit. If they were doing that on their own, I think it would look a little bit weird. But no, I'm glad there is a proper reason for that. So yeah, fair enough. And they're doing very well actually. The BMW teams, 4 of the factory ones, as you said, in the top 5, and 5 BMW M4s in the top 5 as well, which is a fantastic performance. Then we've got a Lamborghini and a Porsche and a Mercedes in the next 3. So we do have 4 manufacturers in the top 8, but they're not quite as evenly spread as that statistic makes it sound like.
No, here's 2 manufacturers that aren't particularly distantly spread. It's a Mercedes leading a BMW. When are they gonna like take them to like meet each other's parents or something? When does this become official?
I was about to bring something up there like that, but I would probably say it's, instead of meeting the parents, it's probably a case of meeting the team managers. Which will probably be good fun.
Do I need to say it? It's Sim RC towing around Marla, and it is a very familiar sight across the last couple of hours. They currently scored 8th and 9th, and the pit window kind of gets wider and wider the longer we get into this race, but we are still in that point just before the top of the hour, where as you see them on the left-hand side of the screen is a kind of a true reading, and there's no one, goal hanging or really out of phase fuel-wise. We've got some peculiarities tyre-wise, but in terms of fuel strategy-wise, that is the true order for everyone, at least in the top 16 or so there. So Simasi and Marla still with a little disagreement over who should lead in 8th place. They are...
More one.
Sorry?
A small disagreement. It's not really a large issue for them at the moment. But yeah, I mean, the racing is really engaging at the moment, in my opinion. It's, a fantastic endurance race as things stand. We've got a good fight going on here as well that we have a look at for 23rd in a moment right now. But yeah, it's really, really good racing. We're seeing a large pit window, as you just mentioned. It lasts for about half an hour now. A little bit less than that, but roughly half an hour of a pit window. That keeps us entertained, obviously, as we see who comes into pit lane, what the strategies are going to be, who getting into the car, who's changing tyres, etc. And then we've got about half an hour of on-track action where there is real actual fighting going on the circuit, as we've just seen at the front with the likes of Williams and Redline, and now Williams and BMW Team GB look like they're getting involved with each other a little bit as well. So Christensen, I'm afraid, is falling back in this one. Not such a good stint for him. He's not looked after the tyres nearly as well as he was hoping for, I would imagine, and it is beginning to cost him by the looks of things.
Yeah, and meanwhile here Andreas Lakem is driving the number 83 Relay Sim Racing. Andreas Lakem is 3/5 of the letters in Relay. The other first two belong to Patrick Richter. It's Richter and Lakem Relay Sim Racing. So I guess Patrick Richter kind of got shortchanged on that one, and he only got 2 letters in. But for the Relay Sim Racing 83, they're on the second stint of their tyres. Behind them, 2 cars on the first stint of their tyres. So this is a story we keep coming back to. Cars on the fresher tyres coming at double stinting cars, and then you wait an hour and the shoe's on the other foot, it's happening in the opposite direction, and the car that now has the fresh tyres is then going against another one on the double stint. So PGZ and Arnage on their first stint of their tyres, coming up against Relay on the second stint of their tyres. But I'm really not seeing Arnage super duper close this one up. And also their last 2 stints, only 25 laps for Arnage, and it's Carlos Diegas driving right now. Lamborghini is Johan Roya for PGZ. So I don't know what we might see happen in this battle here, but despite the tyre difference, Arnage might be looking for some fuel economy running here. While all that happened, Augustin Canapino got around Martin Christensen. Ewan O'Leary, you pointed that one out, and that would suggest that given similar tyre life between BMW Team GB and Williams Esports, Christensen is struggling worse on the second stint of the tyres than Canapino is.
Yeah, Christensen is struggling badly right now. Things looking not good at all. He needs the slipstream of that car, the 55, because he's actually got newer tyres. Well, he's got older tyres than it by 3 laps, but still, that's not good news at all. And he's about to lose the draft as well. 5 seconds now out to the leaders. Not good news, as we're on board with Johan Royer getting through on the Arnage Motorsport 20 competition, 23, and he's into 24th place now in the Lamborghini. But yeah, Christensen not having a good stint at all. I'm not entirely sure if he's going to be staying in for a quadruple or not. He won't be taking the tyres those 4 stints, you understand, but he will be putting on another set of tyres for another 2 stints. If Williams do indeed do that, then I would brace, I would be bracing myself. If I was Williams, on the Williams team, I'd be bracing myself for another loss of maybe 10 seconds over the next 2 hours, because at least in this stint he seems to not quite have the pace. Whether that's just raw pace that he hasn't got right now, whether he's gone out a little bit too quickly and he's feeling the effects of that now. If that is indeed the case, then he will be able to come back a little bit later on. Or indeed, there could be something else at play that we're not quite aware of. But the time losses are not good for the number 2 right now.
Yeah, sometimes we look at the lap times, we look at what direction the gaps are going, and we say, oh, this car's better on the tyres, this car's not looking so good on the tyres or the pace. And then maybe it's not actually the raw pace or the grip left in the tyres, but it's the fuel consumption. So we saw in the previous stint between 72 and 71 that 72 is going really quickly and catching the 71, but actually it was just because the 72 was burning more fuel. So it could be the tyres might still be there for Christensen, but he just doesn't have the fuel mileage from maybe doing a couple too many laps all by his own. It could be that as well. And we saw that playing into this battle here, where Andreas Latham rolled out of the throttle for a bit of a lift and coast at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Arnage did the same, and PJZ, Johan Royer, decided, I'm not so worried about my fuel economy. I'm not at my braking zone yet. I'm not lifting out of the throttle. And then he went and grabbed one position. I dare say he's probably lining up for another. Latham on the racing line. And here for the second time on the second lap, no worries at all. Latham happy to lift and coast. The Lamborghini, PJZ, Royer through and up another position. Ryan, do we know anything about the fuel economy from model to model? Obviously, we're comparing a lot BMW to BMW. Who's doing 26 laps, who's doing 27 laps in the BMW. But is there any chance that some of the other models, like the Mercedes or like the Audi, are maybe slightly more capable of doing 27 laps or get to 27 laps in a stint with just a tad less lift and coast?
I think the cars like the Lamborghini and the Mercedes and Audi as well. I think you could probably stretch the fuel run of those cars to 27 laps of some lifting and coasting, and maybe a bit of using a bit of slipstream as well. But I think at the moment, when it comes to the fuel economy and the fuel consumption advantage, I think it's basically the BMW that has the advantage at the moment, especially with teams like Team Redline and Team Redline at the moment, who are pretty much nailing the fuel strategy at the moment.
It's been fully 15 minutes since we gave the people the shameless fan service they deserve. Max Verstappen running around in 7th place right now. Caught 6th place on the previous lap, but there is a tyre difference there. Still 10 seconds between 6th and 7th is what Max Verstappen's going to have to gain with his better tyres before he can get another position for himself and his teammates. So far, I think we've seen 3 drivers in the 911, haven't we? It's been Jeff Gyasi, Max Verstappen and
Vecchio.
Gianni Vecchio, that's correct. So far 3 drivers in this 911 Porsche 24 by Redline. And that's the graphic now. 11.7 seconds to the next car up the road for him. But one thing that I think will bring him and his teammates a little bit of joy is he's also carrying more fuel right now with a better, further advanced strategy than the Biela car up in front. The car up in front is probably going to have to pit in about 3 laps. Max has still got about 10 laps of fuel left here, which means, some point later in the race, they're going to need a shorter pit stop because they're going to need, between now and the end, to take on board less fuel. Of course, the fuel flow ends up somewhere around 1.5 litres per second. So, hey, if you need to take 20 less litres, that's 15 less seconds you're going to spend stationary. It all starts to add up by the end of these endurance races. So, the full gaps to the leader on the left-hand side, still a little bit for Max to potentially catch up there. Here's one of the favourite 3-car battles we were checking out. PJZ got in front of Relay and Arnage, but hasn't been able to scamper away. So the slipstream obviously pretty powerful. BMW enjoying the Lamborghini-shaped hole punched in the air, even if the Lamborghini does appear to sit, 5 or 10 centimetres lower than the BMW. It's still a pretty good slipstream, all things considered, and there to the pit lane goes PJZ anyway. They might have actually been a little close on the fuel and therefore had to not burst away from Relay and Arnage.
Yeah, possibly. Well, we're certainly seeing the first trips down pit lane now, and Marla Racing Team aren't going to be too far behind the 450 as well. For Biela Racing, Euronics are going to be in the pit lane fairly shortly as well. So we're well into that cycle again, and we get to see what's going to happen in there now. As I'm seeing the Williams Esports car dropping back fairly quickly there to 10 seconds. Oh, they're in the pit lane. That's why. That's an early pit stop, I think. But we'll get to that in a moment. Arnage competition. Are they going to go for it? No, not quite. So Williams Esports into the pit lane early. How many laps was that then?
26. So about average, but not great, and not not closing the gap or going equal on strategy to what it seems like BMW Team Redline have been doing, but kind of similar to what BMW Team GB have been doing there.
Yeah, they're in more trouble than I thought, actually, because I've been remembering them coming in a little bit later than that, but they do come in first every time. That does make sense, but 26 laps, yeah, wow. Okay, they're in a little bit more trouble than I thought, because they're going to be putting in, 50 minutes of fuel on the final stint. Redline, I think they'll be putting about 15 minutes in, so, if you take that away, 35 minutes less fuel, what's that going to be? Of fuel, about half a tank? About 60 litres, maybe? I'm taking complete guesses right now. But that could be a 30-40 second gain for Redline, maybe 25-30 seconds gain in the final pit stop for Team Redline. So Williams Esports not only need to be in front of Redline at these moments, but a good 15-20 seconds in front, so that they can hold on to the race win. I mean, yeah, they're going to have to, if things work out well enough for them, they're going to have at least track position. But they might not even have track position. We'll wait and see. But the odds are stacked against them for me at the moment. They do need to pick up the pace. They do have a chance of winning this race, no doubt. But Redline are still the favourites for me.
Side now, they're almost holding hands between Marla and SimRC. Wow. And is Marla trying to get around? Is SimRC trying to force Marla into the lead around the outside from Lake Coombe? Marla now leads SimRC, and I agree with you that strategy-wise from Williams, a full tank of fuel. Oh no, SimRC are going back for it. They're battling through Brussels, through Rivage here. So on-track action, and also some strategy intrigue for the lead. Yeah, a full tank of fuel for a full stint takes 41 seconds. So therefore, if you're half a stint behind on your pit stops, you've got to take another 20 seconds of fuel, because that's half a tank of fuel that you're now going to need extra. So positions changed twice between these cars, between SimRC and Marla, and I think this is an in-lap for SimRC, so they're getting pretty punchy. Could also be the in-lap for Marla. So now on the in-lap, they're looking to jockey to be who's ahead when we go into pit lane. We might all end up exactly the same afterwards, but by previous stint laps, this would be an in-lap for these two cars. It's also an in-lap for Biela Racing Team Euronics, our leading Lamborghini. From 5th, Luca Kitza is entering pit lane, and for the shameless fan service, that will push Max Verstappen up into 6th until he needs to pit in a couple of laps' time. So here they go, racing down the track, racing into pit entry. SimRC, a car length ahead as they enter the tortuously long endurance pit lane here at Spa. Are they got pit stalls near each other? Are we going to see a good race on pit road here as well?
Well, these two just need to get a room, don't they?
Yeah, I think don't be surprised if both these teams do a full service and a driver change as well, because I think Van Puten's pretty much been at the wheel for quite some time, I think.
Yeah, they're both due a tyre change as well. Just one of the things you mentioned. No difference in strategy, no difference in lap count here. No greater than 1 second margin. Pitted on the same section, relatively close to each other. Could have just damn told you if I looked up what the qualifying grid was.
Couple of doors down.
Yeah, but the answer is they're in pit stall number 5 and number 13. So
a few doors down, but not too far to walk.
No doubt. So let's keep an eye on those pit stops. Then Marla are going to get Marino Serica, and SimRC are going to go for my fellow countryman, Hayden Burns. So driver change at both. Is that going to change what we see for the next stint, or are they going to absolutely be in lockstep, holding hands, skipping through the meadows, picking sunflowers? Find out. There goes the Lamborghini dealer racing team. Luca Kita made way for Sven Haase. And they're only seconds away from dropping off the jacks, rejoining the race. SimRC and Marla. SimRC first. They're further down the pit lane. Now Marla. And SimRC ahead by a couple car lengths.
Well, yeah, pretty much ding round 3. So yeah, both of these teams are pretty close together again for another stint, and they're pretty much. I wouldn't be surprised if they're getting sick of each other.
Well, one thing that does reset that is it's different drivers in both cars. So Hayden Burns, not Hayden Burns, Marino Serica isn't going to be bored of staring at the back of the SimRC car because it hasn't been him doing it. But by the end of this stint, he might be, and they might have to form a club to talk through the experience. Again, it's a good battle for what could end up being 7th, 8th or 9th, or even higher if there's an incident above them in the pecking order. And this is one of the examples where you say the balance of performance is actually pretty good for this event, because Mercedes and the BMW on stint length inseparable, strategy inseparable, their pace, their actual true race pace in the race conditions inseparable. And maybe the reason why we've got BMWs for the top 4 is just no matter what Redline, if Redline were driving the Lamborghini or the Mercedes, they'd still be up the front. I think that's the real difference.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think you might be right on that one, although the BMW just seem to have that little bit of an edge right now, because let's not forget there's some fantastic teams running around in the likes of 5th, 6th, 7th. We've got this fantastic fight between the 450, that Biela Racing team, and the other Redline car, the 911, and the BS competition car as well. They're all running at a similar distance, and they're not well, one of them's in a BMW, but most of all, they're not all in BMWs. You just wonder if the 911 team or the 450 team were driving BMWs, what would happen? I don't know, but the BMW just seemed to be a little bit stronger. It's always that age-old question, though. You're right. Is that driver team skill, or is that car actually just better? Because I guess the best teams as well tend to pick the best cars because they're the best teams. So it's very difficult to work out.
You always get sick of discussing balance of performance. It's a topic that's sort of run around and discussed every single aspect of the positives and negatives of balance of performance. What we do have is some great racing and some great teams and some super close battles for the lead and up and down. rest of the fields. A lot of other pit stops, of course, cycling through now where, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes past the hour. You can see on the graphic on the left, it's on the pit lane, and the BMW Team GB just left. Driver change, Sami Matti Trogan taking over from Canapino. Still a couple hours away from any hint of sunlight on the horizon, but from past experience, it's a pretty good sunrise here for this iRacing version of Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Get beautiful orange hues in the sky over all of the trees and the forests and the hills in this section of Belgium. And I think you tend to see it facing this way down towards the source first.
I wouldn't have thought it would be that amazing because of all the trees around and stuff. At Le Mans you get some fantastic ones because it's so flat up there and there's nothing around. It's quite nice, but I wouldn't have thought it would be... Well, I mean, if you get the right day, any sunrise anyway is quite nice, but...
And even though you can't really tell at night, the weather officially partly cloudy, so that'll matter when the sun rises, as for both what the sunrise looks like, but then also what we can expect from tyre longevity and strategy through then the second half of the race. Saw plenty of lift and coast from Marino Sirica here. Definitely one or two of the rev lights on the dash disappeared before he put the brakes on, so another stint potentially of Mahler Racing Team just accepting the manna from heaven that's the slipstream of SimRC.
Yeah, again, I think SimRC team will probably be a bit frustrated because they probably want Sirica to go in front of them and maybe take a turn of fuel saving behind them, but that's racing. That's endurance racing, and that's not how it works. If Sirica wants to sit behind, or if he's been instructed to sit behind in the slipstream fuel save, then that's what he's got to do. But I think SimRC won't be taking this team behind them out for dinner anytime soon.
I think the problem is across all these stints, SimRC are taking Mahler out for dinner and picking up the tab every time.
It's quite a good analogy, isn't it? I'm not sure what their plan is here. I'm really not. Like, why are they towing Mahler around Belgium all day long?
They might not have any other choice.
Well, yeah. I guess they can't get rid of them pace-wise, but soon enough, Mahler are going to be in a better fuel situation than they are, and SimRC are going to be pitting before them. So, yeah, I really don't know what they'd do, what I'd do at this point. As I said earlier, it was such a rare situation where you find these guys on exactly the same strategy, pretty much exactly the same pace across all of the team. The cars are very well matched, and I've never really seen an equilibrium like this in endurance racing for forever, really, and it's just very, very bizarre. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure. SimRC look okay with it to me. They look like fine with it, you know, because you remember 1 hour ago, not the pit stops just gone, but the pit stops before that, Mahler actually came out in front, and SimRC had the opportunity to play the Mahler role in this little battle and just sit behind, but they decided to just go through almost immediately, and it was a very bizarre moment. So I'm not entirely sure why they're so okay with this, and I really can't explain it. It's a bizarre situation.
In the long run, Mahler is coming up trumps here. They've gone from doing 26 lap stints to now 27 lap stints every single time they've been towed to SimRC. Mercedes are still only doing 26 lap stints. So all the while this carries on, they're doing the same speed, Marla is burning less fuel. They're going to need to take on board less at some point later in the race. Marla are just they're playing like a 14-hour long game here to have a shorter stop right at the very end of the race, or maybe bring a short stop earlier if they want to. They might have that flexibility in the last 3 hours or so. They're not going to do it now. I don't think they're very much enjoying the slipstream too much. It's fourth place, trying to say, excuse me, let me put a lap on you guys. Max Verstappen there, now splits between them. Is this going to be what Hayden Burns uses to try to pull away, to try to break the toe to Marla? A car trying to lap the both of them. Sort of flash the headlights in the background there, and I didn't pick up, was it from Marla or was it from Max? And I think I know. We'll see, is he close enough there to get around by the end of the Kemmel Straight? I don't think so. Got another battle as well. It's the V-Rig KC Racing Esports. They're battling Pure Sims Esports, Tyler Vias, over 34th. Both of them, well, Pure Sims on the outlap, V-Rig KC Racing Esports, the second lap after their pit stop. So again, another set of cars that have emerged from their pit stops, similar pace, and in a battle, BMW versus BMW here, with Avias Pure Sims versus Keith Camilleri in the V-Rig KC machine up front.
Leaders in, 72's in. I'm not sure how many laps it was, but I'm sure you have worked it out already, David. I hope so, anyway.
Chris Lawham's done some learning and some slipstreaming, and he's just done 27 laps again on this stint. So that's probably the number you're looking for. He's managed to right the wrong. There's BMW Team GB slotting in between the battle we were watching. It's funny, 2 battles in a row, and one of our top 5 cars appears in picture to slice in between them. No problems at all from V-Rig KC, unless they picked up a slipstream, but they were well out of the way and on the brakes early, saying, on you go, Sammy Matty Trogan. Not going to spend an extra corner, an unnecessary corner in your way. And then keeps this battle close right together. More leaders on the lane. We've got BMW Team BS Competition and the 911 Porsche 24 driven by Redline. So that's Rainer Telver and Max Verstappen on the lane together, 20 or so seconds apart. And also the other Porsche 24 by Redline, which is Alexander Teeb at the moment.
Where is the 55 and the 2 going to be in relation to the 72 is what I want to know. No tyres this time for the 72. We didn't expect that, but yeah, we'll have to wait a little bit of time to find out how big the gap's going to be. About 35 seconds, it looks like.
We didn't expect from that pit stop for the 72. There's no tyres, but a driver change. Lolham out, Lorenzo Colombo in. And I think, again, they're putting a driver out on the track on a used set of tyres, which is not typical. But maybe Chris Lawham had just decided
yeah, that's weird.
He wasn't gonna continue. By all accounts, Max Verstappen is staying in. This is a fuel-only stop if they're following the normal schedule. And there goes Rainer Telver in the BS competition, and it is still Rainer Telver. 10 more seconds for Verstappen on the fueling, which of course in this 911 GT3 R, the fuel tank is in front of the driver over the front axle, unlike most of the mid-engine cars that have sort of a centrally positioned fuel cell. So the weight distribution changes more drastically for the 911 GT3 R as you burn through the fuel than it does for any of the other GT3 models. You kind of the weight over the front axle, not just the weight overall when you put in, 80, 90 kilograms of fuel, but where the weight is on the front versus the rear axle changes as the fuel comes into that car. Didn't look like any dramas on that pit stop whatsoever, just full tank of fuel. He is back out, and we are well and truly in the middle of that pit window right now, fellas.
Yeah, just looking at that pit stop for the 72 car as well. I'm very surprised that they've done a driver change, but never changed any tyres. That's a bit of a brave call to make. But hey, I guess it's someone with Team Redline that's calling the strategy kind of decided to try something different.
I want to say it's like getting hand-me-down clothes from your older sibling when you get given the car with the old set of tyres on it.
I mean, they
or
did
some other
this.
ways to think about it, but it's not necessarily optimal. You'd normally want to line up your driver and your tyre changes.
Yeah, you would normally, but we saw this a little bit earlier on in the 5th hour of this race with just under 20 hours to go. Enzo Benito got into the car, on used tyres from Chris Lullum again. So, yeah, it's clearly a strategy that they must have practiced it. You can't go into this not knowing what a car on used tyres would feel like after an hour. So, because that is a skill. When you're driving it on your own, okay, it's difficult, but you have felt the changes while driving, and so it makes it a little bit easier in that way. But when you're getting into the car in that environment, you've just not, you've not experienced the changes, and it means that you're more liable to make a mistake. But clearly, they've got to have practiced that because they're executing it far too well for it to be, just something they've fought on the fly.
Yeah, it's something you're only going to do if you've got a lot of confidence in your drivers, because it always is weird to leave the pit lane on the used tyres. You don't adjust quite the same, and finding where the limit of the car is. It is odd for that to be your starting point, is the used tyres. Meanwhile, it is red line o'clock on the pit lane because Team Redline Black Velvet are making a pit stop, and Shane Van Gisbergen has made way for Van Hornet, and your number 71, several times race leader from the pit lane. And it's Jonas Vollmeyer, I think, is going to stay there. But what was interesting is that it's only done a 26-lap stint this time, 71, which brings them back to where they were 2 laps apart from the 72, 2 hours ago. So, yeah, things move quickly, and not very quickly at all in this world of endurance motor racing. And rejoins 71 in front of the 72 by 1.7 seconds. So what's happened there? Wallmeyer's obviously had a pretty good in-lap, if in those 2 laps that he pitted after red line blue, he's managed to take a couple seconds behind to being a couple seconds in front. Have I misread that, or is oh no, blue's still in front of red? Sorry.
The fastest lap has changed, which is confusing a little bit, because red, I've always associated, I don't know about you, I've always associated red with having the fastest lap, because it was Beneke's for a long time until Chris Lullum, right towards the end of that stint, took that award away. You don't get anything for it, but it's just something to have, and it's something we've got on our graphics on the left-hand side.
There's nothing more important in the world than a purple badge.
You get, it's purple across your name as well on the left-hand side. But no, the important thing to note here, once again, I guess we start to repeat ourselves a little bit, but I still find it nevertheless fascinating. This is what's so brilliant about endurance racing. We're getting towards the middle of the night, but it is strategically really, really engaging, this race still. This stint 2 hours ago, if you see what I mean, the Williams eSport car was 20 seconds behind the two red line cars. If they can at least get it to that point again, then it would have been a successful 2 hours, I think, because ideally they want to bring the gap down, in my opinion, because they've got a longer pit stop to make at the very end of this race. However, I think losing time is a complete disaster, and to have not lost any time at the end of a stint like this, I think is a success for them, because Christensen really struggled on the second stint of that last one there. So not losing any time here for Williams would be good. However, he's not making any inroads right now at all into those red line cars at all. He needs to probably be reeling them in at this point, but that's not happening right now.
Got our haves and our have-nots kind of at the moment. You've got the 72 and 71, and we're going to have a pit stop shortly from that number 3. It's not really in contention here. It's a bit out of cycle, and this time they didn't even lead a couple of laps before they have to pit in a lap or two. And then your next bracket of cars there, BMW Team GB ahead of Williams Esports, ahead of BMW Team BS Competition. They're all in their little gap there, about 10 seconds or so. And these last couple stints, they've worked out pretty well for BMW Team GB in comparison to Williams. We talked about that something about the fuel or the tyres towards the end of the second stint for Williams Esports was starting to cost them compared to what Team GB were able to do. So now all of a sudden it's BMW Team GB looking in best place for that kind of third ride on board at the moment with Gabriel Erdelyi, and he is trying to catch 22nd place, which is German simracing.de. So two of the slightly less loved models, because still seem to think that the BMW is the favourite child, but Porsche against a Mercedes here.
Not as unfavourite as the Ford, I will admit. Very unpopular car for pace reasons, I'd imagine.
The Ford's not even a child. No,
they just own them.
Yeah. Some relative that they, only see at Christmas weddings and funerals.
Yeah, and you're not a fan of.
You are, but there's a reason your parents don't let you hang around with them. It's that relative where it's like something's odd about Uncle Frank.
You got dodgy people in your family?
He lives in the woods by himself, and we don't have much contact with him.
Sends messages by pigeon.
Tell you what, for PRT Ronin Simsport, this isn't doing so bad, because I think they're on older tyres than German Sim Racing up in front, so to be hanging with them here, well, that's a good sign. And we talk about when they come to the next round of pit stops and the switch flicks the other way, and suddenly it's Ronin with the fresher tyres in this particular battle. It looks good. And in fact, only the next two cars ahead of them battling for position as well. So we've got 4 cars in about 3 seconds here, from PGZ Motorsport to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing to German simracing.de to the car we ride on board with right now. 20th to 23rd, all covered here. So why don't we spend a couple laps more on board with PRT Ronin Simsport, Gabriel Erdelyi, and commentary will resume in a couple minutes here in the iRacing Spa 24, powered by Heusinkveld. Hope you enjoyed that, and the dulcet tones of 6.2 litres of Mercedes-Benz finest growling GT3. Not a lot of change underway in this particular pack. There's one thing I can attribute some of this strategy to. It's that there is a lot of lift and coast going on because everyone is morbidly afraid of having to take an extra pit stop and make that incredibly long, incredibly painful, incredibly huge pit delta transit here. So it does kind of... The long pit delta does sort of railroad everyone into trying to follow the same fuel-saving strategy, doesn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it definitely does help with fuel-saving strategy, and I think it will definitely help in the closing stage of the race as well, probably, and I'm guessing round about probably the last 5 or 6 hours when I think it's pretty much gloves off at that point, and everyone will, or I think some teams and drivers anyway will probably treat it as a sprint then.
No, I think you're absolutely right about the pit lane transit and how you want to avoid an extra pit stop. But for these GT3s, I don't see that being a problem really. The extra pit stop for me, this kind of railroading, as you call it, it's kind of down to wanting that pit stop, that final pit stop, excuse me, to be as short as possible. We're seeing with Redline at the moment, are predicting about 15 minutes of fuel needed for their final pit stop, whereas for Williams, a team that haven't done it quite so well, a 50-minute pit stop. And these are kind of race-defining, really. These are race-defining margins. You can see how close it is between some of these battles. That will settle a battle. That kind of margin in the fuel, because the fuel flow is not all that fast really. It's 40 seconds to fill the tank for these guys, so it's fairly long time, which means any fuel that you can save out there on the circuit means that you don't have to spend it stationary in the pit lane. So that is, I guess, another reason, at least to my mind, why we're seeing so much of this kind of follow the leader kind of thing going on.
Yeah, 26 to 27 laps to a stint, 40 seconds to completely refuel the car. Therefore, stands to reason that each lap of fuel you put on board takes, a second and a half, or maybe even a tad bit longer there. So, yeah, every single lap you're longer on your strategy, 1.5 seconds in a stop somewhere, and that is all going to come around and matter. Now it's getting a little more aggressive here. PGZ rolling out early, and German Sim Racing.de by Hetzner grab that spot. So they've got more than one Porsche here as well. That's their one. Going to grab 20th place away from PGZ. Did I say PGZ or PGZ? I want to say PGZ because, but then PGZ almost rolls off the tongue easier. And then Ronin Simsport and Phoenix Racing Esport Red still in the picture here as well. We're looking at all of the different vehicles in this race. So it's 5 BMWs out front at the moment, but fan favourite Max Verstappen, the leading Porsche at the moment for Porsche 24 by Redline in 6th. Then Sven Haas currently in 7th, the Lamborghini, and then Hayden Burns for Sim RC in 8th. So after those leading BMWs comes a flurry of the different marques, and then the one other that we have, where is Team OP Ford with their 2007-2008 spec Ford GT3? Are they still down in the 30s somewhere? Or they're, yes, running 38th at the moment for OP Ford. Otto Pustinen driving at the moment. One and the only Ford is still going on here, where PGZ appear to be maybe going backwards a little bit. German Sim Racing by Hetzner got past. Now Ronin looks like they're going to get past. And Ryan, I couldn't help but notice, it looked like the Lamborghini got super wobbly between the apexes at the bus stop. I think the tyres are starting to give up here. The balance doesn't look great.
Yeah, I was watching them on the exit of the bus stop here, and that car did not look stable at all getting back on the power. So I think you could be right. The tyres are pretty much gone at this stage, and it's just a case of hoping for the best and just hanging on as best they can.
Yeah, because that Porsche of German Sim Racing has said bye-bye. It's now like a second and a half up the road in only just a lap. So, yeah, something towards the end of the stint. I think there might be still 10 more laps to go in this stint for PGZ. They've just not got the pace of those around them at the moment. That could have been an off-track there for Ronin Simsport, though. And we haven't touched on it for a while, but every time they are all four wheels beyond the curb, that is an incident point, past 100 incident points, and you're going to get given an automated drive-through for exceeding your incident allocation. And for reasons we touched on strategy-wise as well, you don't want to drive through here. You don't want to be given a drive-through penalty in any race, but you do not want to be given a drive-through penalty at the endurance pit lane of Spa.
No, it's the most punishing pit lane in the entire in the entire motorsport world. I can't think of a longer pit lane. I mean, I know we talk about long pit lanes, things like Sepang has a very long pit lane, you know, and Silverstone's quite a slow one, so it makes it quite long in the end. So, you know, but it's nothing compared to that. It's nothing compared to this pit lane here, combining the Grand Prix layout and the Grand Prix pits, and the endurance pits as well. You really do need to avoid those incident points. As you mentioned there, it's been changed for this circuit. I think these rules only apply to Spa and the Red Bull Ring at the moment. I think we talked about this before we came on air, what feels like about 3 years ago now. Yeah, you know, where you have to go four wheels outside of the curve to be able to get an incident point. Now, I guess in terms of the actual the rules of racing, it doesn't quite add up quite as you know, quite as it otherwise would. But yeah, it just gave these guys a little bit of extra leeway because this place was so tricky on those incident points. It was you could stack them up so quickly. But you know, if you're going four wheels outside of the curb, then that really does warrant an incident point. You know, you shouldn't be out all four wheels on the curb, in my opinion. You should have your left-hand side or your right-hand side wheels on the actual tarmac, in my opinion. If you're going further than that, then you know there really is an extend, in my opinion.
So we're 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, which means we're 10 minutes away from that pit stop window opening again. It really does just grow and grow, like the universe, always expanding. Now almost 5 seconds difference between Colombo and Wallmeyer, between the two teammates at BMW Team Redline, two team cars. There's several teammates because there's several drivers across the several cars. Then BMW Team GB continue to extend their advantage ahead out of Williams Esports. Then BMW Team BS Competition. Watching this one here, next car lining up to add to the woes, the Lamborghini of PGZ. Why is it such a difficult three-letter combination to say, but the yaw angle and the slip and the behaviour of that Lamborghini, it looks like the rear tyres are just gone because there's not many other cars you see out there using that much slip angle, that much yaw, and yeah, it's those shopping trolleys that have got fixed wheels at the front and caster wheels at the back.
Yeah, I'm just watching now. I wonder if the Lamborghini will have the same issues getting back on the power as just ever so slightly getting them back on the power again, just a little bit sideways on the exit and pretty much barely in traction. But I think it's just a case of when the move gets done by the Ronin Simsport car.
Ronin definitely happy to save fuel, as everyone seems to be. Anytime they get a good slipstream, I think this is a great opportunity to save myself a little bit of fuel, extend my strategy, extend my stints, extend my strategy possibilities. But eventually there'll come a time where they see the pace of the car in front and they might think, do you know what? It's not worth giving up time on track to save fuel if the car in front can't match the kind of clean air pace I might be able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of it so far in this race, and we might be seeing it again. No, not more so, let's not forget, than the Marla car and the Sim RC cars, who have now finally been separated by 6 seconds. I don't quite know how that happened, because last time I saw them I could have sworn they were still nose to tail, but apparently they're not anymore. And yeah, there isn't a gap inside the top 15 now that is less than a second, but that's just the way the race is ebbing and flowing right now. I'm sure that there will be gaps closing a little bit later on. Sammy Matti's Trojan and Lafuente behind him in the 55 and the 2 cars are not catching either redline car at this point when they really, really need to. They're still over, well, Lafuente is over 30 seconds behind the leader. This is an absolute disaster for them, I'm afraid, because Colombo and Rollmeyer might be able to, well, especially Colombo, might be able to change tyres here and still actually come out ahead of both of those guys, and yeah, that would not be good news at all.
Look, Gabriel Adelyi, but still deciding that the slipstream and the fuel saving is worth more than his nose in front. Let's see the case just up the road from them, One Star GT Racing, Sim Racing DE having their little battle. So this is where the action is between 19th and 22nd at the moment. Even that Lamborghini hitting the curbs just seems to really bounce and pitch, and in a way that a lot of the other cars aren't doing at the moment. So maybe they've got some unique damping settings going on there as well. Maybe that contributes to the woes balance. Underneath the bridge, past the little Camel Kink, the long run. It's moderately uphill. Normally a lot of fans on the left. Still, Gabriel Adelyi is thinking about fuel. Angle really demonstrates the kind of speed that even when they roll out of the throttle, ease up a little bit, we're still talking about a lot of speed. And I can see from some of the speed trap data some of the highest speeds we've seen, or at least seen in the last 6 hours or so. And for your race leader in 72, I'm seeing a peak trap speed of 267 kilometers an hour, but others have gone faster. And the fastest I can see is 274 kilometers an hour for the number 450 Biela Racing Team Euronics Lamborghini. So they might have worked out a setup or a gearing or something for that Lamborghini that works very well in a slipstream. One thing we often see on board that kind of irks me from the BMWs is they've got 6 or 7 gears and they never go beyond 5th, even in a good slipstream. The gearing is just somewhere in between. The short gears are too short for around here, and the long gears are a real Daytona specification or something. What do you think about the different gear ratios across the different cars?
I've certainly noticed the BMWs with very rarely even shifting into 6th. I didn't know they had 7 gears actually. That's news to me.
They might only have 6 on the M4 GT3, but there's definitely 7 gears on the M4 GT4 because it has the road going dual clutch kind of gearbox thing. It's got 7 gears, and again, you never use 6th or 7th.
Yeah, I'll have a Google, but I'm not entirely sure how many gears it actually has. But yeah, I'll have a quick look. But yeah, I mean, that would be weird, really. The gear ratios, because that would mean they're so out of whack that, you know, they can barely reach 6th. We're here in Delhi at the moment. He didn't get into 6th there. He was in the top end of 5th before lifting off. So yeah, I'm surprised.
Well, Delhi's in a Mercedes. I thought the gear stats for the Mercedes were a little more.
Sorry. I was just listening.
Useful.
I should have been paying more attention. I was just listening. That's quite embarrassing. It's only 6-speed apparently. I've just seen on the BMW website. So there we are.
Makes sense. A lot of the GT3s tend to have a very racing-specific gearbox, whereas some of the GT4 models have sort of the road car gearbox, and Same can also be done for some of the TCRs, where you can get the Volkswagen products with the DSG TCR, but that proved to, in the real world, be less popular than they thought it would be, because the maintenance intervals and the horrors and trials of racing do stress a road-derived gearbox a little more than you'd think. Look at PGZ again. Just the car it's got nothing. It's got no grip left at all. It's just given way every single corner. The car doesn't want to keep facing the right way. He refuses to give up in the position. He's going to try to hold the inside for Blanchimont. Now he rolls out of it. That was a car that's a couple of corners in a row. The rear refused to do what it was being asked and keep the car facing the way the driver was requesting. So the BMW M4 GT3 that you might see in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge or other GT4 series has the 7-speed road car gearbox. The Audi RS3 TCR, as it exists on iRacing, has the dual clutch DSG gearbox with the road car ratios, but in the most teams and drivers and owners opted for the racing sequential for the Audi RS3 TCR in the real world, but that's not the scan data that we have on iRacing. So that changed position there for Ronan, now ahead, and it didn't look like in the slipstream that PGZ were going to try to nip it back. Just threw the right-handers for a bit there. The car just looked an absolute handful.
Yeah, even though Ronan Simsport got by, that Lamborghini still keeping up as well. But I think when it gets to probably the last sector, like the corner that they saw they go sideways, this is when the Mercedes will probably pull away. But that Lamborghini is just it was like watching watching someone on a bouncy castle.
And it wasn't even just really loose, it was kind of snappy. Like the rear would give way, they'd steer into a little bit, the car would snap back again, and then they'd try to continue with the corner and the rear would break loose again. They're through that section of corners now, and this is where Ronan's starting to really lead them. It must be medium speeds, potentially across some of the curves. Struggles with the Lamborghini at this point. Good news for them, though, is they are only a couple laps away from their pit stop, about 4 laps away, or 28 kilometres, if you want to think of it like that.
Makes it seem like a long way, that, doesn't it? 28 kilometres, but then you stop and remember how many kilometres an hour these guys are travelling at, I suppose.
Yeah, only about, a normal commute or something.
Exactly. 11 hours in, by the way, 13 hours, just ticked over the hour.
I think this is the car I was talking about earlier. It's a different Lamborghini. It's the SRC Squadra Corsa. I was thinking maybe for a second here we were looking at the Biela Racing 450, but it's not the 450. It's the 48 Max Orko, and I think he's just gotten around the Radicals online recently. That's the BMW in the background and absolutely leaving him in his wake. Again, as many of the battles we see, a bit of a difference in tyre strategy. Lamborghini on new tyres, faster than a BMW on old tyres.
That battle was coming on for a long time, and there was no real argument. I guess there's tyre difference there, as you mentioned.
Lamborghini not massively unpopular. There's quite a few of them out there, including the one currently in 7th, one we were looking at, took the spot for 15th, and then another one down here in 23rd. It's Phoenix Racing, under pressure from Zenith. And just up the road from them is PGZ, another Lamborghini. So there's a good handful of them. So probably a good collection of spares around if you need it. The pressure is on for Julian Kesselhut. He's got Sergio Ignacio behind him. Ignacio back with Zenith Esports. Seems like a couple of stints ago he was driving. Handing over to someone else, and now he's back driving again, and he's looking for a way around the Lamborghini. Really a lot of movement, looking left, looking right, very darty. It is not going to get past him on the way into Blanchimont. He's going to look for a bigger braking zone to get down the inside. Not a bus stop though. So they remain pretty close for 23rd. Oh, that's PGZ around. I told you that rear of the car was looking super loose, and they've spun it in the bus stop, facing the wrong way. And I'd be tempted to just go for pit lane and put new tyres on at this point. With the way that it's been looking, that felt inevitable. We saw a change of direction in the bus stop. The car looked a massive handful a couple laps ago. We mentioned it, and here's the replay. It's only gone and done it, fellas.
Yeah, I wonder if tempted to guess that maybe PGZ or maybe they decided to risk it and try and triple stint the tyres, and if they have done that, it's not worked out as well as they hoped.
Yeah, that's costly. It will have cost them a bit of time. We'll have worn down those tyres even more, and it's probably not going to be any nicer for the remaining laps of that stint. They eventually pit. Good avoiding action by everyone we're looking at here. You've got your leader, 72 in Team Redline Blue, right in front of this battle as well, which is interesting to note. Phoenix and Zenith, are they just slipstreaming off the leader? Are they always going to want to unlap themselves at some point? I think actually that Lorenzo Colombo and Team Redline Blue had to take more avoiding action and lost more time than these two, because if you had looped it right in front of your race leader, it could have been an incident. It could have been a race-changing incident, couldn't it? Couldn't it have been?
Absolutely. I mean, we saw that it just must be Redline's day. It is falling together so nicely just for the moment. I don't want to give them the commentator's curse or anything, but the way things have gone so far, things are falling so nicely into place. If you remember, just before we came on air, we were just chatting, literally moments before we came on air, and I can't remember which car it was now, but they spun in front of the two Redline cars. As down the inside goes one of the BMWs, now not able to make that move for now. But yeah, a car went spinning around in front of both the Redline cars. The blue had to check up. The red car nearly went into the back of the blue car. It was nearly a three-car pile-up involving the two race leaders. They got very, very lucky indeed, just coming out of pit path. And on this occasion, now it's into the bus stop. They had to do some avoiding action once again that could have ended their race, or certainly ended their charge for a victory. So, yeah, they've, I don't want to say got lucky so far, but they have had that slice of luck on their side, been in the right place at the right time. And I guess that's why they've got a nearly 10-second lead over their teammates.
I think that shade of green is quite fetching on a Lamborghini. It doesn't look entirely dissimilar to the sort of Pertamina green that often adorns some of the factory-backed cars. Still watching this battle, 21st and 22nd. Oh, this is one of the moves we see the BMWs trying to go for sometimes, is sneak down the inside, and it works. So, no move at the end of the straight, but a good run through Melmedy. Big dive down the inside at Rivage, and that's a spot up for Zenith Esports and Sergio Ignacio. He's now also going to be able to slipstream off the race leader, potentially. Speaking of the race leader, it's now 9.4 seconds from Redline Blue to Redline Red. What was a race lead 11 seconds in the opposite direction, by the end of this stint, could be 10, 12 seconds advantage for 72. They're now further ahead out in the lead of the race than the fuel difference on the strategy. So, pretty good stint for Colombo. Even having inherited Chris Lilham's tyres. He's done good work with them. Maybe that's the secret. It's the secret sauce. Lolham blesses the tyres, and then someone else comes in and does good work with them.
I'd be impressed if that is the case. But you never know, I suppose. He can't have been treating them too badly. I know he set the fastest lap when he was on those tyres a little bit earlier on, but he can't have been treating them too badly.
Still working as advertised.
Yes.
Sammy Trogan, you can see on the overall there, on his new tyres on this stint, almost within 5 seconds or so of Wallmeyer. Looking at pure sims here, they're ranging up, trying to get down the inside of the OP Ford, trying to follow on behind Carbon Simsport, but it's still too wide through the bus stop. Typical, you wait all day and then 3 come at once, and Heusinkveld loses out a couple of meters that he was trying to have in his pursuit of the Lamborghini from Carbon Simsport. PGZ finally on pit lane. Those poor guys, I think, and that poor set of tyres have suffered enough on that stint. And hopefully this set of tyres coming up is going to get treated a little bit more nicely. New fastest lap of the race, Sven Haase. You saw the purple bar moves around again from the 71 to the 72. Now belongs to Wheeler Racing Euronics. I said they've got the fastest straight line speed of anyone. And, well, now they've got the grip through the corners to match it as well. Got to assume they would have picked up a decent slipstream somewhere at some point for that as well. But now, fastest lap of the race at 2:16.1. Doesn't appear to have reset the speed trap record though. It still is 274 for the Lamborghini. Compare that to 271 for the Porsche by Max Verstappen and 267 for the leading BMW. While the lap times might be pretty equal, it does seem like you can set up the Lamborghini for a little bit more straight line speed, and some of our fastest BMWs aren't set up for straight line speed. Look how hard Haase is pushing, by the way, as well. Did you see him basically grab an off track on the edge of no name there, Ryan?
Yeah, I was just about to say he's absolutely pushing the car to the limit, and at the moment, like you saw in the previous lap, he got the fastest lap of the race, and he's absolutely just giving everything. Just watching there, and wide again. So yeah, Sven is definitely pushing this car to the limit. And I find with the Lamborghini as well, you were talking about low wing, you can't get away with running low wing in this car, and if you can get the car set up right.
Next car up the road from him is for position. It's Max Verstappen in the 911 Porsche 244 by Redline. But the reason Haase is able to push so hard, he's super light on fuel. I think this is going to be his last lap on this stint, or his last flying lap on this stint. And the answer is that is his in-lap, and that's why he was able to push so hard the previous lap. Super light on fuel, picking up a slipstream here or there, and he did his best with it as well. So now, fastest lap of the race belongs to a Lamborghini. All good things coming to an end. Now it is pit stop time for Haase. He's going to have to fill it up with another 120 litres or so of fuel, which is 85 kilos or so. I'm led to believe race fuel density varies somewhere between 750 to 800 grams per litre. But I've no idea what figure iRacing uses, so it's something around that.
You've lost me now in your physics lesson. Yeah, I didn't do physics, and I've got no idea. But anyway, Marla Racing Team are in the pit lane. They're still able to benefit from SimRC because they've come in a little bit later than them, even though they did actually lose the back of them eventually. But yeah, I guess for the 450, the draw of having the opportunity to overtake an F1 championship leader might have been spurring him on a little bit there as well, I suspect.
26 laps to a stint again for Viola. 26 this time from Marla after doing 2 laps in 27s. I really like that SimRC slipstream, but SimRC pitted a lap earlier. I don't know why Marla wouldn't hit 27 on this. Done some digging, Ewan?
Well, somebody else has done some digging and posted it in the YouTube chat. Apparently,
So they have.
Apparently 90 kilograms is a full tank in iRacing. So, excuse me. So that's roughly the figure that we're looking at. Quite heavy. That's a fairly sizable passenger. If you were to weight that in terms of a person, that's a good heavy person, that is.
Yep, so race fuel with a specific density of about 0.77, jet fuel about 0.7, diesel like 0.85. So we're somewhere in between jet fuel and diesel for the density per litre. But of
Redline
course,
must be using jet fuel. Where are they going?
yeah, that's why they're so light. But yeah, and of course it all varies based on air pressure and temperatures, etc. Famously in Formula One in the 80s or so, they were super chilling the fuel because the regulation specified a fuel volume limit, not a fuel weight limit. So you could fit more fuel in a 140, 160 litre tank if you chill it to super freezing temperatures. So they're experimenting with more energy-dense blends and vaguely cancerous ingredients, and I'm glad they've actually clamped down on some of that. But more cars onto the pit lane, 3 all at once, and from our battle that we were watching earlier, Zenith, Phoenix, and ASR are all in together. Those are some cars that were battling each other. So it's not just SimRC and Marla who are inseparable. Zenith and Phoenix might be so. Look at SimRC, that was definitely an off-track. How wide do you want to get it? They're pushing. And they're trying to push to drop Marla, potentially, I think, as well, Ryan.
What was that? Sorry, I had to take my headset off for a minute.
Oh, we're just watching SimRC really stretching the limits of the track, picking up a bit of gravel and still being unable to shake their greatest, bestest friends of all time, Marla Racing.
Yeah, they've been pretty much together for how many stints is that now? Is that about three stints, 4 stints, something like that? They've been pretty much together, and yeah, it's pretty. SimRC's probably getting sick of it. On the other hand, the Marla Racing team's probably loving it because they're in the box seat saving fuel.
The bizarrest battle I've ever seen in an endurance race, I have to say. I keep saying it, but I can't get over how bizarre it is. It really is.
Yeah, Bram Van Putten had to put up with it for most of his stint. Now Hayden Burns is having to put up with it for his stint so far, and probably not the way he wanted to settle into his first stint, but nevertheless still doing a good job in 11th place at the moment, holding off the Marla Racing team. But on the other hand, Marla Racing team, like we keep saying, don't seem to be too eager to get by at the moment. Just they're happy to sit where they are.
They're finally 1 lap separated on when they've been pitting though, because Marla went longer and then went longer and are now going longer again. So Marla carry more fuel than SimRC. And as always, they are some of the closest cars on track and for position. For the lead, look just how much further that is stretching out between 72 and 71. Obviously, plain to see on our timing column on the left of the pictures. We've had a 22-second swing in the last couple hours, from BMW Team Redline Red leading by 11 seconds to now they trail by 11 seconds.
Yeah, I can see this going like this all the way till the checker flag, really, between these two. The Redline teams will be they're so well drilled, they're so well composed together. You know, they will have decided who they're driving with a long time ago, and they will be very, very well matched. They'll have 2 bullets in the gun, really. Well, they were hoping to have 3 or 4 with the Porsches as well. They decided to hedge their bets and put some really stacked lineups in both the BMW and the Porsche, depending on which one turned out to be the best on the day. It looks like the BMWs are going to have their day, but they've got 2 bullets in the gun, as I say. 2 very, very good ones as well. 2 exceptionally strong teams, and it's just going to ebb and flow throughout the entirety of the day, right to the very end, in my opinion. I can't see them being separated. I also can't see Williams and BMW Team GB actually beating them in this. They'll give them room for the money, giving them a game, but I don't think they'll end up beating them out in this one. If they do, then it's going to be quite remarkable. I know there's still a long way to go, but the way things are going right now, Williams really do need to pick up the pace, because not only do they need to be in front of them at the end of this hour, ideally, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, because of the extra fuel that they'll have to take at the very end, they need to have a good 20-second margin to compensate for that. So, yeah, the odds are stacked against them, certainly, but look forward to seeing how they go about trying, that's for sure.
Always love these onboard cameras when you get to take a sneaky peek at the dash and at the revs, and also a really good look at what the wheel work looks like. That's another really wide run from SimRC. They've missed the apex, they've run out wide and dug up the gravel once again, so it's becoming a bogey corner for them out there. They can afford to do that a couple of times, but again, repeat ad nauseum, 100 incidents before you get a drive-through penalty, and that's got to be less than 1 every 3 or 4 laps from here on out, because we've still got predicted 332 laps to run. Your leader's done 289, so 600-ish laps. You can only theoretically afford an off-track to extend track limits once every 6 or 7 laps. That's only, 3 times a stint. You can't be doing it every lap like SimRC.
Yeah, so I think Hayden's pretty much just maybe just pushing a little bit to stay in front of my racing team possibly, or maybe he's just pushing to try and keep up the pace and try and close the gap down to that 912 Porsche 24 car by Team Redline. But at the moment he's having to keep an eye on his mirror on the Mata racing team. But Renault Sirica, I thought he would have been, when he took over for his stint, I thought he would have been in a hurry to try and get by as quickly as possible. But again, I guess it's just a case of whoever's calling the strategy for that car is maybe just told Sirica to stay behind and save fuel for his stint. Sorry.
Maybe he's admiring the giant RaceSpot sticker on the spoiler.
Oh yeah, or that as well. Apparently, if you look at the RaceSpot sticker, it gives you good luck.
Good fuel economy.
And that as well. Yeah.
Walk underneath a ladder, bad luck. Race underneath a RaceSpot rear wing, good luck. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. Sergio Ignacio, Zenith Esports, has not been having a boring race. We've checked in a half dozen times with this driver and with this car. Always a battle, always some work to do. This time, 2 laps out of his pit stop, Sergio Ignacio finds himself behind the Impulse Racing Lamborghini. There's a little asymmetrical paint scheme on here, but Impulse are going to have to stop in 1 or 2 laps, and Zenith well and truly fueled up with allegedly 90 kilograms. Oh, and they're taking the SimRC line through there as well. That was even wider. That was even more sketcy.
Took a about wide. That was extremely wide, as you say, really much further than Sim RC have managed. And as you mentioned, Sergio Ignacio has not had a boring stint of things. We've absolutely loved watching him throughout the 6 hours we've been here, because he's provided fantastic entertainment. I don't think I've seen him not in that car, I must admit. I think he's been driving for quite a long time in there now. And yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful about sharing the work, obviously, with his teammates, etc. But I'm sure they got all that sorted out. But yeah, he's been driving up the inside, making moves. He's been inside the top 20, inside the top 15 a little bit earlier on. Unfortunately, he's dropped outside of that now. He's had some kind of problem clearly along the way, but no, he's been providing us with some fantastic entertainment. We can be very thankful to him for that.
Ignacio drove a double when we called him out one of the times for that about 2 hours ago or so, and then his teammate in that car, Arturo Juncal Costas, drove a double, and now Sergio Ignacio is only recently back in the car. So I think they're going double one driver, double another, etc., etc. Here's the race leader, Lorenzo Colombo, probably to stay in the car, but probably to hand over the Chris Lolham pre-loved tyres. So 26 laps to this stint. Did manage 27 the previous time around, but now back to 26 in this car. So then we'll have to wait 2 or 3 laps to see what the other red line does. Does there stay a 2-lap difference in their pit call times, or will it drift out to 3 again? Leader is on the lane, and they go underneath that light in the pit lane. Suddenly it looks the most resplendent blue we've seen in the last 6 hours. Looks like Colombo to stay, fuel to go in, and then probably tyres in that one. Look who it is, Sim RC and Marla. Look at Marla's view, has not changed in 3 hours. You know, not such a problem with, you know, modern LCDs and stuff, but with CRT monitors, if you had like a picture up too long, it could burn in. If you always played like the same one game, parts of the menu or something might burn into the monitor. That could genuinely be a concern for the drivers of Marla Racing Team, just the way they've been staring at the same view for 3 hours.
You can burn your monitor? Really?
How? Kids these days.
Yeah, I'm just watching the 72 car as well. It looks like they're making a driver change with Colombo jumping out and Angel Benito jumping in.
Well, true, they waited till a little deep in that pit stop to do it, because I was watching for the first 10 or 15 seconds and didn't notice a change, but you are correct that just the one stint, just 26 laps for Colombo, and he forms the bridge between Lolham and Sammy Matty Trogan.
So I wonder if maybe Colombo's been, depending on where he is, he's based, let me have a quick look to see where he is. He's based in Italy, so I guess he probably well off, but I guess he's maybe been complaining about maybe starting to feel fatigue and feeling just starting to doze off a little bit, and maybe he's asked the team if, or someone like Enzo, if he can jump in to take over.
Another car on the lane, Rainer Talva, in WTBS competition. Behind him, 912 Alexander T for Porsche 24 driven by Redline, and Porsche 24 driven by Redline 911 on the lane as well. That would be the Max Verstappen car as well, so he's on pit lane. And this would be the end of a double for Max. So he give it a bit of a 50-50. Does he stay in? Does he get out? In fact, probably more likely he gets out given the time and the teammates. But all that to be discovered. See, there's Brennan Telver is the first driver of the ones I mentioned to hit his box. And a driver change. So Telver out. Phil Denez in. So it got a bit late for the European maybe, and they've handed it over to someone based in America because there's still plenty of fresh hours in them, and that's the beauty of a race like this where your drivers can be logged on from anywhere around the world on the internet. You could be a team of people from every different continent and use that to your advantage so that everyone gets to drive at times that suit their local clock. There is a driver change for the 911. Verstappen out now and Gyasi in, and now your number 71 had cycled through the lead is on the pit lane as well, so it's super busy down there, Ewan.
It is very busy down in pit lane at the moment. It's the kind of thing that we're used to seeing, and this kind of point in the race gets shoved and shoved back in the hour, doesn't it? We're now halfway through the hour, and we are nearly halfway through the race, so I wonder, can the 71 reduce and get rid of this final pit stop? Is that conceivable for them, or is there not quite enough time for it? It's going to be so close, and if they do manage it, then they're going to do it pretty much down to the lap, and you're going to have to stay tuned, I guess, for the next 12 hours to find out, because I couldn't tell you right now really on the calculations. It's going to be close in my opinion, so yeah, we'll just have to wait and see really. But interestingly, the Team Redline blue car got out 3 seconds in front of Williams and 1 second behind BMW Team GB, which is looking like the more likely prospect to actually try and challenge Redline. Those two cars are kind of, I think, taking turns at having a go at the two Redline cars really, which is not the most effective way to do it really. One of them needs just a concerted effort at this one, and they'll try and win the race really. It's not the best way for either party, but obviously they're both going absolutely as hard as they possibly can throughout this race so far, and yeah, they've still got a way to go yet. They need to hold off those Redline cars for as long as possible. That's the end of it really. The Redline cars are going to have new tyres this time around. They need to stop the advantage of that, and so they need to do a lot of defending, I think, in this next stint. But from what we've seen so far, they've not really been ready to be that aggressive yet in this race. It's still too early, they believe anyway, to be that aggressive, but I would certainly be throwing my car down the inside of being aggressive.
Yeah, they, with the strategy they're on, just sort of exist to be a nuisance in the first half of the stint for the Redline cars, as there is a different one. The Velvet Black car is exiting the pit lane behind BMW Team Redline Red. So now the Velvet Black car is a whole lap down, which they avoided through several of these pit stop phases, but now it seems they've just ended up off the lead lap compared to their other teammates there. Ben Cornett is still driving in the Velvet Black Mercedes. At the lead though, BMW Team GB hold it by 0.3 from BMW Team Redline Blue and Enzo Benito. That will all change pretty quickly, I think, given the new tyres for Enzo Benito. Esports Daniel Lafuente third, Holtzman in fourth with BMW Team Redline Red, and Nicholas Laubisch still out there with that super long strategy they do for Urano Heineken Media. They still owe us a stop when everyone else has now sorted through. It's a big old flash of the headlights from Enzo Benito to let Sammy Matty Trogan know your tyres are no match for mine, but will not pass through Blanchimont. Quite game to try that. So high risk when you can then get a good run off there and maybe pass on the way into the bus stop, maybe slipstream someone and past down the Kemmel Straight, or the surprise dive bomb we've seen a couple times into Rivage, which appears to be a good overtaking maneuver. If you've got better tyres but not better straight line speed, you can close up, take some different lines through Lacombe and Melmedy to then carry that speed down the hill to try to overtake at Rivage. Now we're seeing a different line from Benito. He hangs out and then slides back in to try to get a good run up Eau Rouge, and Radion is the key overtaking opportunity of the lap. Slipstream up behind, flashes the headlights once again. Whatever button he has for that, you're going to be able to get a good fingerprint off at the end of this race. Still not able to pass. Sammy Matty Trogan still holds the lead, and this goes back to what was mentioned is maybe BMW Team GB just throw the blocks, really try to defend here with the old tyres against the new tyres, waste their time, waste their new tyres, and that could be their only real hope. And also really testing the track limits at the exit of No Name. You've got to keep part of one of your tyres on the red and white curb. If you're all the way beyond, that's an incident point. You pick up 100 incident points, you're getting a drive-through.
Yeah, that's the thing that Sammy Matty needs to watch as well. He's just watching the body language of his car. He's definitely pushing sure to try and stay in front of this Team Red Line red car, but it just needs to be a little bit careful with regards to the track limits and getting off tracks, because just needs to try and save his. Or the way I've done it in the past, or my team's done it in the past, is basically save the off tracks in the first half of the race, and then when you get to the Sunday and get to the last 2 or 3 hours, that's when you kind of just start pushing a little bit more and using some of those off tracks, but not all of them. Just enough to try and maintain position, or just keep up the pace.
See, that's what my teammates always say we're going to do, but then somehow you end up with 3 incident points left to drive the last 4 hours, and you've got to avoid ever going too wide with anyone, because if you get pushed wide, you're gonna get a penalty. A lot of flashing lights on the pit straight here, as we continue to watch the lead battle, and they are catching. That looks like relay sim racing, and then just behind, Williams Esports were trying to negotiate some other traffic. So at night, still a lot of use of the headlight flashes to convey a message. This slipstream off relay might save the bacon for BMW Team GB down the straight this time, because they get to slipstream off another car who then boxes in BMW Team Redline Blue to not be able to attack this time around. So another lap, Sammy Matty Trogan survives. Another lap, Enzo Benito is going to hit that headlight flasher button a couple times. What about the old Rivage lunge? Not happening, but 2 flashes of the headlights just to make sure he knows he's there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's certainly applying the pressure, but we're nowhere near into this stint yet. I mean, BMW Team GB have still got, 40 minutes left of this stint, 35, 40 minutes. They've got a long way to go here. We can't get too excited about it just for the moment, because surely they're going to get past at some point. But you mentioned earlier on about, are they going to defend here? I think they have to at this stage. I know we're 12.5 hours away from the end, but the Red Line are in such a strong position with teammate support not so far behind. They've got to start throwing the blocks here. They've got to start defending, in my opinion. Some people might say, well, that's unsportsmanlike at this stage in the race to be battling so hard. You really shouldn't be, especially if a car's faster than you. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't care. Spa 24 hours on the line here, and they've got to do anything not anything they can to win, obviously, but they've got to do something out of the ordinary to try and win here. And I think defending at this point in the race has to be the right call. If they're worried about, I don't think they should be worried about guys from further behind getting, catching back on. The number 3 car might save a pit stop in this race, but they're already dropped down to 5th on the corrected order. The 450 hasn't been, it's been pretty good, but it's not going to be world beating in this race. Neither is any of the other cars further down. So I don't think they have anything to be worried about here. If they want to win this race, and they've got to start defending now. If they just happy to settle for a podium, then that's fine, and they should probably let Red Line Blue go. But I think it would be a good choice for them to start defending, but I can't see it happening.
And all the while this happens, Williams Esports and Daniel Lafuente is actually ranging up on the back. Now this is as good an opportunity as Enzo Benito's had in a long time. No defence from Sammy Matty Trogan. Didn't take the middle of the road, didn't take the right-hand side of the road, and now the lead changes once again. BMW Team Red Line Blue back to the lead at Spa. And then Sammy Matty Trogan back into second. And next car behind them, just 2 seconds back, Williams Esports, Daniel Fuente, bringing himself into the picture as well. There's quite a while here where we thought the Williams car wasn't doing so well on the second stint compared to BMW Team GB, but this time, well, it's swinging back, and I don't know who is best placed for third at the moment between those two. And also, now, 13 seconds between the 72 and the 71 is the biggest lead we've seen, biggest net lead we've seen anyone enjoy in the last 6 hours of this race and of this broadcast, and potentially of the entire race so far. All of a sudden, the 72, the blue car, has found a bit more speed than the 71 can manage. And I always thought red was faster.
It was for a good while, but I think it was the Max Benecke effect that red car was under, really. As I mentioned earlier, I think this is just going to ebb and flow until there is a situation where there's the end of the race comes, basically, and I don't think there's going to be much of a separation until then. So the best these guys can do is just run their own races. For now, the BMW Team GB car's doing a pretty good job here. They are running at the Red Line Blue car's pace, yes, but Sammy Matty Trojan's able to save a bit of fuel here, which is certainly a good thing for them. Williams Esports catching on from behind as well. So now that he's stuck behind and he's able to stay in the slipstream, his decision to let the blue car through is a little bit more justified, I think, but still I would have tried to keep him behind for a little bit longer at the very least. The Red Line in such a strong position right now, because even on the corrected order, to my mind, as Trojan closes in, but doesn't quite go for it, to my mind, this in 12 hours time, this would be what would happen towards the end of the race. However, let's not forget, these last pit stops are not equal. So at the moment we're seeing a corrected order if these pit stops were equal. If these guys came in on the very same lap at the end of the race, this is what it would look like in the final 20 minutes. But that's not going to happen. The Red Line cars are going to be coming in way, way, way later than the 55 and the number 2. So they've got to get a head start before that happens, because otherwise they're going to come out, the Red Line cars are going to come out of the pit lane with 10 or 15 minutes to go. There's going to be absolutely nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, exactly right. They've got all of their rivals on the ropes here, the two BMW Team Red Line cars. They've got all of their chess pieces placed perfectly, that wherever BMW Team GB or Williams Esports move, they're only one move away from that checkmate. Track position belongs to the 72, fuel economy belongs to the 72, better tyres belongs to the 72 right now. And they're almost breaking that toe, Sammy Matty Trogan, but might then leave him vulnerable to Williams Esports, and also vulnerable to 71. There's only 20 minutes left in our commentary segment here as well. Again, I've been David Haynes, Ewan O'Leary and Ryan Walker with me. I'm feeling pretty hungry, actually, and Ryan, I don't know, like, what are you thinking you might snack on when we're done here?
I've not really thought about it, to be honest. How about you?
Really gonna hang me out to dry on that one. Fair enough. Fair enough. I was definitely thinking not pineapple on pizza. That is, well, first of all, I don't have any. Second of all, I'm just not sure that's alright. I Well, I made some guacamole actually today. That's one of my new favourite things.
What about? I heard you're a fan of onions and sausages.
Yep, I always love putting the onion underneath the sausage. I think that's the correct place to put onion, and you've got onion and sausage in a roll.
No.
And hot dog,
no,
yeah. With people
wrong.
at home, is that normal? I wouldn't put onions anywhere near the hot dog, by the way, just so that you know.
That's
I'm
definitely
normal.
an off track for Team GB, right there. That one's for certain.
By the way, have we got any way of tracking the off track? So I know these guys know from being on the teams, but have we got any idea whatsoever?
Same corner immediately after, I just saw the 71 make the same, not mistake, but track extension. So I'm starting to see a lot more clear and obvious off tracks come from our teams and drivers, as if fatigue is setting in, or they're approaching the halfway point of the race and they're seeing, we've only used 20 of our 100 and it's the halfway point of the race. Maybe it's about time we stop saving and start spending.
I suppose if you get to this point, you've got like 20 incident points, then you can push the envelope a little bit more, but obviously you can't go too wild with it because you end up with slowdowns, and they're not good at all. Though I haven't seen the effect of a slowdown throughout today's, certainly throughout my stint, so it's been pretty clean in that aspect. As we see, the same thing we've seen for the last 5 hours. Moreno Sirica and his teammates enjoying the back end of that Mercedes for sure.
Yeah, it's the Marla Hypermiling Club, and many of the corners around here, not just the end of the Kemmel Straight, but lots of places. Moreno Sirica was rolling out of the throttle, saving fuel, really trying to extend this particular stint, while also just making sure he keeps in touch with Hayden Burns and Sim RC. And if there's anything we've learned, it's that Sim RC and Marla are going to be keeping in touch.
Some interesting hot dog toppings coming in here, by the way, in the YouTube chat. Put mayonnaise on them.
Sauerkraut? Mayonnaise? Okay.
Oh, no, that was disgusting.
Onions on the burger, but not on the hot dog.
Onions on a burger are good, I'll give you that.
Why would you ruin a burger with some onions?
Because it's godly.
Just leave it alone.
You and O'Leary, do you want me to come and grab you by the scruff of the neck and throw you out?
I'm quite a plain guy. Not the kind of travel. I don't mean the vehicle. I mean like a food has to be plain. Fairly plain anyway.
Here's another topic for you since we're talking about food. You know ice cream, like the whippy ice cream.
Yeah.
Do you put a chocolate flake on it or not?
Oh yeah.
Oh god, get out of here.
What? How can you not?
Yeah.
It just looks wrong without.
If you put I'll give you that. I mean, but if you put like sauce in it, like strawberry sauce or chocolate sauce in it, it's like you're a monster.
Hey, that looks wrong as well.
So, rainbow sprinkles or chocolate sprinkles?
Rainbow.
So, but that's an acceptable topping for soft serve ice cream. Are there any acceptable toppings? And are we talking about vanilla soft serve ice cream here?
Yeah, vanilla. Yeah, the one that you get in an ice cream van when you ask for a Mr. Whippy in the UK. I don't know what that is in Australia.
Do either of you know, like, what kind of music an ice cream van plays in the UK? Because I was having this discussion recently that apparently, like in Australia and in the US, ice cream trucks play green sleeves, but apparently, like in the UK, it's something else by tradition.
I can't remember.
I couldn't tell you what it is. It's a very recognisable. If you heard it, you'd recognise it within a second. If you'd lived in the UK for a year, you'd know straight away. But I don't think anybody could tell you what the song's called or the tune is called or whatever.
I've got this like horrible problem in my life right now, where my parents' apartment is across the river from a very nice park, and every weekend, even in winter, because we live in a beautiful subtropical climate, there's an ice cream truck in the park that we can hear, but it's on the other side of the river, so it's actually a like 8-kilometre journey to walk or drive or cycle to the park where the ice cream truck is that we can hear.
I know what I'm most annoyed about in that story. It's the fact that you can go out in winter without putting 76 layers of clothes on.
Yeah, I'm jealous of that. I'm moving to Australia if I ever get a chance.
I don't know if I could move there.
The trade-off is that the summers can be, you know, a little bit miserable, but...
Miserable?
Yeah, like, you end up looking like the melted ice cream as well. Today, in winter in Brisbane, we're heading for a high of 21 Celsius, but then it's going to get real chilly overnight tonight with a low of 7.
7 degrees. 7 degrees.
Yeah, not a cloud in the sky either.
Oh, wonderful. Got the Olympics as well, by the way. I'm sure you know.
No, oh, really? No, I hadn't heard.
Yeah, that's
so it was a little sort of, you know, if you lived in like a medieval town, it's like, oh, 2 blows on the horn means like the Huns are at the door and we're being invaded. I was cooking dinner and I heard some fireworks go off. I was like, oh, cool, we did win the Olympics. That was how I knew. Is I was in the middle of cooking dinner and I heard some fireworks, and that was what let me know that we'd been officially announced as Olympic host city for 2032.
It should be good as well. I mean, Tokyo have had it pretty rough, haven't they? But we'll be clear by then by a long shot. So you know, hopefully have a good run of it, whatever it's called.
So apparently, every ice cream truck in the Netherlands plays the same song. But someone is suggesting that in Essex it's all over the place and there's no consistency truck to truck.
Really?
Yeah. Now,
it's not a recognisable tune in Essex.
I mean, talking about ice cream bands, my world would be a better place if I heard an ice cream band playing Guns N' Roses when it came round onto my street. But that probably makes me weird, but I don't care.
There's a race on, by the way, here between the 89 and the 450. Looks like it's going to be fairly easy for Phil Dennis
We've
to
got
get
a
through.
different method of communication going on as the BS car for Phil Dennis goes in front of Sven Haase from Villa Racing Euronics. Is instead of the lead car flashing their headlights and hoping the car behind sees the reflection off the trees and knows they're giving the spot away, there was a little tap on the brake pedal down the straight from Sven Haase, which was to let the car behind know that you can take this position, I'm not going to fight it, and I'm probably going to roll out as well. So Sven Haase made very clear that he was not going to fight for that one against BMW Team BS competition. Did you also note that sort of Campus Stavolo area of the track, Sim RC exceeded track limits again every second or third lap, just at that part of the track before Blanchimont, but after Piff Paff they just seem to want to run wide through the right-handers with some frequency now.
Yeah, they're going to start paying for that in incident points. You know, that's not ideal at all for those guys. So yeah, they're going to need to clean that up really if they want to not have a drive-through early on tomorrow morning, because if, as you mentioned, every 2 or 3 laps, that's really going to start to become a problem for them very, very quickly. So they're going to need to get that under control, and we'll see if they can do. But yeah, not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe just looking in the mirrors a little bit too much. Marlow Racing Team in the mirrors, of course, and just not quite looking where they're going enough. You know, obviously looking where they're going, but you know, when there's a car in your mirrors like that, it can be quite distracting. You can miss a few apexes, etc. Not drive as well. So you know, you've got to. That might be a factor in what's been happening in the last few minutes.
So a great well of information from the YouTube chat, and thank you to everyone who's watching on the RaceSpot channel. And if you're new to us, well, this is our thing. We do this often. You should check out all of the broadcasts on the RaceSpot channel, like this video, or subscribe, whatever works for you. Endurance races, sprint races, all kinds of iRacing and sim racing competition not just of GT racing, but well, got Lionheart series, we've got the ISO WC, all kinds of open wheel and oval and all sorts as well. And some of the great information coming through. Someone wrote that a lot of ice cream vans in the Netherlands play Mr. Sandman, which I can imagine that being played from an ice cream van in that sort of style. And someone else wrote that an ice cream truck near them plays Yankee Doodle. So lots of interesting songs that an ice cream van could play.
Not sure how we managed to get onto that subject, but we did.
Yeah, well, the hot take from Ryan was that he's a purist about what toppings aren't allowed on iRacing. He's not so picky about for a sausage or a burger apparently, but that is where he draws his line in the sand.
You can mess with the hot dogs, you can mess with the pizzas, the burgers, everything, but don't touch my ice cream.
Yeah, if you come to my house with a whippy ice cream and you've got coffins on it, don't be surprised if I take out your hand and throw it in the bin. But anyway, back to the race.
Yes. Williams Esports catching the 55 BMW Team GB, by the way, under a second now. The gap between those fluctuating like it is between the red line cars, really, but the 72 having extended that margin out now, it's looking in a good place with every passing lap, really.
Yeah, so second and third is going to be interesting, and pardon me, as we approach the halfway point, what I'm seeing from BMW Team Redline Blue... Oh! Who's that around?
One of the Mercedes, looks like. Didn't catch a number on that one, but a bluish Mercedes spun around at Bruxelles. Look like they're on their own. I cannot see a car in the distance, actually. I'll have to see who it was. So I couldn't tell you from that very quick glance we got, but good avoidance from everybody. It was Abner Acosta spinning on his own in the 585. Good avoidance for everybody. Flipping heck, that was close.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. And then the reverse back onto the racing line, but the barrier was right in front of them. There was only a few places they could go to continue trying to get out of the way. 585. Definitely looked like they're on at least the second stint of their tyres, and the rear tyres for their Mercedes not hanging in particularly well. So battle for second and third shaping up. BMW Team Redline Red catching them, but not particularly quickly. Fuente, he's got a bit of that laissez back to him, that this second stint on the tyres, he is alive. Whereas Semi-Manny Trogan maybe struggling a little bit with it. But as we approach the halfway point of the race, I'm seeing that I think BMW Team Redline Red will be able to cut out a stop compared to BMW Team GB and Williams Esports. They need to be only half of their way into the stint at the halfway point of a race to then make it an odd number of stints, 23 stints to the race. It's too late now for Williams Esports or BMW Team GB to do it, and it's going to be real touch and go for BMW Team Redline Blue, your race leader. So 12 hours away from the checkered flag, I'm predicting that the strategy is looking better for the 71 than the 72, given that they're 2 laps better on fuel. If you have to pit for fuel with 2 to go because you couldn't follow the strategy of your teammate, we've already said that is a 1 minute 1 minute 10, 1 minute 20 delta time without even the pit service. So you might see the 72 either really trying to stretch out a big lead or trying to soft pedal a little bit later in the race. 4 minutes left to go until the halfway point of the race, and that is when I, David Haynes, as well as my great comrades here Ian, Ewan O'Leary and Ryan Walker, will say goodbye to you. Some great talent though coming up to cover the rest of this race. We have been live since the start and will be live until after the drop of the checkered flag. 24 hours of uninterrupted coverage here on RaceSpot of of the iRacing Spa 24 hours powered by Heusinkveld. All the Redline fans, all the Lamborghini fans, all the fans and the iRacing fans and the Max Verstappen fans aren't going to have to miss a single moment from now until the end. We're still watching this battle for second and third. Again, is this a case we think where Lafuente is just riding along for the fuel savings, or is he really trying to attack for second?
Yeah, I think he's just happy where he is at the moment, to stay happy to stay behind and fuel save. And at the moment, it's I have to agree, he's like lassie back in the second stint with the old tyres. Just came alive.
It's funny how it ebbs and flows like that, you know. Through one stint, one car looks like they've got such awesome tyre life and long run pace, and then it flicks the other way. Flash the headlights from Daniel Lafuente, whatever on earth that means, and we're side by side. So you can see that battle on the left. On the right is Radicals Online, Phoenix Racing Esports, and PRT Ronin. And that is a position gained for Phoenix in their Lamborghini. They've gotten in front of Radicals Online, put that Radicals BMW between themselves and the Ronin Mercedes, who got super wiggly coming off one of the curbs. They're trying to look down the inside of Rivage. All of a sudden, it seems like the Radicals car is struggling and cars are lining up trying to pass them. That's the ebb and the flow with, again, what we talked about. Everyone double thinking, decided on that strategy at different times. At any point, half of the field are on some fresh tyres and the other half aren't, and then, like clockwork, it switches.
Interesting in this BMW battle we're seeing on the left-hand side. I was about to say, we're going to find out pretty quick whether Williams are going to save fuel behind BMW Team GB or not, but it seems that they are indeed doing that and letting the blue car get up the road. The 71's not really gaining very much, which is a little bit concerning, but also suggests that they're trying to cut out a pit stop in this race. Could be very, very interesting to see if they actually do manage that, but for the moment the 72 definitely taking charge and starting to become the real defined leaders of this race, as we have a bit of a fight for P2, a half-hearted lunge from the Williams car. And that's the worst kind of lunge, because they're going to lose time and not really get anywhere either.
No. Positioned the car down the inside, but couldn't get far enough alongside to brake deep enough to take that spot away. Now, a dive at La Source is going to be a little more fruitful for Daniel Lafuente. It's his nose in front, but it is not a done deal, because Sammy Matty Trogan, holding him side by side there, decides that it's smarter to drop right back in, and they are absolutely nearly making bumper contact as they fly up the hill at 200 plus kilometers an hour. There's already a little dent on the back of the Williams Esports car. Now BMW Team GB are in the slipstream. Will Sammy Matty Trogan fight back? No, he's going to let Daniel Lafuente lead. Now is as good a time as any to watch that onboard from BMW Team GB. It's the halfway point of the race here in the iRacing Spa 24 hours by Heusinkveld. That means it's goodbye from me and Ryan and Ewan. We leave you in the super capable hands of Lorenzo Bonda and Somel Aurora. And we will click across on YouTube to the next segment of the broadcast. We'll put that in the YouTube chat, or you can find it on the RaceSpot channel, so you can keep watching with us here on RaceSpot. Coverage will pick up in part 3 for the next 6 hours of the race. Here we go, we leave you on board with Sammy Matty Trogan for BMW Team GB. Click across to part 3, where you'll be joined by Lorenzo Bonda and Sommel Aurora, and follow this exciting race towards its conclusion.